afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the FSL Philippines qualifiers. Once again, I am Hungry Cass. Alongside me is the young and adventurous Spoots. How are you doing this?
Eventual Spoots?
Adventurous.
Oh, okay.
I feel like we've seen two regions compete so far.
Yeah.
There's been up and downs. I think for me the highlight was Thailand last week. Really clean in terms of execution as well as draft. Philippines this time, a lot more teams coming in. Let's not deny the fact there are 20 teams coming in, so it's going to be a long day of qualifiers. That being said, we are halfway into our picks and bans for the first match. It's going to be on the blue side coming in, Play Loud Esports versus Pacific Ping, and our OB was actually commenting about how this time during the Philippines qualifiers, the teams themselves have tags, so it's very nice and professional. So I do like that. It makes it a lot easier for us to cast. But that being said, there are a lot of storied teams, there are a lot of storied players that are returning to FSL. This is not the first time, it's not the second time, in fact it's the third time we are running FSL Elite League of Legends Edition. So we did have a variety of representatives. I think the previous season was Liab Halia that made it through as the Philippines qualifiers. Before that was Barsi Esports. So this time we'll be looking for a different representative. Maybe, who knows, Liab might be making a return to their throne in the Philippines qualifiers.
Yeah, 20 teams, we definitely don't have a shortage of choices for the eventual Philippines representative in FSL Elite.
Yeah, so just looking at the picks and bans, of course we did omit to talk about that, but right now we're halfway through. On the blue side, we do see the Morgana, Yasuo, as well as Nar. Very interesting choice bans coming in. Meanwhile, on the red side, we will see the Kassadin, Xayah, as well as Ahri. Ahri, no surprise, in terms of the stats we've been looking at. A lot of regions actually do opt to ban either the Ahri or Syndra. It's sort of like a pocket pick whenever we look at FSL. That being said, Jarvan insta lock-in, no surprise there as well. One of the more favored junglers right now at the point in time. Karma and Elise on the return side for Pacific Ping.
Yeah, Karma right now in this patch is actually quite a bit of a flex pick. I think in this patch especially you're able to take the Karma towards the top side. Especially into all those melee matchups. She's actually quite strong there. That's a Malphite locked in as well. You would think that that would be top.
It could be top, it could be support. We don't know it just yet, of course. The idea of Malphite with the sort of reworked kit that the champion has still kind of plays a pivotal role in team fighting. I do see the value of the wombo combo here with Jarvan, Malphite, and now with Vega, a lot of area control. You step into a zone that's controlled by them in terms of vision, they're going to pull the trigger and fight you. To touch a bit more about your Karma topic, I was watching the dive earlier this week, the NALCS podcast that they have, and they're saying how every time Karma has some sort of changes to numbers, when you think about her base numbers being altered, right? She immediately comes up to this obnoxious level of we gotta pick her because the numbers are good and we can support the AD carry and mid lane very well. In this case, you pair it with a Draven. That's actually a really frustrating bot lane to play against, because not only is the speed from the Draven the speed from the Karma good at enabling the Draven, but it's also very strong poke coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they get the first item, it's really if you're not able to dodge all these skill shots coming at you, you're just not gonna have a good day in that lane at all.
Especially with the changes to support itemization now, most people understand that as supports you get a lot more gold, a lot of accessible gold as well, right? The idea that your support item upgrades itself by the quest, you don't have to spend money on it. Suddenly Karma is getting first item, keeps up Holy Grail. This sort of nonsense shenanigans coming in. You're like, well, I hate my life in this lane. I don't want to play League of Legends anymore. Bans coming through. We see the Caitlyn as well as the Poppy in the second round. So not so much meta-specific bans, but like region and team-specific bans, right? Because you take a look at the global meta. I say that with global meta, right? We've only been watching LEC and LCS. Aphelios Senna has been popping off. We see a lot more. Jarvan, of course, we do have in this game. Olaf, Mordekaiser, these are power picks that have been actually left open, but neither team really opting to look for them.
Yeah, that's actually the point I want to bring across. So many bans that we see in this game, especially we're not going to see. Like these bans you're not going to see in major leagues, right? That's the point you're going to, that's the point you were harping on earlier. I think the Shen right now also a very strong pick, so definitely deserving of that ban. Overall, I think, just looking towards counters, like you're just banning away things that you don't want to play against.
Which brings us to the idea, we're talking about this the past couple of regions as well. Every region has their own micro meta. When we look at Vietnam, the average game time is about 35 minutes. They tend to pick the scaling champions a bit more, Varus and Jinx. We don't see that at all from Thailand. Thailand wants to go hard and they want to go fast. They pick stuff like Philios, average game time is 32 minutes, very, very quick. So even when it comes to each individual qualifier, Philippines has yet to distinguish themselves. We'll definitely take a look at what they have today, but it seems as though stylistically, when it comes to pitting each region against each other, there's going to be a lot of difference.
Yeah, because in the previous season, actually, one of the points that I really like to focus in on was that Philippines was actually the macro region.
Right.
But with the showing that we saw from Thailand in the previous week, the contention for that title is actually there. We do see the Ornn lock-in very
Ooh,
strong
finally.
in this patch as well.
This is some like chef's kiss meta pick that I like to see.
Oh,
And the Akali. Oh, baby. There we go.
She's not gutted yet.
Yep.
Still pretty strong, but that is Orianna. Not as exciting, but still very stable, especially with the composition that they already have drafted.
So one thing I want to note is that the current pick man percentage of Orianna in general across the region is actually pretty high.
Yeah.
That being said, with the composition as well, it makes sense because now your wombo combo just got even more wombo combo here, if that's a way to put it. Yeah. So overall, this comp definitely does make sense, although should be noted, heavy reliance on magic damage. So in terms of the damage mix, the profile is only magic damage, and you're looking at what is ostensibly awesome Dude Vega in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that is Nocturne mid.
Vedia's
Spicy.
proud.
So spicy.
All right. Overall, both teams very unique compositions. I'm not gonna harp too much on the idea of micro metas. We were talking a bit about this, but let's just look at the drafts themselves in isolation.
Okay.
My original thought was, oh, it's gonna be an awesome Dude Vega. In this case, it might be bot lane Ornn and Orianna if they are. Well, it appears they are not queued up in order, right? So how do you wanna look at this? What's your bet right now? I feel like it could still be a bot lane Vega.
I mean, at this point, with all these champions you have drafted, I don't think it matters who goes where. Like, you're able to swap lanes in game as well, so you can just honestly just throw anyone wherever they want to be.
Right.
And
At
the end of the day,
old school, like, okay, we're gonna roll the dice and try to get the best matchup. They don't know.
Yeah.
They can't predict our plan if we don't know what our plan is, so we're just going blind.
They don't know Pepe Love.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the end of the day, this competition is just for team fights, right? You want to go in, you want to combo. If all these champions, you got Malphite, Jarvan, Orianna.
Right.
That's the MO. That's what you want to do.
The weakness, though, like we mentioned earlier, the damage profile is heavily geared towards magic damage. Looking at the composition that they're up against, someone like Sett actually excels against mages, especially people that like to burst him down because of the grit. I'm not sure if our viewers understand this, but his sort of passive that he has is he builds up grit with damage taken, and when it's after a certain amount, you want to unleash that with your W, the Haymaker, it pops out true damage, right? So you just, all you have to do in this game as Sett is build magic resistance, build health, and you can take these extended fights, which makes it very difficult, I think, very difficult right now for the Playloud esports side to kind of deal with the Sett pick.
Yes, that's a very tanky boy, like deceivingly tanky. You don't want to go into extended fights, like you said, with him because of that true damage and the shield that comes up with the grid as well, once he stores up enough of that. So I want to keep an eye on the Sett, whether or not he or she rather is going to be able to perform
We always have that problem.
to par, you know.
Yeah. Overall as well, just looking at the Nocturne mid pick, Nocturne jungle actually has fallen off a little bit more. The reason behind that is because, talking extensively about this idea of jungle EXP gains extremely low now. In 10.2, which is the patch we're playing on, they have not made the changes to the jungle EXP just yet. So for a jungler to hit level 6, much slower than anyone else. Nocturne is a champion that needs to come online, needs to hit level 6 as soon as possible. With the pivot towards the mid lane now, this mid lane Nocturne gets level 6 much quicker, has access to Paranoia, and can start impacting the side lanes. And I can see two perfect side lanes that can garner the attention for the Nocturne to kind of go and snowball.
Yeah, all three of the lanes actually coming in from the side of Pacific have the ability to pop off. These champions are extremely strong, and once they get a hit, you have to think that they're going to take that lead and just run through the goal with it.
I'm curious if the Elise is going to start on the blue buff or on the red buff, because when I've been looking at the current jungle pathing styles for most people, the general agreed idea is you want to do buff Gromp. Yeah, for the quickest level 3, right? Not only is it super efficient, it also gives you the quickest level 3 with the least resources spent. And the jungle right now is in a weird place where, because every camp respawns quicker but gives less EXP, the more you jungle your camps, it's actually just doing more of less efficient things. So it's kind of like a trick, right? I feel like in this game, if you're Elise, you just hard gank lanes. You just snowball Sett, you snowball Draven, you snowball Nocturne, get the game rolling. Whereas for the Jarvan, you could do the same thing, but it's kind of geared towards answering the Elise a bit more.
And that's the big issue with junglers this patch, right? The main thing that you have to think about when you think about junglers is high tempo jungling, right? You have to get your lanes ahead, because once you get past, the let's say 20-minute mark, you're not going to have the same impact as you would have in the early game. So if you're this Elise, very good early game champion, you want to look for your lanes, like you said, want to snowball all three of your laners, because again, very strong champions have the ability to pop off. And I think that's what we're going to see. At least that's what we want to see going into this game.
At least that's what we I
No.
It's okay, guys. It's kind of interesting. We're in this weird phase now where it's the second week of Chinese New Year. I can't like help but talk about this because this year's Chinese New Year was kind of interesting. We had like 3 days earlier in the week, right? Then now, this is like the continuation. And
Part 2.
yeah, part 2, right? How,
Yeah.
how was your Chinese New Year?
Alright, I stayed at home, hit from the virus.
Oh yeah, right. Everyone's like, I kind of want to go Paidian, but
Yeah.
also I don't want to get the coronavirus. So it's
Yeah.
kind of a I don't know, man. For me, I had family over, so
Alright, how was it?
we were this close to setting up a temperature taking station outside our house. Yeah, we were like, you can't be too careful nowadays with these people.
Alright.
Gets a bit dicey. Not gonna lie, gets a bit dicey. The
Okay.
moment we're eating or like having like dinner and someone coughs, you're just like,
Oh.
oh.
Ooh. Ooh, no please.
Yeah, no, please, not today.
Interesting tangent.
Yeah.
But let's take the temperature of this game. I hope it's gonna be super hot, super
Mm.
spicy. I see a lot of action.
This is like the semi podcast because I'm
Yeah.
still in that Chinese New Year movement. I kind of like,
Mhm.
I'm still in that phase where even though we've passed the major days,
Yeah.
I'm still feeling it. The Gong Xi Fa Chai is still in my blood.
It's still in your blood. Okay. Right, we do see a pause.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it's nothing major.
Yeah. As with first games of the day, tend to be a bit tricky. Of course, some technical issues, but as far as I understand, right, the
Mhm.
players themselves are playing at a live venue.
Yeah.
So troubleshooting and all the on-site issues become a lot easier to deal with when you have the players sort of centralized in a personal
I
area.
believe it is the first on-site qualifier. Play will resume now. We are on the Rift.
All right. I don't know about the first, but it's definitely the largest qualifier we ever
Okay.
had. 20 teams coming in. Of course, we did start the day a bit earlier. We're like halfway through now in terms of qualifiers. For all the information on the brackets, you can go and check out our challenge, and we'll try to put the brackets up for you during the breaks as well, so you guys know what's going on. But right now on the Rift, we have Pacific Pink on, Pacific Purple rather on the red side, and on the blue it's Play Loud. See how this one goes.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be starting off with a bit of a defensive spread coming in from Pacific. Play Loud was actually in a 5-stack in the bottom side, but that is no longer the case.
Ooh, I don't like it when people do that. Like you recall in full vision, right?
Yeah.
And then you give information over to your enemy, and now they're like, well, if Elise is recalling on the top side, and we have a rough estimation of where she warded, can make an educated guess where she's gonna start, which is,
Yeah, and one of the things that we do have to be aware of when there is a Jarvan on the other team, you have to really focus in on your bot side, because
Right.
the ability for Jarvan to just counter jungle you after taking his red, go into your jungle, take your blue, take your red,
Right.
take your Gromp rather.
That's a nice
It's
skill.
actually pretty threatening.
It is not just that, but the fact the level 2 cheese gangs also
Yeah.
are very scary, right? Especially on immobile champions such as Draven and Karma. And when I say immobile, I mean it in a very specific sense, like they have no dashes, they
Yeah.
have no way out of the flag and drag, so if that is in range and connects, you're in for a tough time. And right now, Elise is going to start on the red side, so she will get the help of her set. Meanwhile here, the awesome dudes in the bot lane will be helping Jarvan out early on.
Yeah, so you were right. It is a Veigar bottom lane with the Malphite. Once they hit 6, you have to think this is gonna be a very threatening bot lane.
Oh yeah,
Like
for
sure, your Draven, your Karma, they can poke,
Mhm.
but if the Veigar and the Malphite decide they're gonna engage on
Yeah.
you, there's nothing really you can do if you're too close to run away.
Also, worth noting that these random screen pauses remind me of the LCK when they have like random packet loss. Just like
Yeah.
everyone is awkwardly just staring at the screen like, oh, cool. We're frozen for a while now, and then we just gloss over it like nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
I don't know what screen pauses. No idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so Jarvan actually did the crux after the rip off. I think that's a very inefficient path
Yeah.
because now you're late to your level 3 on the top side. Although you did avoid the ward there, yes, you're still gonna hit blue very late. You're gonna get a later level 3. At least now actually does have the tempo.
You would think so, but with 2 camps, this Jarvan is actually stronger than the Elise. If
Yeah.
you take a look at the minimap, that shows that Elise has only taken red.
She's on Raptors right now, I believe, which is why she's low on health. She might actually die if she doesn't juggle the aggro properly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
interesting.
On,
99 health.
Nice. The jungler's nightmare. You're like, if I died to this, my
Mhm.
team will never let me live it down.
Oof. Especially since it's competitive,
Right,
you know.
yeah.
Main focal point again will be the junglers, high
Mhm.
tempo jungling, very important. You want to secure as many dragons as you can, and part of that is actually just again getting your
Ooh,
lanes
buddy.
ahead. Oh, this Elise
Ah,
is
you see,
feeling
yep.
very, very bad.
Ah.
So far behind now. You're talking about how Elise had the tempo advantage. Well, that's
Not
gone
like
out the
that,
window now.
She would have had the tempo advantage if she went from red straight to blue and then over to Grom. Like,
Yeah.
for sure. Then you hit bot lane early, Jarvan can't respond, you can snowball the Draven. That's the ideal play, right? But both of these junglers, I would say, misreading the best path to come through, what the most efficient path is going to be. Your mid lane, the push coming in from the Nocturne. Pretty decent CS in terms of keeping relative. Of course, it's a melee versus range matchup, so it can be a bit tricky sometimes, a bit dicey.
Yeah, like you said, if you're Nocturne, your main MO right now is just to get a level 6. You're fine falling behind a little bit. What you really want is to just stay there, not die, gain as much XP as you can as short as short as possible time. And if you're able to stay up in CS, well, that's just a bonus at this point.
That's the thing as well. A lot of people fail to understand. Oh, managed to get a cannon there. Oh, knock up as well. The Brittle. One more auto attack might be decent, but no. Not really finding the face breaker there. So unable to pull the Ornn in. But like I was saying earlier, most people fail to understand that actually EXP is the most important thing right now in the game.
Yeah.
You could lose CS, it's fine. You can take poke, but you need to be in time to catch level 6 on par with your enemy, and you need to set them behind EXP as well. That's the only way you're going to get a major advantage if both laners are, of equal level.
Right, take a look. Elise is focusing in on the mid lane here, going for that early gank.
Azumiko in range. Cocoon isn't going to connect though, but the Fear will be able to drive the Orianna away. No summer spells expended, also super confident in that, Nicole. No fear whatsoever. Gank from the Elise actually. I feel like if you flash that, you actually get either the kill or you force a counter flash.
Yeah, especially when you don't land the stun on the Elise. You're not gonna have a good gank.
Yeah.
That's just how this champion works.
If you want like a highlight clip of like Chef's Kiss Elise stuns, go and watch the G2 match yesterday. Yankos was hitting like max range cocoons like nuts, and I was just like, how is that even connecting, dude? And if you don't have that quality of play on Elise, your ganks become a lot more inefficient.
Yeah, we have to begin, or at least I want to begin questioning, whether or not Azumiko here on the Elise is really very practiced on this champion. I mean, one of the things that I don't really like to do on the champion is, go rid straight Raptors. Like I think we were harping on this earlier before. But that's just a very unhealthy clear. And now you're about 10 CS down. That's fact, about 2.5 camps.
In my head, Elise is one of those junglers that excels in single camp clears. Like, she is awesome at doing single camp clears. When I say single camp, I mean like both the buffs and Grom, because you can juggle the aggro between yourselves and the spiders very quickly, and you take minimal damage from doing single camp clears. As opposed to, even wolves for the most part is fine. As opposed to something like Krugs or Raptors where they go through and they burn through the health of your spiders so quickly, which is why, Azumiko fell very low on health. Wasn't really fully able to juggle the aggro. And because she didn't clear the big Raptor earlier, I think it's gonna stay there. It won't get a full camp respawn.
Raptors is my most hated camp when I'm playing Elise.
Unless you're playing Kayn, then it's like,
that's
baby.
I start there level 1, it's fine. It's finally gonna pick it up though. Top lane.
A lot of damage down already. Actually, a decent amount of grid being loaded up. One more attack into the Haymaker might be enough, but taking the turret hit might be a bit tricky here for Milagros. So having to back off, now the grid wearing off. Well, actually has a window to all in here if she wants to. She can land a full combo. The damage numbers on Ornn actually deceptively high. Facebreaker pulling her in. Now the grid, the 2 damage actually not being able to be dodged away from, and that's the Haymaker kill going over to Milagro.
Yeah, Seth, showing just why he is one of the strongest picks on this patch. Didn't even need the grid to kill him at that point.
Haymaker is more than enough. Meanwhile, Event Horizon coming in. A lot of damage down onto the Karma. Hackdaw having to be very careful here, but Jarvan coming in. Flag and Drag knocking the Draven up. Remember, no mobility whatsoever forces the flash away. And what started out as a pretty good fight here actually went pretty bad at the end, having to burn the Summer Spell.
Yeah, at this point, Jarvan definitely having more success than the Elise in the ganks. Expending the Summoner spell, you can see that he's still hovering around the lane, wanting to come around for another gank. You shouldn't be staying here at this point.
This is a classic gank. Event Horizon coming in. Now the cleanse was a big failure there, unfortunate, but coming in should be the kill, going the way of the Veigar here if they can donate it over. One more auto attack. Guys, you're a bit dicey.
Alright.
Vayne is gonna get it, and like you were saying, Draven overextending there. This is a classic Jarvan regank, right? Burn the flash, wait around, come in round 2. And the cleanse, honestly, not even necessary at that point because you're definitely going down.
Yeah, that was just a big of a misplay from the Draven. First in the macro sense, standing there. What is this?
Finding the Nocturne in the jungle, but this is a 2v1. The Fear is going to force the Jarvan away. Oh man, the Shockwave just an inch too far. Unable to pull the Nocturne back in, but the rotation from the Elise and the Karma coming in Hackdog as well as Azumiko moving up the river to secure the Scuttle Crab at least. Meanwhile, Weller moving to the jungle, putting down a control ward. So both teams actually going punch for punch right now. On the top side set, popping off a bit more. Meanwhile, the focus from Karbi has been in the bot lane.
Yeah, trade-off vision as well. We do see a bit more vision coming in down in the bottom side of the map for Pacific. With that Mountain Dragon spawn, it's gonna be something that you wanna look forward to. Elise is not gonna be able to solo this dragon, so definitely you want some priority on your bot lane. But when your Draven has already died once, that is gonna be easier said than done.
Meanwhile, Grit coming through for the set in top side. We see the Haymaker damage actually not really sticking. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Paranoia is available. Ignite coming in, thinking twice about it, but no mana for Dre means that she can't go in for the finishing blow.
Yeah, that is Flash Burn on the Orianna though, so that is sort of worth. Could look for another trade now as the Elise goes towards top.
Yeah, Milagro pulling in the Ornn with the Facebreaker. Pretty decent dash away though, but the stun is going to connect and this should be a kill. The true damage from the Haymaker. Milagro gets the second kill.
Yeah, no way you're going to miss that stun. Locks up the Ornn, nowhere for you to go. That is 2 kills on the set, starting to build up that lead quite considerably.
This is where things get a bit dicey if you are play out, because right now you're thinking, well, if the set pops off, like you were saying, get the magic resist, the spirit resist. Hold on, I'm gonna hold my point as the game comes in. Paranoia onto the back line, actually pretty well kited away from, but the teleport coming in from Milagro should reinforce this gang. They're looking for a little bit more, but not enough CC to finish off the kill. So a bit miscoordinated there coming in from the side of Pacific, but they can pivot over to the Mountain Dragon to take this if they want to.
Yeah, and this is the main objective that they were really looking for with that gank. I don't think they were really looking for a kill with the Nocturne jumping in on so little mana.
Right.
But this is the priority in the bot side. This is the dragon that we really want to look at.
Oop, Jarvan committing in. Not really sure you should have donated the kill over. It's going to go to Azumiko, but you have to think that was a bit of a hopeful maneuver coming in with the flag and drag.
Yeah, a little too late as well, just donating another kill. Like you said, that's not really what you want, right? You're already so far behind. Just giving them another kill, it's just gonna snowball their lead even further.
And the thing is as well, these early dragons are actually worth much less than the later ones. I was actually doing the computation on this. So think about the idea of getting 3 random dragons versus 3 similar dragons. Dude, just take the 3 similar dragons, there's so much more value, and you can trade that for lane prio and early gold, which allows you to transition to late game. So I'm not sure, forcing or at least trying your best to all in for these dragon steals is the best play. Like, teams from now on should start understanding, okay, we're okay giving away the early dragons. All we have to do is just find an advantage somewhere else.
Yep. We are going to see a bit of action in the top side, I think. Jungler and top laner teaming up for a bit of a counter jungle here. They actually have a lot of vision in that side of the jungle.
Yeah.
So.
Which is ironic because the strong side is, oh, hold on, gang coming in, looking for the cocoon. Not really going to connect again this time. The Fear will not find the enabled CC either. All the Forge God being used in the mid lane though. A great knock up to Elise, and she's going up for days. That is the kill going the way of Karbi. Now they're looking for the Nocturne, but the Shockwave going to miss once more. An inch away. You can't blame them for trying, trying to convert 1 into 2, but it's just going to be the one pickup here for the jungler.
Yep. Gonna be pretty comfortable with just the 1 kill. And it just came down to, having the vision in the top side, right? You don't have vision if you're Pacific. So when they came in from that quadrant, you just didn't know what to
completely blind, especially with the chain CC, flag and drag into Call of the Forge God. That is a major fuse bad if you don't repel in time. Scryer's Bloom being used to spot out this rip buff, which they of course know is available with the control ward. And my earlier point was how it's ironic because right now, despite set being a hit, all the vision from blue side is in the top quadrant, whereas Draven and Karma has had a really bad laning phase, but they've reinforced vision in the river as well. So instead of playing to their strong sides, they're conceding vision over and saying, okay, we're going to check you in these areas. You can't play too aggressive because we have vision. We know what's going on.
Yeah, and the thing about this is that I don't think this Elise understands that her jungle, this quadrant has been absolutely just warded up for days, so not exactly, well, now she knows she's been spotted out, but when she was on the blue buff, I don't think,
Buddy,
red buff rather.
There's one more. Unfortunate Azumiko not clearing the control
You have
ward.
to check that bush, guys.
That bush is like a hot spot for like control wards. You have to check it no matter what.
One more.
Interesting that this eventually will spot out the Elise, I think. She did pull it in, but the animation's coming through. Meanwhile, Milagro picking up the Tiamat means that this lane is going to be shoved in 24/7. Weller has no choice but to sort of sit under the turret and try her best to CS as it's getting pushed in.
Yeah, and the thing about this is we don't really see top lane being the main focal point for many of these teams in this current patch, right? But the thing about this is that, you know, junglers aren't really paying attention. So if you win the lane, you hard win the lane. And your opposing laner doesn't get to play League of Legends while you're able to just straight up carry.
Yeah, you start to influence the map through your individual gains, as it were. Didn't really need much help. You just kind of find your own leads. Meanwhile, Nicole in the mid lane having to hold off the onslaught that is this Tiamat Nocturne as well.
Yep, just focusing in on where the junglers are going once again. They haven't had exactly the biggest impact on the map, right? I think we saw one Dragon Tag and a few successful ganks. Could have been better, but I think both junglers are pretty happy with how the lanes have gone so far.
This is a... Look at the pings on the top side. So they want to start up the Rift Herald. In fact, they have started up. But right now, 3 people on the side of Playloud are actually converging here. So Repel being used in anticipation of this, flashing over the wall, will dodge away from the call of the Forge God. Meanwhile, the Paranoia coming in, they already split focus here. The Shockwave is gonna find two, a great flash coming from Nicole, and the stopwatch as well might keep her alive, but no, it's gonna be the kill being picked up. Overall, the teleport's coming in, it's gonna be a double here for the jungler. In comes the Vigar, they're looking for a bit more. Wella manages to get out with her life, but it's jungle and mid lanes going down, whereas Milagro is gonna get all the kill credit in that fight.
Oh, Milagro could have actually gone in for that 2v1. I'm pretty sure that would have worked out, but plays it safe, is able to pick up a bit more farm, not actually going to go for turret plates. But what that does allow is for that bot lane, this bot lane rather, to come in and push.
Yeah.
Pick up a bit of gold for themselves. Malphite not really going to be able to defend as the Veigar makes his way back down to this lane.
I'm hard-pressed to think that they can take this 2v2, even with Unstoppable Force. They're going to look for it though. They already landed the GLP, the Event Horizon, though will not find the stun now. They're looking for a bit more. The ultimate should be able to finish him off. The heal being used a bit too late. Cleansing out as well, XDD XP. A bit of a sticky situation. Needs to buy some space though to flash forward from the Malphite with the auto attacks. But here comes the Elise with the counter gank. I say that Event Horizon is just going to keep her locked in. And she's in a spot of trouble right now, having to move out.
Yep, just an unfortunate set of circumstances, not actually predicting the Jarvan to come down bot lane that quickly. They do manage to pick up the kill on the Draven once again. At this point, they're just delaying his online time, as it were. At the moment, he doesn't have as much damage as he would like. Just 2 components of the Infinity Edge. So, feeling very unfortunate is the Jarvan.
Deja vu
the
there.
Draven.
As we saw the Event Horizon come down, but the Elise repelling out once more. Meanwhile, topside is more or less what we expected. The set is just going to abuse this lane, and a hard win against the Ornn. Looking for a bit more damage, actually forcing out the call of the Forge God. So it's a bit of a sad state of affairs here for the Ornn, having to even pop out to dissuade the re-engage coming in. And remember, the showstopper is actually going to come up pretty soon from Milagro. She could be looking for the solo kill in a couple of seconds.
He absolutely can go in for the solo kill. Can even dive this turret. Take a look at the map. The junglers were shown bot lane. This is a free lane for Milagro to continue pushing in. This is a free turret if nobody decides to come and defend it. And it's actually just going to continue hunting for the Ornn.
Wella's like, peace out, man. I'm not staying around.
I'm not dealing with this.
I've seen this movie before. I know how it ends. In fact, Milagro is still hunting for this kill here. Using the Facebreaker, trying to pull the Ornn back in, but no range available. In fact, the ward over the wall is pretty decent here, so it will spot the Ornn backing off.
What it does do, though, is it pulls the set away from the tower. And set, again, has a very quick tower take with the 1-2 punch, so... with the teleport expanded from the Ornn, there was just a lot of wasted time coming in from the set.
Ornn coming into the top side once more, but I don't think this is where you want to take the trade, buddy. A lot of damage down already. Coming back in and then dropping to a quarter. Meanwhile, the steal coming in. The Jarvan actually finding it shut down on top of him, though, is going to hurt. The Shockwave does a lot of damage, but no kills confirmed. So, a dragon stolen, but 2 kills given over. Once more, the idea is flawed here. You should not be contesting for these dragons.
Yeah, and you see how they walked in one by one. That's not how you want to go in for a fight. And, well, the Oceans are bringing life, but not so much to play loud, as it were.
And this is a sad state of affairs in the mid lane again, because now Pacific will be able to siege down the mid tier 1. They get a lot of alone time with the turret. Facebreaker in, this should be a solo kill. Looking for the damage though with the Haymaker, but not in range to connect.
Yeah, Ornn at this point is he just straight loses his lane, and you're not gonna feel very good. I don't think you get to play League of Legends at all. You're not tanky, you don't have damage, and there's not much you can do basically.
Right. And because the Orianna and Jarvan hard committed to stealing the dragon, they lose mid tier 1 because they were respawning, they weren't in range to do anything. Now Jarvan coming in, looking to supplement this, but remember, Set excels in dueling 1v2, especially with the True Grit as well as the showstopper. So thinking twice upon coming into the top lane. Is Karbi kind of afraid, in fact, to even venture to the top side?
Interesting Raptor clear once again coming from Azumiko. Yeah, like you said, Set is actually deceptively tanky, so going top with this Jarvan right now, even though he is considerably ahead, might not be the best idea.
Okay, finally clears it. Okay.
Ay.
Meanwhile, Set moving down to the river. There's actually a pretty decent ambush being set up. They're going to use the blast cone. They're going to come towards the top side. Pacific looking for the play here. Milagro is going to get knocked up, and there you go. It takes 3 members to kill the Set, but eventually we'll find it.
Yeah, that's alright, right? Orianna, all she does, because the mid lane tower is already gone, just loses another wave to the Nocturne, who by this point is actually coming quite online. I want to see if she's able to translate this lead to finding something in the bottom lane, because once again, this Raven, not having the best of days, could use a little bit more assistance from her team.
Observer kindly showing us the gold difference in the top lane. It is a whopping 1.2k, almost a BF Sword's worth of gold. Meanwhile, for all the other lanes, it's more or less even, with a small discrepancy for the Nocturne, of course. Getting the turret means you get extra 500 gold, so it's expected there. It is the first turret after all, so all things considered, by nature of just laning, Pacific finding their own advantages here in the top and mid.
Yep, we aren't going to see a bit... I don't think we're going to see much of action, actually. Now that
they will taper off.
Most of the main objectives are gone. Few more minutes, I believe, until Dragon comes up and no mid-tier 1 tower. So the main objective that you would think that these junglers, or these teams rather, will want to fight around is the Rift Herald, but neither junglers are really looking too interested. As I say that, a ping is actually coming down to start
now,
the objective.
Note that Veigar does have the teleport, so with this Rift Herald, it becomes a lot more dicier for Pacific, because at any moment, notice the Veigar can come to the top side and assist. Picking up the GLP makes it a lot more tricky as well. They're going in on the Orianna though. They use the Paranoid, they pull her back in, and this should be an easy pickup. Will be donated over to Drea. Now they're looking for a bit more. They will find the Ornn here. Showstopper is available for Milagro, but they say, you know what, it's cool. We pick up the mid laner, we get some prio in the mid lane, and now we move over to the Rift Herald.
Yeah, so now they pick up the Rift Herald, they pick up the mid lane, and at this point, I don't think you're really going to see a teleport coming out from the Veigar, because at this point, with the damage that Infinity Edge done on the Draven, if you teleport out of that lane, they just take the turret.
Have to stay to the bot side is the play now for Vayne as well as Azera. They really just have to scale up, and I'm curious to see how many stacks of AP the Veigar's picked up. It's at 118 right now, you can see, or at least on our screen we can see it's 118. So she's slowly scaling up. Might be able to get to the point of one-shotting the backline, but Rift Herald will be popped in the top side by Azumiko. When the turret's on low health, I tend to not like Rift Herald pops, because then you waste a lot of HP on a low health turret. You see, right now, 3/4 of Rift Herald's health is gone for a 200 HP turret, right? Hashtag not worth.
Yeah, Rift Herald's only good for increasing your tempo when you use it well. And, okay.
It's going to be an easy pickup coming in, although they did commit the Cataclysm as well as the Shockwave, but there was no way out from there. Second charge coming in though, so you get a bit more value there, at least. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, getting pinned under turret right now is the Draven. Oh, GLP into Event Horizon. Actually, a lot of damage. Manages to dodge away from the Dark Matter, but still gets chunked out quite a decent amount.
Yeah, I like to see the fact that Playload is actually, the Play Loud is actually setting up towards the Dragon once again. They are starting to get a little worried wait, they actually have one, so they actually just want to extend their lead rather. Not exactly wanting to stop them from taking the soul or anything. So, even so, putting down low wards, putting in a lot of vision around the Dragon Pit, always something I like to see.
I feel like if you are Play Loud at this point, you kind of just contest this Dragon, because you're at the power point already. Oh, finding the Elise might be great though. She flashes away but still gets knocked up by the Unstoppable Force. Meanwhile, the Showmaker, or Showstopper rather, pushes the Malphite into the pit. Azumiko is going to get picked up. Flashing away is Milagro. This choke is very dangerous though. To get multiple men knocked up here, and it should be a one fight coming in for PL. There is no way out, even though the Nocturne arrives a little bit late. The Set trying to turn the tables off this fight. They will just kite him out. The knockups, the knockbacks, and the kills. The True Grit though actually picks up the Jarvan on the way out, so they will be able to kite around this fight, but eventually with the multi-man knockups, they will be able to find a fight.
Yeah, that was a wonderful fight coming in, an ace even for the side of Play Loud. This is the best.
There was no Orn bit there, by the way.
Wait.
It was just a series of knockups in a choke, the Malphite, into the Orianna, into the Jarvan. It was just a wombo combo festival.
Yeah, that we were talking about in Champions Select, right? Wombo, combo, composition. They're able to pick up all the things that they want. They put on a lot of vision. They are able to take the fight on their own terms in a very, very tight choke point. They get the perfect setup for the Ocean Drake, and they do pick up their second dragon.
Right, so they will find themselves one step closer to the Ocean Soul, but like we were talking about, even before the fight broke out, I was like, they need to contest this. PL are in a power point right now. We see the Shockwave actually doing a decent amount of damage, and the comp excels at team fighting and wombo combo, so you finding the Elise early is just the bonus of that fight, right? You find the Elise, make it a lot easier for yourselves, and right there we saw the power of the wombo combo.
Wonderful part of this is the random dragon that they do have is Cloud Dragon. And with a wombo combo composition,
You want
with
the
all the
cooldown
ultimates that
reduction.
you have. Yep, exactly. You want the cooldown reduction for your ultimates. Feels very good for Play Loud right now. Securely, well not securely, a 1k advantage as it stands.
They have sort of neutralized the early deficit, finding themselves ahead now. Meanwhile, on the top side, Call of the Forge God being used. Actually, the great Phase Breaker pulling Ornn in, so she couldn't reactivate the second half of Call of the Forge God. So kind of tricky in the top side, but nice unique interaction that you can do.
Yeah, and at this point you can see that Ornn is starting to build up a bit more defensive stacks, right? Set's not doing as much damage as he used to earlier on in the lane. Obviously, a 2 damage is going to take its toll, but for now, I think Ornn is going to be pretty okay
Yeah.
staying in this lane.
Oh, coming in for the play though. They're looking for the Shockwave. Once more, missing by an inch. Meanwhile, the Showstopper pulls the Ornn back in, but Set is going to get chunked out. And this is what I'm talking about, right? When you need to build magic resist and you don't, instead you go for Black Cleaver, that sort of thing is going to happen like non-stop because they're going to shred through your health from upfront burst. The call right now for Milagro is go instant Spirit Visit. You have no choice. Get MR, gets cooldown reduction, and then try your best to duel.
Yeah, and that's obvious overconfidence coming in from the Set. I mean, you're moving up this far on your lane. You have offensive stats rather than defensive, and you don't have the backup of your jungler. You're just not respecting your opponent at that point.
Remember that's the true damage from her Haymaker actually scales with health because the amount of grid, the max amount of grid you can have is 50% of your max health, right?
Yep.
So actually building health, magic resist, and cooldown reduction is the perfect way to go. Just don't really understand why Black Cleaver is the choice here. Meanwhile, sieging onto the bot tier 1, good amount of damage down onto the Draven. Here comes the Jarvan, here comes the Malphite, and they will be able to get this because the concession is made. Draven and Karma are piecing out of here.
Yep, and we are going to see the map return to a bit more of a neutral state now. Most objectives are once again gone. I want to see whether or not Set does temper his aggression. Not looking like it though, as he actually just walks into the ultimate.
Buddy. Ignited, killed. Nicole finds the solo kill. You have to think that's overconfidence at its worst.
Where is the respect, yo? Come on, I know Set is the boss, but
Yeah.
honestly, this is just a little bit too much.
Yeah. Kind of throwing away the early lead that she solo picked up in her lane, you have to think. And let's be honest, we're not trying to hard flame people. We are calling, out the play as it is. And right there, the obvious or at least safe play is just to kind of build more defensive stats and play safe. Play the side lane, but in this case, you get caught out once, twice. A lot of your side lane power has been forfeited, at least.
It was a mistake, right? And the important thing when it comes to these mistakes is you have to learn from it. First death, okay, never mind. You walk back up, you die again. Hopefully now the Set understands that, hey, I don't have defensive stats. I can't walk this far up in my lane without any backup. Hopefully plays a little bit safer. You can see he's actually going towards bot side now.
Looking for the Trinity Force, so they will be playing the side lane set here with the teleport. So I think Baron is the next objective. At least they're threatening the top side, saying, we have the strength on the bot half. You guys need to send someone to deal with this guy.
Take a look how dark the map is at this point for Pacific. A bit of a pause. Not actually sure if there's going to be a fight here.
It's a bit of screen lag, but like you were saying earlier to your point, right? No vision whatsoever.
Yeah.
So they will be having to check into not just this wombo combo composition, but also a lot of area control. We're talking about this, the Vigar, the Orianna. You don't want to walk into a confined space with these guys setting up the play already.
Yeah, especially when you did point out the next objective on the map for the taking is actually the Baron.
Oh,
so
the question mark pigs.
I think this Elise has actually been tilted since Raptor. So honestly, at this point, I'm not surprised.
No,
I'm
it's
just
cool, it's cool, yeah.
disappointed.
Oof, big oof indeed. Vigar slowly stacking up those AP stacks on the 175 is the number right now. So getting up there. We're getting up there.
And the ward is cleared. So once again, we return to darkness and another fight in the bot side.
Landing the knockup, bouncing the set up once more, using the ultimate and actually getting denied. Wow, great piece of play coming in from Will. I'm not sure if you saw that, but she used the W to deny the showstopper. Meanwhile, coming in for the gank on the top half is going to be a Nocturne finding the kill on the Veigar. And now they have to kite away because they lost the awesome dude. They don't really have enough sustained damage to take this fight. I say that, Orianna actually chunking them out for quite a bit. Can they chase down though? Here comes the teleport in from the backline. Might be the Ornn arriving now. They overextended a bit too much. Pacific having to back up. The Ornn does not have the Call of the Forge God though, but they will find the Karma with the burst damage coming in from the Orianna.
That was a very interesting fight. I'm not...
Emphasis on the int.
Yeah, the main point I wanted to bring across was actually the vision line because Set once again was overconfident. I think the mid lane play was just a little bit too much as well coming in from the side of Pacific. Not exactly sure why they decided, why the call was to actually go back in when Orianna is still there with a lot of health and a lot of damage. But at the end of the day, they just trade their lives for nothing at all. And PlayLoud is going to secure the dragon as well.
Well, and I'm feeling super confident in this matchup, picking up a few items of her own. And like I was saying earlier before the fight broke out in the top half, there's this unique interaction between the Showstopper as well as the Ornn W. So the Bellows Breath makes you unstoppable, right? You basically cannot get CC'd. And because she cast at the same time that Set used the ultimate, she wasn't picked up. And that was like awesome because then you deny the damage of a big tanky target landing on top of your teammate. In order for the damage, that AoE CC damage to come in, the person has to be picked up. Ornn is just like, I am playing 4D chess right now. I know what's up. You guys can't really win this matchup anymore.
Oh man, the small micro maneuvers coming from the Ornn, very commendable. As the spell shield actually negating the Jarvan jump as well, so Nocturne does get out alive.
Was their plan all along? Just scaring the Nocturne away, using the Call of the Forge God to re-engage though, trying to pick off the Nocturne, but to no avail. Of course, being a bit greedy there, you have to think. Meanwhile, on the top side, Set is going to trade an inner turret for an inner turret.
Yep, that will be a turret trade like you said. Oh, they're going in again.
Going in once more, looking for the Ornn, but that's not the target you want. Extremely tanky and able to soak damage is this top laner. Weller will take the CC and back off. Meanwhile, Elise actually rotating to mid tier 2 and opening up the map a bit more.
Yeah, at this point, I think if you're Pacific, you just have to play the macro game, right? Honestly, right now, PlayLoud, they have a lot of defensive stats. They don't really have offensive stats, interestingly enough. So it's just like, if you're Pacific, you're punching a brick wall, and they're not really punching back. So at some point, this Veigar is going to start ramping up to that high damage profile. But until then, or even after then, I think Pacific, they can, if they're able to split up the map, they should be able to take a lot more targets.
You're 100% right on that. Like, your idea here is definitely to play the side lanes because you can't play the team fights. Their wombo combo is just way too strong. We saw the impact of that earlier, right? So allow Milagro to play the side lanes, you know, force members of PlayLoud to come and commit resources into dealing with this split pushing set. We saw how it required at least 2 to 3 members to even pin down the set, right? So play the side lanes, understand that your value is in just splitting the map open and playing the side lanes.
Yep, good stuff coming in from PlayLoud at the moment, just pushing the vision line up even to make sure that if they do decide to start up this Baron, it's gonna be pretty much blackness for Pacific to come in and contest. So and good vision wards coming in.
There's no clean way for them to check this apart from using the Elise W, the volatile spiders, I believe, is because unlike the Orianna who has the ball, you know, there's really no clean way, the Jarvan Demacians there, there's no clean way for them to check. So like you mentioned, completely dark on the top quadrant forces them to sort of move in apprehensively to clear vision out.
Yeah, and at this point you have to begin to wonder if Pacific, they do decide to go for these fights again, right? I'm not sure where the damage is going to be coming from. This Draven has not been able to pop off, has died a lot actually, has lost a lot of stacks. So at this point, not exactly doing as much damage as would be necessary for a successful team fight. And
the major problem is the Draven can't walk in.
Yeah.
The threat of area control is just so high on the PlayLoud side that Draven's like, I can't even move into range to auto attack, right? So you have to back off, you have to consistently reassess the threat level of what is out, what area control spells have been cast already.
Interested to see whether or not Pacific is going to be able to sniff out that they are actually starting the Baron at this point.
Going out very slowly though.
It's going very slowly, but the fact that Ornn and Orianna are still showing mid lane right now
is smart. will eventually be sniffed out though as they put the ward across the wall, and Elise is in range, does not have the flash just yet, but will have the repel to get into this pit if she needs to. Now they have full vision, they will even pop the Scryer's Bloom to see this. It's down to 5k health. What is the call here coming in from PlayLoud? Do they commit to finishing this off, or do they back out of this one? Milagro does have the teleport to join in. Remember, the set arriving in this fight will be a big problem for them.
There we go.
In fact, here we go, coming in for this fight. Call of the Forge got baiting out the teleport. They will not be able to use the second recast though, so that is a big issue. Now comes the paranoia from the Nocturne. Does not want to activate it to dive into the backline just yet. In fact, just using it for the CC, buying space for her team. A great cocoon on the front line will stop the ensuing chase, and they will reset the Baron. They spend a lot of resources committing the teleport from set to deny this, but at the end they'll just go back to a stalemate.
Ooh, very spicy dance back and forth around the Baron pit. I think that teleport, especially coming in from the set, that was the go button.
Yeah.
I think they just pressed it way too soon. The Baron was not fully committed to yet. It was still at about 2k health.
5k, I believe.
Around 5k,
Yeah.
2 to 5k. So PlayLoud was actually able to just disengage from the teleport, and that is, like you said, a very expensive cooldown wasted on the side of Pacific.
And because they did play that sort of in and out, will they, won't they game, you expend the teleport from the set, so now the set cannot play silence anymore. You can't comfortably go to bot lane and say, I'm going to split push 24/7, because Baron is now a problem. Speaking of objectives though, Ocean Dragon will be started up. Shockwave from Nicole is going to whiff, and this should be them claiming this. I say that though, Milagro coming in, they're looking for the steal. A great show. Oh my goodness, the steal coming in was not successful in the end though. They will pick up the fight on the back, and look at the Draven. No space whatsoever, having to flash out, getting knocked out once more. And like we said, the area control just too strong coming in from PlayLoud. Maximum grit achieved from the set, looking for the damage. Will use the Haymaker though to knock members off the map, but eventually the knockups are too good, and PlayLoud will be able to claim that fight. Just the area control, we saw Draven getting pinned down consistently, and there's no way out.
And welcome to the Bouncy Castle, welcome to Knockup Land. And at this point, honestly, you have so many good dragons on the side of PlayLoud. You have you have Ocean Soul and the cooldown reduction. This is the best possible result coming in for the side of this wombo combo composition. They do pick up the dragon, and now they are going to pick up the Baron.
Apart from a miracle steal coming in from Hackduck here, I highly doubt they will be able to get this. It's going to take an empowered Q to somehow steal it away, but even then, there is the ball being put there, there's the shockwave available, so they will not want to be tempting fate here. In fact, not even connecting on the angle there, so it will be taken away by blue team here. PlayLoud picking up the Baron buff for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, at this point, PlayLoud looking comfortably in the lead. I don't see any way for them to really lose this game, except unless they make several mistakes. So right now, the ball is in their court. It's up to them to decide how they want to end this up.
And if we look back at this game and like where it all went wrong, right? We were talking about how Elise should have pathed to the bot side a lot more and helped reinforce the Draven lane, because the early lead was actually picked up by Set solo.
Yeah.
Whereas Jarvan was 24/7 sitting on bot lane, camping the Draven Karma, making sure that there were no aggressive moves being made by the bot lane, the traditional bot lane, right? All they had to do was neutralize the Draven's threat, and then boom, you have the power to team fight with a reduced Draven with the ability to knock everyone up.
And there was a point that I brought up, right? That once you win topside, you really just hard win the lane, unless the junglers really start focusing you. And the fact is, in this game, they didn't, right?
Yeah.
And the only reason why this set is not popping off, has not popped off rather, is the fact that she did actually go for these overconfident plays, did actually die 2-3 times, and now it's just really thrown away any lead that she could possibly have had.
Event Horizon being used to zone the members of Pacific away. You can see Set is actually looking in the corner for a showstopper play coming in. Angle is not available yet though, so very tricky for Milagro to get into the thick of things. I have to see if the flank pays off. She's still sitting on the corner of this fight, actually being driven away right now by Azaria. Pulling her in with the face breaker, actually might have the angle here. Jumping in, Call of the Force God being used. Actually, a great Cataclysm knocking 2 members in, and with the Unstoppable Force as well as the Shockwave. See you later. Not playing this anymore. You guys are out of this fight and probably out of this game.
I was gonna say that they're fine just sitting there letting the big minions chunk out the objectives, but I guess when you're this far ahead, you just go in, take the fight, get the clean kills.
That is
and just end the game.
Such a beautiful fight coming in. You have to think that it couldn't have gone any other way with the wombo combo, right? Cataclysm into 2, boom, Unstoppable Force into Shockwave. Simple execution, clean, low margin for error. PlayLoud, pick up the game.
Yep, and what can I say? looked a little shaky in the early game when the set decided to pick up a few kills on the Ornn, but at the end of the day, they pick up the slack. They play to their win condition, and they managed to pick up very late, clean team fights. At the end of the day, they win the game.
I feel like that's what you pick the Ornn for, though. It's like, it's okay if you lose the lane a bit.
Okay.
When you arrive in team fights, your ability to just juggle them in the air 24/7 and be just this frontline menace, disallowing people to walk in, that's the threat.
That is true.
Your team fighting threat is just so high that people can't do anything. And we take a look at the damage graphs, actually. We do have the numbers on our screen. I'm not sure if we can put it up, but Orianna actually did majority of the damage for them. It was these wombo combo fights where Cataclysm layered into Unstoppable Force, into Shockwave, just burst members down so quickly, and there's no response. If you're Draven getting caught in a Cataclysm, you just, you know what, walk away from the screen, go to the toilet, get a cup of coffee, because you're not playing League of Legends for the next 40 seconds.
Feels super bad, man. And you can see that the awesome dude Veigar didn't actually do all that much
Event Horizon
damage.
value,
Yeah,
I guess.
I guess that's the only reason you pick the champion, for the win condition.
Yeah.
Off the wombo combo once again. But yeah.
With
Cool.
that, I think we will see play out moving forward. Unfortunately for Pacific, the draft was there, the idea was there, execution leaving a little to be desired. With that, guys, we will be going for a short break, and when we come back, we have the next match for you. We will try to get the brackets up, you know, inform you a bit more about the state of things as we go on. But for now, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our second match for today, or at least our second match for today. It is the FSL League of Legends Philippines qualifiers. We have so far already gone through the Vietnam qualifiers, we've gone through the Thai qualifiers, and today's our third qualifier. Of course, we still do have Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia in the upcoming weeks, but for now, let's pay some more attention to our current matchup. It's going to be Liab Halia on the blue side and the opposition right now. I feel like we were joking about the name Sanzu, and then like we were all making like ooh sounds, and I'm like, nah, man, that's not gonna fly.
All right.
Right now in the draft, we see the Orianna, Lucian, and Cassiopeia banned out. Insta-lock Ornn as well as Nami. The Ornn is no surprise for me, but meanwhile on the opposite side, Set, Garen, as well as Morgana. We get the MF Leona bot lane, which is in my books rather OP.
Yep, both these champions looking pretty strong at the moment in this current patch, especially Miss Fortune. I have her in my S tier of AD carries. I think Leona right now is just shutting down a lot of choices coming from the side of
Smart
Liab.
that they banned the Morgana as well if they wanted the Leona. The interesting thing as well is that Jarvan was left open, so if you can pick up Jarvan to round out this first draft, you actually get a pretty decent setup for wombo combos. And I might say that in a very loose sense for wombo combo because it's more of area control, and like, that term sounds cliched, overused from us, but the goal of playing these compositions is that it's very simple to execute. Very low margin for error. All you have to do is literally shout who you want to CC, and everyone is just going to focus that guy and play around CC and controlling the area. There you go, the Jarvan ban, because they know they have Leona, they have MF, Jarvan just makes it too easy, Orianna makes it too easy. We have to take away these champions that can control areas.
Yeah, Jarvan at this in this current patch is actually, I think, the strongest jungler. So the fact that you don't pick it up in the first rotation just shows to me that I don't think you're really ready to play it. So the fact that it got banned away, probably for the best coming in from the side of Liab, because I think honestly, if Sanzu picked up the Jarvan instead of the Ahri there, I think they would have just straight up won the draft at that point.
You would have had a very strong opening draft, and maybe they just prioritize the Ahri a lot more. I think we've seen the value of the Ahri quite a bit in FSL in general.
Yeah,
right? I think as a whole, the whole competition does enjoy playing the Ahri, and we saw a Zac hover there. More recently in Korean solo queue, I've been looking at Conqueror top lane Zac a lot. It's actually been pretty powerful. It could still be a jungle pick, don't get me wrong. You can still play Conqueror Zac in the jungle, but of course it is a flex pick. You have to remember that now.
Yeah. And yeah, we do see a Zac. We haven't seen Zac, I think, ever in FSL.
Yeah, at least not in
recent
the,
memory.
the recent memory, yeah. But meanwhile, we see the Varus here. So Varus Nami bot lane. This is a kind of feels bad matchup in my head because you have no mobility on your AD carry, and most instances, if you play with a Nami, you want someone that can stand in front of her to sort of soak the aggression if the Leona jumps on you. In my head, I was going to think Ezreal Nami, right? So if the Leona jumps you, you just essence shift away and then your backline is safe still. In this case, you kind of have to bite the bullet. It's either Nami or Varus that eats the CC, and one of you probably will die.
Yeah, the idea of Nami really is just to cancel the Miss Fortune ultimate whenever it comes down, but the fact that you do lock in Varus, the point that I wanted to bring across earlier was that once you pick in Leona, your enemy doesn't really get the chance to go for immobile AD carries.
Right.
No Aphelios, and that also means no Varus. So
yeah, for sure.
picking this with support that isn't really going to be able to protect you, this is not Humkench, so it's not ideal, but if you're able to get a hit, that's still, sure, I guess.
Yeah. To touch a little bit more about the teams coming in, though, there is some sort of history behind them. Liab Halia, of course, were our previous FSL Philippine representatives. They made it all the way to FSL Elite. They didn't have the best placings, though, unfortunately, but they are still kind of back in this time with a couple of changes to their roster. We do see a few new names in the form of Yoon and Rox. I believe then Fofi and Jones were on the original roster, the last split, as it were. Meanwhile, on the SNZ side, Missy Hobbs was a OG. She was on Barcy Esports in the first iteration of FSL Elite, and she's sort of bringing her veteran experience in FSL over to this new lineup, which is a mishmash, as it were. It's a new roster on a whole, right? These players haven't played together in FSL at all, so there is some sort of veteran leadership in the form of this roster. Both these teams coming in extremely comfortable, I think, at least playing in FSL. In terms of expectations, it's a lot higher for me, looking at these teams.
Yeah, veteran leadership. I like hearing that. I like the fact that FSL has come so far. We even have I think offline venue for Filipino.
Oh, yeah, shout out to our offline venue, TechTide, I believe, for hosting and allowing the FSL girls to kind of go there and compete on the spot on the venue. I think at the end of the day, FSL in itself a community event, right? Being in a net cafe, a PC bang, a LAN shop, whatever you want to call it, and playing a qualifier with all your competitors around you, that's like peak gamer feels. I love that. Ever since I've tried it the first time, playing just for random community tournaments. That feeling is so awesome when you're just watching and playing in front of your competitors.
100%. Yeah, feels good that FSL has come so far, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But to focus in back on these drafts, I think we talked about a bit of wombo combo. I think both these teams have the ability to execute on that composition.
Yeah.
When you have Ornn and you have the Mordekaiser, I think obviously that is something that you want to look at. Both these champions are disruptors. Both want to disrupt team
very
fights.
frustrating.
So yeah.
In addition to that as well, we do see a pseudo wombo combo, right? So
Yeah.
maybe we should avoid using it with pseudo. There is synergy, right? Obviously with the Ornn as well as the Rumble, you layer both the Call of the Forge God as well as the Equalizer on top of each other. You have a lot of crowd control in terms of creating space and denying space. So this comp though, the crux of damage is still going to be the Varus, it's still going to be the Rumble. The Ornn is there just to disrupt, like you would say. Provide cover, be the strong front line for the team, provide CC. Whereas on the opposite side, if we look at the lineup coming in for Sanzu, the damage spread is actually pretty fair. There's MF, Ari, and Mordekaiser that all want to get a lion's share of the gold and, up the stakes, deal damage for the team. Whereas the Leona and the Zac are purely facilitators. So we do have a three-threat composition versus a two-threat composition, as it were.
Yeah, and once again, I want to focus in on the junglers. I think, again, junglers, high tempo is the name of the game, so very important to see whether this Elise is going to be better than, last game's Elise.
Ooh, yeah.
Nominally.
We did have some very objectively harsh remarks. And I say objectively harsh in the sense that we were criticizing about how the jungle pathing could have been better. Because unofficially, the most efficient path has been established. It's buff, gromp. In any sort of twisty variation, it could be buff, gromp, buff, but essentially take these three camps, hit level 3 very quickly and start ganking lanes. We saw that with the Jarvan earlier. The moment level 3, boom, go to bot lane, make sure something happens, right? Farming camps after level 3 has diminishing returns because of the low EXP gains as well as how poorly you can then transition to ganking.
If I see this Elise go Raptors after it, I'm going to
just
lose
skip Raptors, yeah, just don't do Raptors.
I'm going to tilt.
I feel like if you do Raptors, you are like either super confident that you know how to juggle the aggro properly, and in which case you're professional at least. It's fine. You don't have to worry. You're super confident. Otherwise, it just signals to me that you're not confident or comfortable on playing this matchup, as we are having a bit of an overlay thing. I feel like we are part of the game now. This is us in the loading screen.
Yes. Whoa, okay. I didn't notice that.
Oh, but real quick load into the game, so we should be jumping in relatively soon. You can't see it on your screen just yet, but we do have it up. And right now, just taking a look at the overall keystones. Anything strike you as surprising? Anything untoward that you think, wow, this isn't the pickup I would go for?
What am I looking at?
Keystones.
No? Is that the correct answer?
Okay, I'll give you a hint. The Ari has taken Glacial Augment instead of the classic Electrocute. So in this matchup, it's actually really good against the Rumble. It's not untoward. It's just a good adaptation, right?
Yeah.
Ari into melee matchups, having the Glacial Augment makes your opponent want to F4, just rage quit. It's the most frustrating thing to play against. I've tried it a few times. It just auto you have like a 20% slow, and they throw all of Deception, guaranteed hit. You just don't want to play the game. It's the worst.
The question was, what would I not want to take? Come on.
Okay, maybe it was a trick question. I'm like one of those like GCSE O levels, like if Tim has 4 apples.
Oh man, what the heck? Alright, ping's coming down across the map. Nothing too interesting. Actually, we are going to see a bit of a 5-stack.
Okay.
And, movement speed buff for everyone on the map for a moment there. Okay, Elise, a little aggressive here.
Okay. They will spot out the Ari rotating across, so some early advanced information being given over, but the ward over the wall actually will not see the Zac just yet. They will know that there is a ward just behind the rip buff, so Zakia here moving over to the red will have the help of the Mordekaiser, and let me tell you bro, Mordekaiser leashes are devastatingly strong, because all you need is 3 autos, you get that Darkness Riser circle, which does percentage health damage. It's the most sick leash you can ever give anyone.
Okay, so it is starting red. Please no Raptors.
Okay, look at this. Look at the DPS. It's the percentage damage. It's so busted. It's actually quicker than the ADC and support leash, by the way.
This is amusing you a lot.
I'm just thinking like the numbers of Mordekaiser is just broken. So I'm just like, oh man, why is this champion still available in the game? Just outright ban it or just remove it. It's so dumb.
He was last pick went through the entire champion select and
Okay.
managed to pick it at the last rotation.
Okay.
Okay.
Then here actually doing the Crux pretty well. She's juggling the aggro quite well, in fact. So using the smite to get the big one, but right now we'll be picking up most of the camps here. You can ignore the next last two small ones. They actually don't do anything, but it's okay. You can clean out the camp. It's fine. Now move
free
over
gold.
to the bot side is Zach actually doing a 3 camp clear here before moving over to blue. But I highly doubt you get level 3 off this, so you still will have to either leech EXP or move to your next camp.
Yep, we'll just have to wait and see. I don't think you do it.
Yeah, I don't think you
Yeah.
do. Just because Raptors give too little gold.
Okay.
Too little EXP rather.
So Elise is actually moving up towards the top side right now. And from all the wards that I can see and the fact that she has picked up Sweeper, I
She
think
gets
she
three
wants
here.
to go for an early gank.
Probably wants to activate something early on, but she doesn't have the mana to do so. We'll have to finish this off and yeah, pick up level 3 here.
Into
you-
Grom. Yeah.
If you are Elise, just take a look at your lanes right now. Only bot lane is pushed in, but because you path bot to top, you can't hit the MF Leona lane, right?
Yep.
So Ornn is pushed up, Rumble is pushed in, but you don't have follow-up CC, and this is too big of a wave to gank. There's like 8 mid-range minions right now. You just can't give it over, right? So if you do the Grom, it's fine. You get extra EXP, and then now you can transition over to guaranteeing you get the Scuttle Crab. So junglers have more or less split the map, as it were, in terms of strength. Zac is going to be playing bottom half, looking to reinforce the bot lane, whereas Elise has to secure the top half.
Yep, securing each Scuttle Crab are the junglers. I think the idea coming from the Elise was in fact to early gank. I mean, the setup for it was perfect. But unfortunately, I don't think that that idea was communicated very well to the teammates because, as you said, all lanes have actually pushed up or had 2 big minion waves, so unable to capitalize on the early build.
Yeah, Rox here getting cut out of the mid wave, so we'll have to walk in and take a good deal of damage. If she gets charmed up, it's going to be quite disastrous, but you see Hops just using the autos only, not really expanding any mana whatsoever. We see Elise hovering on the side though. There is no camps to speak of just yet. It will be respawning in less than 10 seconds. So we might see junglers match each other as Zakia moves over. Might just find a steal here on the Raptors.
Yep, tempo trade coming in from both sides, just splitting the map. Like you said, this is a bit more vertical jungling. Call back to Season 9. This Mordekaiser is looking pretty low, and he's not backing, and Elise is a very good diver.
Yeah, as long as they don't die to this dive, they should actually be great by actually coming with the flash as well as the autos. Oh my goodness. Like you were saying, Elise is a magnificent diver, and that was the window for them to force it. Now, Mordekaiser is going to miss out on a huge wave. If you just look at the top lane, there's a wave and a half that's going down right now. If they can clear this, get the plates, teleporting in might be a bit more dangerous still.
Yeah, they aren't going to pick up a plate though, so they actually might. And Elise is actually going to back. So not much of a threat coming in now that the Mordekaiser has teleported back in, so not too much gold lost, but giving away first blood is still not something you want to do.
Problem is the Mordekaiser is going to hit level 6 later than the Ornn and does not have TP. So if Jones wants to make a play on the bot side and force things and reverse situations, suddenly the top lane strength becomes a global strength.
And we do have to keep in mind that the Elise is now on the 1 kill, so pretty much stronger than the Zac, especially in the early game. Elise is of course an early game jungler, so her impact on the map now has to increase. He has to continue looking for advantages elsewhere, hopefully now looking towards the bot side.
So hit level 6, the wave is
Okay.
in a weird position, so you can't force the all in, of course. You can still chunk the Mordekaiser out, you just don't want to waste your ultimate for that. You do have kill threat, like I mentioned earlier, in the bot side if you make a teleport play happen. The ward right there, the MF Leona has just crossed, is actually a great ward for TP flank.
Okay, looking at both junglers right now since the dragon has actually come online. You would think that Sun Tzu has the advantage over the objective, but we are going to see Elise jump over and clear a bit of vision.
Oh, there you go, the teleport flank, like we mentioned earlier, they're forcing this play. Call of the Forge God is available, but they will not use it. In fact, they were just afraid that Elise was going to get capitalized on. Right now you can see the top lane wave is actually manipulated to push in, so this Ornn is not losing anything by being here. In fact, this is a great strength that they can use to force the fight. They forced the knockups on 2 members and now they're going back in. Not really landing the chain CC though as Zac comes in. There was a bit of a mismanaged call coming in from the side of the Yap. You could see the call was to go in, they forced it, but they weren't juggling the CC properly.
Yeah, and you would think that if that gank had gone well, they could have capitalized that into a jungle, into a dragon clear rather. But unfortunately, a few whiffed abilities means that they don't actually manage to do that. They give Mordekaiser a free push, and now he's gonna get a bit of an equalized, a bit of an opportunity to equalize the goal in this top side by taking a plate.
Here's the thing though, the fact that they are playing to the right calls right now, understanding that top power can be translated to the bot half, is still a good fundamental understanding of League of Legends. It's just the execution that leaves a bit to be desired, which is fine. You can always practice and work on execution. The fundamentals of the game is there for them right now. So if you can display this level of fundamentals at the start, it's always a good sign. Moving forward, slowly advancing, it's a good sign.
Okay, we're gonna see the junglers with the help of their lanes actually now pushing in towards each other, setting up vision yet again for the dragon. So
this is an ocean, so you roll the odds. From now on, you won't have a ocean roll for the next, the consecutive after the second one. So I feel like depending on your RNG, the consistent drakes might be what makes or breaks the game. Because looking at the composition, if you get a row of Infernals for the side of Lieb as well as Senzu, both of them really want the Infernals right now.
Yeah. Well, you get Infernal Soul. So
Infernal
I guess
Soul
that's
is
a
like,
plus.
it's chef's kiss value for this team.
Okay, we did see Rift Herald actually appear and a ping coming down, a missing ping, so we are gonna see possibly the map split, vision split from both the Dragon and the Rift Herald, as both teams begin to set up for either objective.
Interesting that Varus did opt for the BF sword, not the Blade of the Ruin King build. So it might indicate that they're moving towards the Essence Reaver crit Varus, which is not super ideal. I feel like with the Mordekaiser and Zac, which are tanky, and the Leona to a certain extent, you want the percentage health damage from the Blade of the Ruin King into the Guinsus.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% agree. And actually, not now that you brought that up, I'm actually pretty interested to see where this goes, because I think with this build, it's actually just going to be objectively just weaker.
It delays your power spike for sure, right? And your comp with Ornn and Rumble loves to fight at level 11, loves to fight at your 1.5 item spike. Especially with Ornn almost finishing the Abyssal Mask, Rumble already pick up the Haunting Guys. The moment you finish off Blade of the Ruin King, that's power right there. Essence Reaver, not so much.
Is this experimentation we are seeing?
It's FSL. The ladies are known to be a bit more creative, as it were.
Creative Whiffed Arrow into the back from the Varus as well. They're actually just being shoved. They're actually just being pushed away from the wave right now. The threat of the Leona once again on this immobile AD carry is just a little too strong for them to walk up and farm. So Sanzu just having the opportunity to freeze the wave right there.
The problem is because they know, at least it's been reviewed that Ornn doesn't have teleport, and right now you will see the Elise on the top side. They can continue this freeze in the bot lane, but meanwhile again coming in, great flash from the Mordekaiser. Endeavor manages to get out. Number 2 pro hero will be able to dodge away from the fire. I don't know if you watch My Hero Academia, but bit of a weep reference for you right there.
Alright, well, Elise is, I believe, actually going to start out the Rift Herald, and it's going to be an objective trade. Sun Tzu is actually going to go for the Ocean Dragon. So, yeah, not too much loss for either team. I think both of them are pretty happy with what they got off the back of that trade.
That's the best way to put it, right? Because so much value was being put in the bot lane by MF and Leona. They froze the wave, they built a big stack, and then they shoved it in, moved to the dragon. That's textbook play. The response here from Liab is actually great as well, because they concede bot side, they pick up this Rift Herald, and if they can capitalize on the Mordekaiser, it will be great as well, because then you can transition to dropping Rift Herald top lane to opening up the map. Early dragons, individual random dragons, are not as good as the consistent same dragons later on.
That's a big debate, right? Whether you go for the first two or you go for the later. I think you believe
I strongly believe in Rift Herald.
Okay.
Rift Herald
see a pause as well.
Gives you not only the timing for the second one if you pick up early Rift Herald, it also opens the map and gives you turret gold and ambient gold. And early gold is just so good nowadays, because the moment you hit your item spikes, you devalue what your opponents have. Imagine picking up item spike before MF and suddenly she can't team fight because she doesn't have Essence Reaver. That is insane.
Yeah, but the important thing when you have the Rift Herald, right, is it's harder to execute than just taking the dragon and, hey, I got a buff. So the question now comes down to where you put it down, where you want to get that advantage. And I think you were talking about putting in the bot lane, getting the Varus a hit, and, increasing the power spike because he did go for the BF sword, right? So I think that's one avenue. But it looks like they are actually going to focus to top side, take out
Hop is fine as well. If you can find a Mordekaiser kill, actually a teleport coming in, it's going to be Missy Hops that arrives, Death Realm being used to throw Jones into the arena of Doom. And Doom it will be for the Ornn. Meanwhile, Dead kiting around here. I don't think you want to stick around, buddy. You might just want to repel out. Charm is still available for Missy Hop. She's kiting, and here comes the flash out from the Elise. Managing to land the Charm though, and the pullback in Death's Grasp will give the kill over to Missy Hops. And that's how you play the 2v2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting the teleport coming in from the RE. Just a little unexpected, so not exactly able to capitalize on the Mordekaiser. Like we said, no Rift Herald coming down in the top side. Instead, it's going to be Mordekaiser pushing up that wave and taking yet more tower plating, equalizing the goal even further. It actually might be a goal advantage now with the CS and the kills in his pocket.
For sure, if she manages to grab a turret plate, that's a gold advantage. But meanwhile, Solafred coming in, forcing a double flash. Zac didn't get the memo though, so we'll go in with the elastic slingshot. Meanwhile, the CC coming in, the let's bounce, the bullet time. We'll pick up the kill on Yun, and 4B will fall down next. Counter gang coming in from Den with the equalizer is just burning them, the red carpet. They cannot stand on this anymore. They're flashing forward to get the double. But meanwhile, Rumble joining the fight will get kited out. You have to think the CC should be enough here as the Flame Spirit comes through. They're kiting the damage around. They're buying space for Zakia to sort of respawn and collect herself. And with that, they will pick up 3 very quick kills in the bot half.
Yeah, immobile AD carries meet Leona and Zac, I guess. That's not what you want, and Ari is gonna...
Oh man, the GLP,
dive.
the flash, the charm, and the orb on the return. Missy House makes it look too easy right there.
Man, that's a 4k gold advantage in the pocket of Sanzubu now against Liab. They're actually gonna pick up more camps in the jungle here, so heavy advantage over to the side of Sanzubu once again. Interesting to see whether or not Liab is going to be able to come back from this deficit.
I think the early moves on the map were right. It's just that when it comes to execution, they seem to have gone a bit awry after failing to make the play earlier with Ornn.
Yeah, so like you said, the fundamentals are there, right? It's execution that's lacking. Probably not enough practice, I guess.
Maybe. It's hard to say as a caster objectively, or like, oh,
yeah,
the misexecution is due to practice. Maybe it's just a miscall. In the heat of the moment, you miscalled it.
That's
it's
fair.
fine. But now you have to see whether they can go back to basics and apply those fundamentals, because you still have a bit of a tempo sync or tempo boost in the form of the Rift Herald, as it were. You could still drop it in the top lane before the Rift turret platings go down to get some gold for your team. It's just whether they can utilize that properly.
Yep, we are going to see a bit of skirmish towards top side. Elise is here though, and Mordekaiser doesn't know it. Ari is ready to respond though. She really wants to go up on this.
I think they want to pop the Rift Herald here.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah, they have to use it before the turret plates go down. They might not even get a full charge off this though, actually, because there's only 2 seconds left. It still has to arm, and yep, they're not even going to get the goal right now. So that is an unfortunate use of the Rift Herald. They don't get the turret plates, they don't even get the structure, and now the tempo booster that they have is just going to go sideways. Call of the Forge God being used. Zakia might be the focus, instead they knock up Missy Hops. The Zac is in the middle of the fight, but that's not who you want. Meanwhile, the equalizer being laid down, Death Realm being used as well. They're chasing down onto Zakia. The targets are being split up. Zac will get out of this fight. Meanwhile, Den is taking the 1v3 against the Mordekaiser, who has overcommitted. Will find 1 kill before she goes down. I say go down. She's still very hardy at this point. With the joining in of Missy Hops, it might be a bit difficult, but they will bait out the Ari, and she will rejoin the fight before the kill goes over the way of the Rumble.
Alright, we're going to see a few misplays, or rather we did see a few misplays coming in from both sides. I think Sanzu able to pick up a few kills, but then answered coming in from the side of Liab. So a bit of an equal fight, very messy as it were, so not much of an advantage going either way.
It is traded. Meanwhile, Chains of Corruption being used, tidal wave knocking Hey up, and you have to think that's an overextension. The moment the support leaves the lane, you have no business just sticking around it. I think Missy Hops dying in the top half meant that bot was completely free to be aggressive.
Yeah, and there was just a miscommunication coming in from the side of the bot lane. Like you said, the support wasn't there. Leona is actually, I think, the only reason you win that trade against the immobile Varus and the Nami. Once it's just a misfortune there.
Right.
Putting down the ultimate, Nami can just cancel it. There's not much else you can do except for die.
So they're doing the Storm Razor Varus, which is not something I've ever seen actually.
Same.
This is literally a new build, I would consider. The interaction, of course, is that Varus has one of the longer ranges when it comes to auto attack. So it's like why you build Storm Razor on Caitlyn, right? Because of your long range, you get very free auto attack slows. It's a very heavy slow on Storm Razor, so I do see the value. It's just that the synergy-wise against the composition of your opponents might not be the best. I would have gone so far as to say like Wit's End is great as well, because they are majority AP.
Is Wit's first item a thing
Not
in AD
anymore
carries now?
Oh, hold on, getting caught by the Cocoon, having to use the Spirit Rush to get out. Missy Hop now will not be available to rejoin in this fight, so at best it's gonna be a 4v5 if Endeavor TP's in.
Yeah, good as engage from the Dragon coming in from the side of Sanzu. I think the idea was to have Liab, funnel into that choke point and have the Ari, who's actually pretty strong right now, to be that sort of flanking on the back of the fight. But at the end, they actually managed to find out the Ari in that bush, pushes her away, and that just nullifies any sort of engage potential that Sanzu would have from that baited Dragon.
Yeah, as long as you land these cocoons on the flanking targets, be it the Mordekaiser, hold on, a lot of damage down the Aqua Prison is gonna lock her up and cancel the bullet time, and once more, hell, overextending. This is the second time in lane she has been caught alone and gone down for it.
Yeah, and they pay for that with Liab just taking away the Cloud Dragon. I mean, there's no real explanation for why she should be there when the Leona is nowhere near the lane, so...
This signals to me, from an objective standpoint, that the AD and support are not on the same page.
Yeah,
because normally the call is, I'm gonna go roam, you be very careful because you are extremely immobile and they can CC you. Speaking of CC, Flash Cocoon, Call of the Forge God. If they layer this perfectly, it might just be enough to find Missy Hops, but the Equalizer will cook her alive. Barbecued Ari on the menu tonight, boys. They will be able to transition over to the top side for the second repair of this game.
Clean Flash Cocoon engage. Huge respect to that. Now they do manage to pick up the Rift Herald like you said. They weren't able to take too much from the first one. Hopefully they do manage to, sort of force more damage to come out second.
Have to be very careful because AD support still in the bot side.
Oh, yeah.
Fofi and Yun nowhere near this area to provide reinforcement. In fact, if you think about the macro play that can be made here, by drawing them to the top side, you buy space for the Varus and army to siege down the bot tier 1. You could forfeit the Rift Herald here if you open up this bot half of the map. But you're losing a lot of pressure in the mid lane as well. You can see the MF and Leona pushing down, chipping away at that turret as well.
Yeah, I actually don't even think they know that the Rift Herald's being taken. They have no vision anywhere near that objective. So Ornn's actually going to spot it out here, but not much he can do with priority in the mid lane going over to Sanzu. So if he oversteps here, can actually get collapsed upon very quickly.
They don't have the wave. They don't have any sort of advanced inside track to this. So they will be caught off guard here, getting charmed up. Rumble, though, does have the Equalizer if they want to force this fight. Has to put it inside the pit. Otherwise, it's going to go the way of hell. So the AD carry picking up the Rift Herald, not the ideal situation, but they could use it to break open mid tier 1.
Yeah, that could have definitely been much worse. I mean, the Mordekaiser did have TP, and that was in fact a 4v3. So just backing away is Liab, and I think that was the good play, the best play rather, as they do lose a mid turret, and the Rift Herald does come down.
Yeah, I like this though. They will get a second charge. Meanwhile, the charm on top of the Ornn. They're going to layer the CCs though, as Jones has to flash away the Solar Eclipse as well on top of the Ornn, buying a lot of space with the Unstoppable. Gets the counter kill on the Ari on the back, and hell now having to flash out will go down eventually to the Equalizer as well as the turret hits. So a mismanaged dive coming in. You have to think that was misplayed heavily. Meanwhile, Endeavor cannot go under the turret right now. Bit of a waste of the Death Realm, but Liab pull through in that fight in the mid lane. They lose 2, they get 3, and they still keep mid tier 2 alive.
Yeah, that was a way too overzealous turret dive coming in from the side of Sanzu. I mean, the Ornn, I honestly just think that they weren't expecting Ornn to be that tanky. He survived for way longer than he looked like he should have, and the fact that he was able to do that just allowed Liab to pick up those kills on the back end of that fight.
If it's anyone else aside from Ornn, you're like, okay, we hit the charm, we can definitely find the kill with the CC. But because it's Ornn, because you can use the Bell's Breath to make yourself unstoppable, you just kite away from all the CC and you go back in for seconds, right? So frustrating to deal with.
See them throwing everything at him, like, why is he not dying?
Why won't you die? But eventually they will find 3 kills, like we said. They managed to close a bit of the gold gap.
Yeah.
They are still in a deficit, make no mistake. Of course, still trying to fight for these massive team fights. We saw the value of the Equalizer on top of the Call of the Forge God. Even though Misfortune was fully channeling bullet time, they don't really have an avenue to keep the damage going.
Yeah, 1k goal is not exactly all that much at the moment. I think at this point, Rumble should be the one with the highest gold. So Rumble does a lot of damage. good pick in the mid lane. I think we really get to look for the equalizers coming down in the subsequent fights to see how they will really go.
And Rox has been spot on with these equalizers.
Yeah.
Like, she has been putting them in the right spot to deny and control space very well. Ooh! Almost had to smite it away.
Okay, actually gonna get spotted out as well on the control ward. Dragon's gonna be spawning in less than a minute, so very important for both teams to begin pathing towards that objective, placing down some wards. Sanzu are gonna be the first on the trigger here. They are gonna put down some vision deep behind the pit. And Liab, what is gonna be their answer?
Remember that the individual mountain dragons, for the most part, are not valuable. Like, sure, you get the MR, you get the armor. That's great on Zac, that's great on Ornn. The mountain soul, though, is completely broken.
Yeah.
Like, the shield that you get from just being out of combat makes it so frustrating because you can just keep dipping in the fights, burning the shields, and then coming out. Right? So you definitely do want to play for the mountain soul. And I think both teams understand this, which is why they're moving to the bot side. They know bot tier 1 is a free siege. If they can knock this down, they can move over to the dragon for free.
Yeah, both teams really benefit from just taking the individual dragons as well, right? I mean, you have tanky members on both sides. I think Sanzu on nominally.
Oh no!
Better.
Missing the elastic slingshot. Now Zakia is in a lot of trouble. The solar eclipse, or solar flare rather, is going to land on top of Rock. But here comes the equalizer, forcing everyone away. You have heat, you have water, you have everything in between. And there goes the Leona. Now Hell is in a spot of trouble. Getting zoned out by Jones. Missy Hops coming in, charming the Ahri up. Chains of Corruption is going to find a kill on top of the Misfortune, and now Missy Hops having to flash away from the wall. That was Rise of the Elements if I've ever seen it. You have the fire from the Equalizer as well as the Tidal Wave. My goodness, no way out.
Yeah, absolutely. Equalizer coming in from the Rumble, chunking out a lot of the members from the side of Sanzu. Heat, HEAT, high explosive, anti-tank.
My goodness, now they find a mountain, and this Ornn just got that much harder to kill. You thought he was difficult before? Try now.
Oh man. Well, like I was gonna say, I think Sanzu actually would have benefited from the Mountain Dragon a lot more than Liab would have, because you know, you have more tanky members on
Zac and
Sanzu. But now they do have it on Liab. I think they do have a lot more teamfight prowess, especially like you said, the Ornn being that much harder for Sanzu to kill.
Like all the Ornn needs right now, right, which I think is a broken item on Ornn, the Adaptive Helm.
Yeah.
You get Adaptive Helm, there's no way they're killing you, right? Because all the damage from Ahri doesn't exist anymore. You can literally stand next to Mordekaiser and take no damage, even though it does percentage because of the way Adaptive Helm works. And like, that is the piece they resist on. So, like, right there, you can't die.
Alright, we are seeing Sanzu beginning to, you know, clump up a little bit in the mid lane. I think they really want to start sieging, but the thing is there's nothing for them to siege. Meanwhile, you take a look at the minimap, I think Liab right now, it's clear that they have an objective vision advantage over the side of Sanzu. You can see the amount of wards that they have in the jungle, the river rather, is just going to spot out any attempts from Sanzu to walk into the middle of the map.
Fundamentals are good as well. They're trying to get mid-prior hold on. Jones having to dash away. Here comes the Tidal Wave to disengage. Looking to fight again though, using the Call of the Forge God. Will only knock up the Zac, but meanwhile, bullet time being channeled. Now Hale is in a world of hurt as here comes the Equalizer to more or less split up the fight. We still have our attention focused on the middle of it all as the AD carry is getting soloed by Ornn. Look at this, they're just literally flashing on the back line, trying to find the kills, and Jones is somehow still alive. She's still kiting, but eventually she was gonna go down. They will get a bunch of kills on the side of Sanzu. They will find the top lane, mid lane, and AD carry, but at the end of it, it's only 2 members picked up.
Yeah, 2 members picked up on the side of Liab and 3 for Sanzu. Honestly, I think this fight was actually pretty equal. We saw it pretty split. Both frontliners doing a pretty good job distracting the other. So honestly, it was just the backline punching each other in the face. So right now, we're actually going to see Sanzu with the numbers advantage pushing into the mid lane, taking down the inhibitor turret. I don't think they're actually going to be able to take the inhibitor with Elise coming in to defend.
Not just that, but everyone on the side of Liab is actually respawning right now. So rightly said, they will not be able to claim this inhibitor. Looking for the pick on Endeavor though. Koku not landing, so that is the Mordekaiser getting out for free. Now these team fights, like we mentioned, have to be a bit more in a choked point for the Rumble Equalizer to have value. We saw there, even though it did split the fight, members of Sanzu were actually okay just walking away. Right, so in that open space, maybe a bit trickier for them to take these fights. We'll have to see if Liab can find the perfect space, as it were, to team fight properly. Meanwhile, Sanzu, we saw the value of Mordekaiser Zac jumping the backline. That's like hell on earth if you're AD carry.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, sure, you have the most fortune, right? And I think we have a PTSD from last week
Yeah.
of that bullet time
The,
coming
the
from
bullet
the
time from
checkpoint.
hell, winning them a game off
Yeah,
one out.
but fortunately for the side of Liam, this more fortune is not as fat as she would have liked to be. Meanwhile, the Rumble is actually 7-3, so definitely has a lot more damage than the misfortune. Again, in choke points, this damage is really going to come through, and like you said, yeah, that's where they want to look for these fights.
Yeah, actually the choke right here is kind of tricky as well because you don't have full vision of the back due to that one rock fixture blocking your occupying Fog of War, right? So you don't really have the best choke right there. I feel like if you are a Rumble right now, Rocks is just waiting for the Rylise. The Rylise is the key item that you need to team fight effectively because the slow from the Equalizer then allows your team to navigate much better. It's a compounding effect. The slow from Call of the Forge God and the slow from the Equalizer is actually high value. You see a Charm sailing by Yun.
We are going to see a bit more of a vision war towards the Baron. I think both teams understanding that that is the next major objective to take 27 minutes into the game.
Ooh,
honestly, I thought there were more wards coming down for Sanzu, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So
very good inside track here coming in from the app. They actually managed to find a lot of damage onto this. They don't want to hard commit because they see the Zag channeling the Elastic Slingshot, but still they get a lot of chip damage. If they find another inside track push like that again, they will be able to get the mid tier 2 for free just by pure virtue of macro.
For sure, now we are going to see Liab actually having, again, the inside track towards the Baron. Nami with the sweeper is going to be able to clear out some of the wards that Sanzu did put down before.
Jumping over the Blast Cone as well, Elise is going to be able to find that one control ward inside. And like our observer is kindly showing us, no vision whatsoever from the side of Sanzu around here until that one control ward is thrown back across again.
Vision tug of war around the Baron going to sort of be mitigated now that the next dragon has spawned, and the fact that Liab was actually the later one to that war means that Sanzu is able to come down towards the dragon first, and Elise is nowhere near the contest.
I was about to say, look at the mini-map. Elise is nowhere near this. They stuffed up the recall timing on the jungler, and because of that, they can't contest this objective. So small mistakes compounding into a free objective, and make no mistake, it is free for Sanzu here.
And now they are just going to continue pushing in. Neither team really having a decisive advantage in Dragons right now. You can see it's equal towards both sides. And yeah, some pretty equal team fights I think we've been seeing back and forth. It's just going to continue. I think it's going to come down to individual execution.
Definitely team-based execution now when it comes to the team fights. There is no clear advantage when it comes to both sides, right? Of course, you could just send the Mordekaiser to the side lane right now, but the Ornn is more than capable of holding her own, or his own in the side lane. There is no way that I think Mordekaiser can effectively solo kill the Ornn, barring a huge misplay. And because both of them do have TP, I would like to see them play the side lanes and collect farm a bit more, as opposed to just NA ramming the mid lane.
NA ram.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, we are gonna see Leah beginning the path towards the Baron. They're gonna start it up, but that control ward that he just killed actually is gonna swat it out, so Sanzu knows that they're doing this, but Zach is on the bottom side of the map, not exactly sure what he's doing
Teleport coming from Mordekaiser. Remember that this is a Varus that does not have Blade of the Ruined King, so the Baron is going to go down super slowly, and they have to turn if they need to. Solar Flare on top of two members. Where is the Rumble Equalizer though? As the bullet time rips them to shreds. The Tidal Wave actually not doing anything. The backline getting purely eviscerated right now. Fofi having to run for her life as the Mordekaiser tunnels down on top of her. And this should be Sanzu just cleaning up the fight. Jones, the second last member to go down, should not be able to stand for much longer. The only member that gets out is Rocks. And you have to think that Baron call was a huge mistake for Liab.
Absolutely a huge mistake. The execution on the back of that fight was absolutely not ideal either. You could see that Rumble with the ultimate not exactly doing all that much damage. Meanwhile, Misfortune was able to pump tons and tons of damage into the backline of Liab. Now they're going to secure the Baron. They're going to back and reset. And now they do have quite the sizable gold advantage.
And guess why Rumble did nothing that fight? Open space in the river. What is Equalizer going to do? They'll just say, oh, thank you very much for laying out this red carpet. I'm going to walk away. And because they have members that can get on the backline very quickly, can isolate key members, Sanzu just wipe up and clean up the fight.
Absolutely. Now they're going to see... Honestly, I think now they can revert to the NARM. They are able to be strong enough to continue pushing with the help of the Baron minions. And just their goal advantage. I think they can look for these fights, not even have to be in the choke point anymore.
Liep trying to make a sneaky play here. This is something I actually really love. If your opponents have Baron and you have vision on the opposite side of Baron, you force them to face check you. You force them to walk into you and you find picks, right? Because that's the quickest way to get rid of Baron. And right now you can see Sun Tzu is just walking up the mid lane, not face checking anything, literally just getting the wave up so they have prio and they have control of the mid lane through minion waves pushing forward.
Yeah,
This forces Liep to go back.
They actually have the inside track right now. They're actually going to walk it in. And you can see Liep, Nami and Rumble not able to get to the wave quickly enough. They do manage to get it before this wave managed to crash. But you would think that if these objectives in the mid lane were actually there, they would be gone by now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Good discipline from Sun Tzu here, understanding. If we don't face check, we won't get caught, we won't lose Baron. So all we have to do is just group and find picks. And they're looking for it right now as Solar Flare is going to whiff on top of the Elise. Good amount of damage being put back across on top of the Zac though, as they were looking for the mid inhibitor. Right now Hell and Sunako just sitting as a duo in the mid entrance of the base.
Yeah, they're just keeping Liep busy right now, right? It's a 1-3-1. The Mordekaiser and the Ahri are actually pushing in the side waves, while the 3-stack is actually just ferrying minions into the base.
All they have to do is just stand here and look scary, right? Because the wave is going to push in eventually. Liep cannot commit, and if they force a fight like this in the open space, they cannot do anything because there isn't enough CC or damage to come through. Now the bullet time is just going to rip the back line apart. Here comes Endeavor joining in. Elise immediately eradicated from the map. Jones now falling very low as well, chasing forward. Kofi almost dead, but will be able to get out. I say that completely smushed by the Zac as she reforms, and right now Jones probably is going to die as well. Members of Liep falling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like flies, and this should be the game coming in. Sun Tzu with a massive micro and macro outplay in the last seconds of the game managed to close this one out.
Yeah, huge outplays, great execution coming in from Sun Tzu. We harped on the fact that Liep wasn't actually able to execute very well in the early game, and what do you know? In the late game, it comes back to bite them in the butt once again.
I'd like to bring up the idea, you know, the word is execution, execution, execution. And the way they use the Baron buff in the last 3 minutes, so clean. Yeah. Understanding, one, we don't have to face check, because the moment one person dies, we can't push together. All we have to do is just walk in as 5, be very disciplined about getting the inside track first, and then once the wave crashes, side laners walk out, Mordekaiser and Ahri go to the side lanes and push in together. If they force on us, it's fine. We'll just collapse because we're so near to the base anyway. We'll take that fight. Misfortune just sits at the back, pops bullet time. If you guys want to force, by all means.
Yeah, that was just a very clean game coming in from the side of Sun Tzu. Liep, unfortunately, is going to actually progress to the lower bracket now, I believe. Still has a chance to clean up their play, and hopefully we'll see them later on in the bracket.
But like I said, you know, when I look at both these teams, very high expectations coming in. Very storied veteran leadership. It's very clear that you could see on both sides. The fundamentals are there. There's a reason why they've both made it into very late stages. And I say they, right? Certain players in these teams have made it to late stages of the FSL qualifiers because they understand the basics and the fundamentals. Dropping to low bracket is not necessarily the worst thing for Liep because it gives them space to sort of reset and find out what went wrong in the execution. Whereas for Sun Tzu, I think as long as they keep to this level of play, Missy Hops, if she's calling the shots right now, she's doing a fantastic job. You just have to stay on point.
Absolutely, and I believe with that, we're going to go to a short break. We'll have more games for you coming up, so don't go anywhere. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to FSL qualifiers Philippines. I'm still Spoots. He's still hungry, and this is gonna be Sun Tzu
Sun
against
Tzu. Yeah.
against.
No more Wu jokes, please. I'm done.
I'm just pronouncing
Okay,
their
okay, okay.
name.
Okay, then try this. Okay, so we've been trying to figure out how we
Yeah,
go about approaching um, their opposition's name, but I think we just arrived at calling them the Tigers to
yeah.
not make ourselves feel
Ja-
bad.
no,
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 no, no,
not
no,
the
no. Yeah,
Tigers.
we're staying
Yes,
away from that.
the
But
Tigers.
we are into picks and bans. We see the Aatrox, Morgana, as well as Renekton banned out. Lucian insta-locked. Meanwhile, Ari, Leona, and MF banned out. Ari, so far today we were talking about, has been a 100% pick ban. Similar to the Vietnam qualifiers, where it was also 100% pick ban. Won't be surprised if we see a Jarvan sometime here, considering its high prevalence, not only in the Philippine qualifiers, but also the Vietnam and Thai qualifiers.
Yeah, in fact, in the global, I think,
Yeah.
in the global meta, Jarvan, I think most people agree is the best jungler right now.
Yeah.
Going full to Juani afterwards is significantly weaker because you don't have, the same kind of priority.
Mm.
You don't have the same kind of objective take that, champions like
Okay.
the Jarvan, like the Elise have. But picking up the Rakan still quite a decent pick right now. I
Yeah.
think just throws out the gauntlet. Are you gonna pick the? Oh no, they already have the Lucian. So this
Yeah.
is either they ban it in the second phase or the Tigers manage to pick it up here.
The thing was also is that when I see someone play Rakan, it's very much dependent on the pilot. The person who
Yeah.
plays the Rakan has to be good. And a good example of this is if you watch Team Liquid, how Core JJ plays the Rakan, consistently roaming off the side, making use of the mobility that Rakan has to threaten the engage, right? With the quickness as well as the grand entrance. And now pair with Xayah, this is like my favorite combo in bot lane.
Yeah.
Guaranteed level 1 power just from virtue of being Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, Zerakan right now, like, I think always actually is just S tier, right?
Yeah.
The best bot lane duo you can have. Nautilus, Lucian, not one of my favorite combos,
Yeah.
but I think it's still quite viable in this current patch.
The thing is, you can still flex the Lucian, right? You can still
Oh, yeah.
put Lucian in the mid lane, you can put Lucian in the top lane. So this is, for all intents and purposes, a flex pick. But like you say, Lucian all is not premium.
Like you said, Lucian very strong in the mid lane. Interested to see what
You're
they decide to
scared.
ban out. Akali, Kiana, pretty standard this patch.
If this is the case and they're moving towards power bans and power picks, I feel like you have to remove Mordekaiser here if you are on the Sanzu side, just because giving Mordekaiser over right now means that they can counterflex Mordekaiser as well. Although Lucian into Mordekaiser isn't the worst thing, but the Mordekaiser just brings so much more to the table.
Right, taking away the Ornn, so we're taking away some of the tankier champions right now.
Aatrox being banned out, Ornn being banned out, actually now thins the top lane pool quite a lot, and
Yeah.
Renekton as well, right? So all of the traditional strong top laner tanks that disrupt the front line have been removed.
Yeah, and now they do have the opportunity, like I said, to pick up Mordekaiser here for themselves.
This goes for the Diana, okay.
Yeah, the Diana, obviously a dive champion, not exactly.
So if you are Sun Tzu right now, you instantly go for the Mordekaiser. I think the call right now for Sun Tzu, go for the Mordekaiser, and you don't have to worry about getting a bad matchup in the top lane. If you do want the Cassio, you can do Cassio Mortar. Yep, this is completely fine. Your damage mix is pretty good just because you still have the Lucian, you still have the Jarvan, and your side laning with Cassio or Mordekaiser, if they do get a hit, either one of them, very fearsome.
Yeah, pretty strong standard composition coming in from the side of Sun Tzu. A bit of a contrast from their previous game, I think. Meanwhile, on the side of the Tigers, we do see, Diana's not something we've seen lately. I'm not sure if she was actually enabled last.
She was enabled,
Okay.
but was banned out quite a bit. I've been playing, experimenting a lot with Diana in solo queue. I think she's probably one of the best mid lane assassins, as it were. She fits more into a bruiser style assassin in the sense that she can burst you down if you're a squishy target, but she can also take extended fights because of Conqueror.
Yeah, super strong right now, especially after the changes, making her actually, she's actually a champion now at level 3, level 4, level 5.
Back then, like, if you didn't have level 6, there's no way you're all in. You just
Yeah.
sit under your turret and just farm and hope to God you don't fall behind CS.
And so this is an interesting dynamic in the mid lane when you have the assassin bruiser, like you called it, against the Cassiopeia. I think it comes down to execution once again, who's able to land the skill shots on whom.
Fun fact, I learned this the hard way when I was playing the Cassio into the Diana matchup. When Diana Luna rushes you, Cassiopeia cannot pop the Petrifying Gaze
Is that right?
when it arrives, because when she Luna rushes, she arrives behind you.
Oh.
If you pop Petrifying Gaze the moment she arrives, you're gonna miss, definitely. And I don't know if Missy Hops is aware of this interaction. I actually learned this in solo queue. The Luna Rush puts Diana behind you. So unless you cast it the point when she's in transit, otherwise you're probably gonna miss.
Ah, okay. That
So you pretty much have to like call it early.
All right, so fun facts with Diana.
Like I played this matchup quite a few times. I
Okay.
play as the Diana, I play as the Cassiopeia. The intricacies of this is the Diana has to sort of lose the lane gracefully until about level 3,
Mhm.
and then you can opt for certain windows to trade. Of course, Cassiopeia, being ranged and having twin fangs,
Yeah.
allows you to see as much better in terms of controlling the wave. Cassio, if she freezes the wave, like you just lose the matchup. Diana cannot reset the wave safely.
Yeah, you would think that, with the advantages that you just lined out for
Mhm.
Cassiopeia and the fact that, Jarvan is on Cassiopeia's side,
Yeah.
if they do decide to go in on this mid lane, it's going to be pretty difficult for Diana to deal
Mm.
with. No escapes,
Yeah.
only ability to go in. And yeah,
The wave control is super important here, but if they do end up in a 2v2 situation because you have Sejuani, which can proc the
Mhm.
permafrost with melee attacks, this 2v2 becomes a lot more tricky just by nature of the interaction. Sejuani can Arctic Assault Jarvan out of the EQ. You can proc permafrost very quickly with double melee. Diana gets bonus attack speed when she casts spells. This sort of small things. I think in the 2v2, I probably favor the Diana Sejuani more.
yeah, 100%. I think, even at this point, I'm not sure. Uh, I'm not exactly sure how to phrase this. I think
Mhm.
giving away the Jarvan and the Cassiopeia is actually pretty, well, not good.
It's
What
it's
can I
a
say?
show of like confidence saying if you
Yeah.
guys want to play your power picks, it's fine because we probably have something planned. And the Urgot kind of speaks out to me as well. It's not something you randomly pick up like, oh,
Mm.
well, we don't have any idea how to work the Urgot, so we're just gonna pick it to be a safe laner against Mordekaiser. I feel like this Urgot has some sort of tool when it comes to team fighting here because they probably understand that they just need strong frontliners that can hold their own. With in this case probably Urgot and Conqueror, Sejuani with Aftershock, and just hold space for Xayah and Rakan and Diana to effectively do damage.
Yeah, not to mention that Urgot is actually one of the picks that I think is able to beat Mordekaiser in the lane in the 1v1 because, Mordekaiser very oppressive
Mm.
dispatch. But Urgot has always been that strong rock in the top lane, able to dish out continuous damage in that 1v1.
Yeah.
And I think if any champion is going to beat Mordekaiser, one of them is going to be Urgot.
As long as Urgot goes for early Executioner's Calling
Yeah.
to mitigate the heal from the Mordekaiser shield, you should be fine. And of course, spacing is super important, right? How you space against the Mordekaiser because if you know how Mordekaiser's Q works, there's a small delay when you cast it, right?
Mhm.
The closer you are to Mordekaiser, the easier it is to pivot
Yep.
away
Yeah.
from the angle he's casting it from. So think of it like this way, right? If he's going forward this way and you pivot sideways, it's harder for him to react. So as long as the Urgot is kiting around the Mordekaiser properly and pivoting away from the queue, you actually do pretty well into the trade.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Urgot
Yeah.
wants to do, right? He wants to be right next to
Mm.
you, right? Wants to be in your face and wants to be walking around you so he procs all his shotgun
Yep.
licks. So this dynamic in the top lane is actually pretty good for the Urgot
Yeah.
if she's able rather
Yeah.
to play the matchup well.
If you misplay though, for example, if you allow the Darkness Rises to pop off, that's
Yeah.
when it becomes a bit trickier because being nearby also, you're just going to be taking percentage damage. So I think the best way is just to early on chip down, and then when you have to take these all-in trades, right, just go for a burst and then back off. Don't sit inside the passive of the Mordekaiser.
100% agree. Meanwhile, in the other side of the map, let's take a look at the bot lane. I think if we have to give an advantage, we have to give it to Lucian Nautilus in the early game.
Mhm.
Because once again, both these champions, they do pretty good, especially in the early game. So, interested to see whether or not Xayah Rakan is going to be able to, just sit back and relax and,
Yeah.
become the late game monster that we always see.
The thing is, this Xayah Rakan lane doesn't have to be hyper aggressive, right? If you go for Q-Max, Rakan is actually quite annoying because you
Oh,
can
yeah.
sustain up through
Mhm.
through the trades, as well as the range discrepancy between Xayah as well and Lucian. You can kind of kite back, consistently trade and heal up. It becomes very difficult for the Nautilus to deal with because every time you're going in, Xayah's laying feathers behind you, rooting you up, and then all they do is just pop the Q on Rakan, heal up, and then you fall behind the trade consistently, right? So if they go in, it has to be an all-in and a kill. Otherwise, in a war of attrition, I think the Lucian and Nautilus falls behind.
Yeah, 100%. Attrition is the one thing that,
Yeah.
Lucian doesn't want if he's not able to get
Yeah,
ahead
like
in
they,
the early
they
game.
suck
You
in a
just
war of attrition.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think if Xayah can't play this well,
Mhm.
it's just going to be a super boring bot
Yeah.
lane. That's just how it goes. I think the main action that we're going to see is going to be in the mid lane.
Yeah,
And
you'll have to track.
potentially a top side.
You have to track how the Jarvan paths right now. I
Yeah.
think more importantly, Jarvan could do a very tricky, two, like buff to buff start, hit level 2 and then straight up go into mid lane and then force a gank, blow the flash of the Diana early. Alternatively, you could just sit and match and wait for Sejuani to come, right? Because if you have to drop, even though the 2v2 is stronger for Sejuani Diana, if you can catch them out early and you have the drop on them, it nullifies a lot of the lead that they have, because this set piece has to kind of set up the play, as it were, right? They have to be in position before the play can happen. They have to be nearby, they have to be focusing on the same target. There are a lot of requirements that have to be hit for this set piece to work.
100%. I think in the previous few games, we've seen a lot of safe Jarvan play, right? And the fact that you did pick Jarvan, you could actually go quite offensive, because honestly, he's just so strong in this current patch that I think you have to capitalize on that if you pick the champion. But we haven't really seen much of that. I think I want to see a bit more of counter jungling. I want to see a lot of invades. I want to see, like you said, the cheese buff gank in the mid lane coming out from the jungler.
To wit, I think counter jungling is only valuable if you literally walk in, steal 3/4 of the camps and leave stuff up, because then they're getting super little EXP. Even though they clear the camp and respawn quickly, you're still putting them behind, and you have an idea of where they're gonna be based on the information you get it from counter jungling. So the idea of counter jungling here, in my opinion, is not to steal EXP away, is to get information and put them behind.
Yeah. I believe one time in solo queue, I think it was recently, I saw, you know, it was against a Jarvan. I think it was Lee Sin actually falling behind about 4 levels.
Yeah, this is very difficult.
Super unfortunate, and we haven't really seen that. Would be interesting to see it.
Look
this
at
is
this
the Mordekaiser clear that
Mordekaiser
we're so
leash.
excited about.
Look at how disgusting it is. It's down to almost nothing at 1 minute 40.
That's
For
true.
reference, right, most junglers require a dual leash up to about 130. Right, so almost finishing at 140 is crazy, and this is a solo leash. Ugh, so nasty. It didn't reset though, so a bit of a misplay coming in.
Yeah. Oh, that's about 2-second tempo sync
okay.
coming in from the Jarvan. Not gonna be a big deal.
This is a fuse bet, because she has to walk to the top side. She only took 2, right? So now, where is she gonna get level 3? Is she gonna do? Oh man, don't do it. She's getting bits and pieces of each camp and hopefully hitting level 3 on the red. But then because there's a ward here, you're so far behind tempo and information.
Yep.
Would have just preferred if they went straight to Grom then red after this.
Yeah, for sure. That's super unfortunate from Sejuani now. Will she actually get level 3 from the red buff though?
Yeah, she will.
Yeah, okay.
By taking 2 and then moving over to the Raptors and red, sure you hit level 3, but you're super far behind. Right now, Jarvan's already level 3. Could have ganked immediately if she wanted to. In fact, she followed. She did a full top side clear, so hit level 3 based off that, and then now can look for mid or bot if she wants to.
Yeah, very efficient. The bottom already going in though.
Yeah, moving for the play, Angela very low, having to back off. No heal, no exhaust being popped just yet. The Guardian is actually enough to buffer the damage in. Now Zakia has to make the decision. Does she want to force a mid gank and transition to top Scuttle Crab, or does she want to play the bot Scuttle Crab and cover bot lane?
It's actually pretty far ahead in terms of tempo though, like we were calling out. It's actually going to go for a bit of a, just a bit of vision. Should be able to secure the bottom Scuttle Crab without any contest.
If this is the play they're making, you can do some educated guesswork if you're a Jarvan. I hit the Sky's Blue, bot side is completely clear, so this means that it was cleared earlier, and now Sejuani is on the top half. What this means now is that, okay, we split the map. Sejuani, you're top side, I'm bot side. I'm going to cover bot lane, take your camps, and then back off.
Sejuani going in though. Well, forced flash from the Cassiopeia.
Was not communicated to the mid laner. The mid laner should have known Sejuani was top side to Scuttle Crab, therefore back off.
Yeah. Here's the issue though, once your Cassiopeia doesn't have flash and she's this far behind, this is the beginnings of, you know, forcing the Cassiopeia back on the chart. It's really difficult for her to push up now that she is flashless and the Sejuani is around.
I'll be honest, Bisky is actually playing this lane very well, because normally in the range versus melee matchup, especially with Cassio, if you zone properly with the proper spacing, you actually force them off the wave very hard into a melee matchup, right? But Bisky is actually doing super well in terms of keeping relevant in CS as well as EXP.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Almost missed the cannon minion, almost tilted me there, but does manage to pick it up, so...
This is a Diana pick that was prepared. You can tell she understands what she's doing here. It's not random, oh, it's open, it's OP, we're gonna pick it. She understands how this matchup works.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of divergence in the bot lane though, not much action. I think there was a trade earlier, forcing Desire Rakan to actually have to back off. And it's just super unfortunate now, because you did see in the bot lane, Lucian did freeze that lane, so...
It's going to be frozen for another 2 waves. If you are Angela and Angie right now, this is the part you call for the Sejuani to come down to break the freeze. Yeah, there's no reason for you going top, because this Urgot just has to sort of soak the damage, let the wave push in, it's fine. Sejuani, you go bot lane now. You either force burn flash with the CC, otherwise you help break the freeze. If you don't do that, bot lane is just going to be down like 25 CS, 30 CS.
Yeah, 100%. Bot lane is actually the one lane that I think definitely needs jungle attention from both sides at this point. I think the other lanes are pretty happy just going even, like you said. The Urgot is happy tanking, so I don't think. Yeah, there's a ward there, so obviously you're not going to see too much from that pathing.
Look at the spacing coming in. Casio, even though hitting level 6 earlier than Diana, still has to play back a little bit. Has to be careful about how aggressive she is. And even though she's hitting the miasmas, she's hitting the phase rush procs. She's not actively moving forward, right? Tells me she's not very comfortable with this matchup.
Yeah, I think this is super good though. They managed to push up that bot lane after the freeze. They understood that, hey, Xayah's back. Okay, let's push it on the turret. We have priority now. Let's go for the dragon. So they managed to pick up the Mountain Drake at 6 minutes without any contest coming from the
Because
Tigers.
there was a 2.5 wave stack in the bot lane that they shoved up, right? They basically crashed a full wave. And there are two things that you can do strategically to get max value when you crash a wave like that. A, dive bot lane with 4 members. B, move over to get free objective. They chose B, which is the lower risk, lower reward play. If you dive the bot lane, and the AD carry dies, she loses 3 waves of EXP and you probably get a bunch of turret plates. So they chose the easier execution one.
Yeah, keep in mind, especially with that, if they decided to go for the dive, then Xayah just came back. Sure, she's behind in CS, but at that point she did have the item advantage with 2 longswords, so going in might not have been the best idea.
It would have really required all players to be on the right page, and the moment you misplay, like, you just throw the lead that you build up by freezing the wave away.
But as it stands, they did not do that. They went for the dragon, so that is quite a good lead coming in. And just continue freezing the wave. Feels super bad for this Xayah Rakan.
See, the jungler is not coming down. This isn't being communicated. So fundamentally, as a team, they don't understand how lanes work, how waves work, which is a bad sign to me. If a team doesn't understand this, they're just losing laning phase from like just general basics. A lack of basics, rather.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, Lucian having to farm kills in order to get a hit, but at this oh, I'm gonna hold that.
Top lane coming in for the gank, and they're actually very low already, but we'll have the support of the Jarvan and should be able to find the first blood here. Quick and simple, very easy in terms of chaining CC. Now the bot lane is going to be pushing out, so they're finally calling for attention right now. If you are the bot lane of Sun Tzu, you have to be very careful, understand and respect the missing pings.
No, Sejuani, there's no way that gank would have succeeded. Sejuani did not check that bush. That's a
buddy,
control ward
buddy,
right there,
okay, buddy.
When she was standing on that plant, so nothing coming out from there. I still don't think she's gonna check it, so it's super unfortunate.
And because of the CS discrepancy, it's also translated into an item discrepancy. Give sword versus double longsword and Carl. If you take a 2v2 in the bot lane right now, you don't win at all, right? Just from the base damages of Lucian's ratios, you cannot take these trades. So what you have to do is just concede the wave. Every time they walk up aggressively, you have to concede. Look at this. Walk up, they have to back off. If they're all in, they lose here. I don't know why they're fighting. Going in once more, landing the CC. Managing to get a lot of damage down to Angela, and in fact, even using the Ignite. So they trade 1 for 1, and now suddenly, guess what? ADC has to back off. We carry on the freeze.
Yeah, we're back to the freeze. You're not going to be able to pick up any more CS. This is already 12 in advantage to Lucian. Sure, not too much at this point, but
it gets worse.
It's going to get worse and worse. And top lane, just a bit more of wet noodle fight. But the point was that, you know, Lucian, if he gets this far ahead, he doesn't even kill you at this point. Just taking it so much CS,
landing
fights across the map.
Petrifying Gaze there in the mid lane, actually catching Diana mid-dash, I believe, was the play, and right now coming to the top side. Remember that this is a very pesky way to gank it, but eventually they're going to pop the Death Realm. I think Urgot, though, might just get outplayed here, popping the Hex Drinker. Actually, one more auto attack might finish her off. She flashes across as well. They trade 1 for 1. Very unfortunate. And you have to think, this is why you need the Hex Drinker. Not just the Hex Drinker, but Executioner's Calling as well. The heal made it so difficult for her to fight.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Death Realm coming in from the Mordekaiser to dodge away from the Sejuani's stun. Yeah, honestly, if he didn't, it did 100%. But ends up managing to trade 1 for 1, and that's going to be continued advantage towards the Mordekaiser.
Oh man, I hate to say it, but this is like bot gap right now because they don't know how to reset. The team doesn't understand how to play around this. And Xayah Rakan, for all intents and purposes, very strong at forcing ganks pre-6 or so. Like the moment the Nautilus comes in, you can soak the CC up. They did. Forcing the flash. Here comes the Dredge Line, pulls her back in. Grand Entrance, though, will buy some space, but yeah, they're dead for sure. I don't even think the teleport is necessary here. Just the icing on the cake, but yeah, that's a double. It translates into turret plates and it translates into prio on the Ocean Dragon right now. So I'm not trying to be rude, but bot lane difference right now is starting to snowball.
Yeah, even if they do manage to understand that, yeah, you need to come down bot. Sejuani needs to come down
Yeah.
bot to fix this. Look at the amount of wards that Sanzu will have in that bot side of
like,
the jungle.
You
so
want to
there's-
come and break this freeze? You
yeah,
can try, buddy.
Yeah, they're gonna see it coming from miles away. That's the thing. And this is a
They can dive
little
this.
bit,
They
you
can
know.
dive this.
All right, Sejuani, you have to walk away. You know what you're trying to do here.
The danger is they're going to get a lot of plates, right? And Sejuani's coming in. She doesn't even have the ultimate, right? So what are you doing here looking to commit into bot lane? You're chasing the Mordekaiser off. Fine. That's all well and good. You can't stick around. You have to reset because top is going to get pushed in.
Yeah, and again, they come down with the priority play in the bot lane. And the dragon is now almost like, I think, 10 seconds away.
Yeah.
Oh, it's free. There's no way they can contest this at all if they are the Tigers.
In my books, giving the top plates over to the Urgot is fine because she's 0, 2, and 1. She's behind you, right? Oh, going in for the Dreadnought. Actually getting a lot of damage done. Decent knockup with the Grand Entrance. Can they steal this one away, though? Nope, it's going to be claimed by the Jarvan and a flash away from the Rakan to get out from the Flag and Drag. They get the Dragon. They get a free pickup in the form of the Sejuani. And now it's going to be Cloud Drake, Cloud Drake, Cloud Drake.
The team was not on the same page. That Xayah was nowhere near that fight. That was a 2v3, I believe. And Sanzu, they just clean house and take everything from there.
Yeah, but back to my earlier point, it's okay to give the Urgot
Yeah.
the farm in the top side. She's already behind. Now, worst case scenario, if you are the Mordekaiser, you're even, right?
Yeah.
And you've proven that you can take the 1v1 just by nature of understanding how the matchup works.
We did point out that Urgot does have a win condition against the Mordekaiser, but again, like you said, when she's so far behind, even if you do manage to dodge all these skill shots and stuff, I don't think there is much of an avenue. Sure, it's still there,
Yeah.
but it's just super small at this point. You have everything has to go right.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that Urgot didn't get execution. So when it comes to trading and sustaining, you don't have to all in if you're Mordekaiser. You just like Q, wait for the shield to build up, WW, and then heal it all back. Mordekaiser doesn't, excuse me rather, Urgot doesn't have that level of sustain in the lane, which makes it a lot more difficult. Sure, you can go for the all-in, you might be able to find it with the Fear Beyond Death. Whether you can get her health low enough to that point remains to be seen.
Yeah, taking a step back though, I really like how clean and decisive Sanzu has been across both these games, but I'm going to hold that as honestly just a bit of skirmish.
So now that the darkness rises up, you have to back off. Oh, missing the Glacial Prison is going to hurt though. Popping the shield to Death Realm as well, and now she has to be careful about the spacing. Remember I was talking about this, the passive, the longer you stay inside Mordekaiser's passive, the worse it's going to get.
Wait.
We'll pop the Fear Beyond Death, but die first, and we'll not have it go off. So the moment the passive from Mordekaiser comes up, you have to reset, and then go out and come back in again.
100%. That was another overzealous play. Unfortunately, the Sejuani did mess the ultimate, so this is just going to be yet another objective going to the side of Sanzu. The Rift Herald, you have to think that with the amount of map control that they have now, it's going to be pretty damn worthy.
We'll see the Sejuani jumping over the wall, looking for the steal here, but having to flash out as well. Here comes the Diana though. Might be able to turn this play. A decent Moonfall coming in. They managed to steal away the Rift Herald here. I say that it's actually going the way of the Jarvan, so they will find a double kill there. Will not be able to steal away the Rift Herald, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Unfortunately, the Tigers are in a bigger hole than they were before.
Yeah, these contests, I have no idea why they continue to go for it one by one. I mean, if you want to do it, go into the pit as a whole unit, not individually. I mean, you can see the fruits of their labor right now. 0-0 on the Diana, 1-0 on the Sejuani. It's very unfortunate. They have to continue. No, they have to fix these issues and play as a cohesive unit.
There's the CS difference as well as the item difference in the bot lane is huge now. I was saying how it's going to translate into about 30 CS by nature of farming, by freezing farm rather. Because they managed to find the all-in as well. This is a Essence Reaver versus completely nothing, right? If they want to close out this game, like literally all they have to do is just 5-man bot one time, with the Rift Herald walk over to mid, open up mid tier 1 as well, and then the game is over.
Whew, take a look. Sejuani right now is actually just about 2 levels behind the Jarvan. Basically, his jungler doesn't get play League of Legends anymore.
Yeah,
oh, but
there you go. Finding it. Actually, might be able to find this. The Featherstorm cooling and rooting down the Lucian. Here comes the culling as well. Actually, decent damage, but here comes the teleport in from the Urgot. They have to block the Fear Beyond Death, which is going to be coming up relatively soon. So Nautilus understands this. He's like, you know what, stand behind me, buddy. Should be fine here, but they could re-engage. Flashing in, managing to throw her back in and land the Fear Beyond Death as well. So that's the CC. That is at least 1 kill picked up after committing the teleport in.
Yeah, that was you would have liked to get it on Lucian,
Yeah,
but you know,
would have.
you would take any kill you can get at
That's
this
just
point. So.
Nautilus being a bro, right? Just
Yeah.
tanking up the knockback as well as the ultimate for Lucian, saying it's fine. A lot of the gold is on you, and rightly so. 300 bounty, hold on. Flag and drag coming in. Actually, a lot of damage here. Comes the move ball as well, but it's not sufficient. Managing to kite around, and this is what Cassiopeia does best. If you can't kill her in one shot, she's going to turn the fight around.
Yeah, flashing out, no way to get her. So yeah, you just die in the Cataclysm at that point, and we saw them pick up one kill in the bot lane and just lose two in the mid lane, and they're gonna lose turrets as well off the back of that play. So honestly, it's just getting bad to worse for the Tigers at this point.
This is a decent Rift Herald. They're not going to be able to get it without the Rift Herald, I think. So you might as well pop it. You get a second charge as well here. Top lane, Mordekaiser doesn't even have to all in, right?
Yeah.
All you have to do is just keep pressure on top of the Urgot and just do things like this. Trade, heal up, trade, heal up. It will become so annoying to the point where people will have to send 2 members to the top lane to deal with you. The sustain is ridiculous, and because you don't have executioners, there's nothing you can do about this.
Yeah, and take a look at the fact that he managed to even take down a tier 2 mid turret means that Urgot can no longer stay. If he stays there with no vision in his top corner, you just rotate up and kill him. So he's forced to back away. That's another turret going the way of Mordekaiser, and because they have priority over mid now, they can take the Cloud Dragon as well. Super clean play coming in from Sun Tzu.
I'm thinking right now, how do you come back into this? Do you just 5-man bot lane and try to lock the Lucian out? Well, Death Realm, buddy. Getting hit by the first Q, the Desolation coming through as well. One more auto will give her the Darkness Rises, and this is when things get bad. You get the movement speed, you pull her back in, you just walk her down.
Yep, there we go. And
there we go, the 5-man bot.
Well, on the opposite side actually, so you know, that's all tier 1 turrets going down the side, going down to the side of Sun Tzu. Looking super clean, like I said earlier, and they're just going to continue running it down.
If they open up bot tier 2, reset, and move over to the Rift Herald, there's a space for them to pretty much just take every objective on the map right now.
Yo, it's a 10k gold lead. At this point, I think even if the Tigers decide, hey, we're going to try for like, what, a 3v5, honestly, I think there's a world where Sun Tzu will just win that fight.
They could win the fight depending on who the 3 are. I feel like if you have Cassio, Nautilus, Lucian, you probably do win the fight. Just by virtue of the consistent DPS from Cassio.
This is how strong Endeavor is at this point, just proxying the wave. Rinda's trying to walk up, but exactly.
I'm telling you, it's frustrating because there's nothing much you can do. Right now coming in though to help out this gank is going to be the Diana. They might have enough damage. Fear Beyond Death actually chipping her down. Has to go for the second play, and thank goodness they managed to nail it on that try.
And that's a fat chunk of gold going into the pockets of the Tigers. Not nearly enough, I think, to claw their way back into this game. But, you know, it's a good start. They have to continue capitalizing on these, I'll say, overzealous misplays coming in from the side of Sun Tzu.
It's a game of inches right now. You just have to keep fighting for every small advantage you can find when their opponents overextend. If they get a bit too greedy, a bit too overconfident, that's when you kind of try and capitalize on it. That being said, though, as long as Sun Tzu aren't the ones making a mistake, it'll be very systematic for them to clear the game out.
Yeah, systematic, I think, is the word that we really have to talk about when it comes to Sun Tzu. I mean, they've played super clean once again in this match, and I think without these small mistakes that we keep seeing from, you know, different members of the team, I think they've been super good, and I don't think we're going to see enough mistakes coming from their side to give the Tigers the game.
Going for the Black Cleaver on the Urgot might not be the optimal item choice. I feel like you want health and you want utility right now. Your job is just to stay alive long enough so that you can pop off Fear Beyond Death.
Definitely, and right now Sun Tzu, what they want is the second Rift Herald, which is going to be spawned. Wait, so that's going to be Baron actually.
No, you can get Rift Herald first. There's a small window, 10 seconds.
10-second window to take Rift Herald. Good luck to them.
If you start it, I think it extends the Baron spawn to 21 minutes if it's in combat. Oh, hold on, top lane, they're going for the play, but this is not the one that they want. The quickness on top of the Lucian. Actually knocking up the Sejuani and turning this fight around. Can they fight the backline though? Jarvan going in, managing to get a lot of damage done actually. Having to kite out now is the play, and now they managed to pick up 2. It's the Diana, it's the Sejuani, and possibly delivers duel as well. Meanwhile, Endeavor is gonna kill Rinda here, no doubt about it, just walking her down. There you go. Passive is rather OP, like I said. Oh, they didn't get in time because they were fighting topside.
I think you take that.
Yeah,
you take that trade. No Rift Herald for 3 kills at topside, and
don't do this. This is overzealous. Like don't
this
do
is
it very.
I don't think they're gonna do it. So you know.
I saw a couple of pings. I was like, yeah.
They do have the vision set up for
Right,
it, though.
they
They
do.
already do. You take a look at all the wars they have in the top quadrant of the map. I mean,
If they want to do Baron, Mordekaiser has to be there because of the OP passive.
yeah.
Percentage damage over time against Baron is broken. Like,
Oh, they're doing it.
just look at how quick this goes down later on. I'm not even gonna talk. It's ridiculous, right?
The Tigers can't contest. Let's just sit in silence and watch them take the Baron, because honestly, there's not much to say here.
They're gonna try and go in for some vision, but it's gonna get spotted out eventually. Whether the Sejuani can come in for the play, though, highly doubt it. As the dredge line connects, this is an extremely dead Sejuani you have to feel. But no one wants to jump over the wall, so it's fine. She will get away with her life, but that Baron went down 40 seconds after it spawned.
They're not even giving them the potential for capitalizing on Sun Tzu's mistakes by not even making them.
Credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
I think they've been making the right plays this game, understanding, okay, if we freeze bot, what is the response? They have to come and unfreeze it. If they don't do that, we automatically win. And from then on, they just take all the right steps and start the snowball. League at this point, especially in this patch, is basically a game of making the right choices and seeing if your opponents can react correctly. If they fail to do so, then you just automatically get the lead for free.
Yep. This is 21 minutes.
Yeah.
If they get this dragon, they get the soul. Super high risk right now for the Tigers to be hanging
Can they
around
even
here with
contest
Joe.
this? Zaya isn't even around here. Diana isn't around here either. If they force this
Mordekaiser on the
fight,
back.
Mordekaiser coming in for the flank. They're looking for the play, pulling the Rakan in. I don't think... okay, managing to get out with the quickness, as the name suggests. It will speed you up and get you out.
So Johnny's trapped here. Unless she dashes over the wall, she
forcing-
she wants to steal it.
I don't
gonna
know about
happen,
this,
mate.
buddy. Yeah. Dredge line was a bit too late, and meanwhile Mordekaiser is just playing defense on the back line. Remember that Death Realm buys a lot of time and space, and this is an extremely dead Sejuani. Even though Permafrost comes in, the passive is just OP
Oh, what's the
and
damage?
able to finish them off. Here comes the damage on top of the Zaya as well.
Oh.
Decent feather being recalled, but not enough for them to finish it off. I'm trying to, make this into a salvageable situation, but it seems like it's a bit too far gone.
It is way too far gone. Diana, where are you? Why are you in the mid lane when your team, your base is in shackles? They're going to take the inhibitor. They might even be able to take the game with 30 seconds left on Urgot.
They're tanking up the... Okay, yeah, they're probably going to finish this off here. The minions are moving in. Here comes the pullback in. Moonfall actually doing a decent amount of damage and a knockup as well from Rakan. So at this point, Zuzu might have overextended, but whether they can kite this one out remains to be seen. Cassio actually doing a lot of damage. There you go, Angela actually popping off here. Like I said, possibly salvageable. Cassiopeia has to heal up with the Twin Fangs first. I think that's the important thing. Landing the Twin Fangs and getting HP back from Ravenous Hunter as well as the base healing off it.
Yeah, good defense coming in from the side of the Tigers. I mean, yeah, could have definitely ended the game there. It could have been much worse. I mean, you saw the Lucian was actually untouched throughout the entire fight, so definitely could have been much worse when it came down to execution.
You could see the sparks of what this composition wanted to do, though, from the Diana as well as Rakan combo. It's usually Diana goes in first, Moonfall, and then, Rakan lands the knockup after that. So I feel like that was what they drafted this composition for, that's what they had in mind when they drafted this. But they just fell behind way too early and they couldn't piece it all together.
Yeah, you would think that with the last push that might be coming in the next few minutes, Sun Tzu should be able to just end the game outright. I mean, they lost that fight, sure, but they went back, they reset, they bought a ton of more items.
I like how you almost went there because...
Had to catch myself there.
I would have said the same thing too, We're at that point where, like, it's a boatload, a cruise load of items.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Managing to jump out. Dredgeline though actually managing to tap onto the backline. Cataclysm catches two members here. Here comes the depth charge as well. Remember that with the Castio W, you're not going anywhere. Now they're fighting under the turret because they don't really care anymore. They just want to finish off this game, and using the stopwatch to buy space. A great knockup from the Jarvan, actually finding three members there. And you can use the Blade Caller all you want, Zaya. There's no way of getting out of this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, as easy and clean as you like it, this should be the game for Sun Tzu.
Lucian did 0 damage that fight. They won that fight with Lucian not there.
Yeah.
That's how strong they were. The Nautilus walked at them. The Nautilus, one person walked into a 4-stack of the Tigers. That's how one-sided
Landed
this
the hook
game
on the Urgot. I was like,
was.
is that the smart play? And then everyone powers in. Yeah, that's the smart play.
It doesn't matter if the smart play when you're this far ahead. I mean, 26-7, good game to Sun Tzu. A very clean execution.
Unfortunately, no perfect game for the Cassiopeia, but that's Sun Tzu themselves showing that they're going to make a run for championship right now.
Absolutely.
With that form, with that macro and that cleanness, it's hard to argue against that.
Yeah, super good League of Legends coming in from the side of Sansu. We harped on the fact multiple times throughout the entire game, but I think it's super, super deserved. A lot of praise has to be given to this lineup, and honestly, if they continue this level of play, they can definitely easily make the finals.
Watching this region as a whole in these qualifiers
Mm-hmm.
gives me a lot of hope for this upcoming FSL Elite, because every region has their own thing, right? But from what I'm seeing in the Philippines qualifiers, it's the fundamentals. Their fundamentals are so good when it comes to abusing matchups and knowing how to win by virtue of manipulating waves and playing the side lanes. Of course, there's some kinks to be worked out, don't get me wrong. That being said, the basics are good. The fundamentals are good.
And with 20 teams left, there's going to be still a lot of competition coming up. I think all of them are over at Tektite Stadium. Thank you for
once
the
again,
venue sponsor.
Yeah, Tektite
Yeah,
for
club you there.
hosting our 20 teams, our participants getting in. Of course, that's what these sort of qualifiers are all about. I feel like the spirit, the community of gamers comes together when we play together in a cohesive space altogether. So for now, guys, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we will have Ardent Esports versus Mob Esports next. I think the winner of this actually will proceed on into the upper bracket finals, where they will get a chance to play for a spot in the grand finals. So for now, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. guys, welcome back. Once again, I am Hungry Cass alongside me, Spoots, and we'll be bringing you all the action for today. Our next matchup is one of expected victors versus underdogs, I have to say, because we do have Ardent Esports going up against Mob Esports, and Ardent Esports it's a new sort of brand if you haven't really been following FSL Philippines. But overall, their lineup has been one that is extremely impressive because they do have a lot of veterans on their side, whereas Mob Esports kind of a fresh team, right?
Yeah. In Champions Select now, though we've actually seen our first affiliates of the day on this broadcast at the very least. So honestly, I think affiliates is still pretty.
It's still, yeah. The only thing that they've really changed, like on a heavy note, is just the ultimate with the flamethrower, right?
I was
That's the
gonna
only
say
thing.
overrated.
Overrated? Okay.
I think he's actually pretty weak
Okay.
with all the he's gotten nerfs twice in a row
Okay.
now. That's a lot of damage gone from the champion. I think especially if you're gonna first pick him, which
Okay.
I don't think you should. That just leaves a lot of space for counter picks to come in, like the Nautilus, for example.
The one thing I love about Philios, though, is the amount of utility the champion has when it comes to what your team really needs, right? So I think the Gravitum gun, combined with the ultimate and like the mass CC, is just ridiculously strong with the right composition, right? That's something that no other AD carry can bring to the table, the fact that you can chain CC from really far away from a safe distance and bring damage to your team, and crowd control for your team.
It was a few patches ago, I think it was 2 patches ago, he was actually able to just ruffle stomp. You just press R in the middle of team fight and delete, no matter how far behind you were. Now I actually think that you have to be actually pretty, not far ahead, but you have to be ahead in order to do damage.
There's quite a high skill ceiling for Ophelio, so let's not make it sound like it's all rainbows and daisies for this champion. But right now, as we're sort of briskly wheezing through the champion select, sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah, pretty fast champion select actually.
Nautilus, Kaiser, Sejuani, Oriana. This is like a season 9 composition from the side of Mob Esports. I see this, I'm triggered, I have PTSD. Whereas on the side of Ardent Esports, they have the Philios, the Braum, which is pretty decent in the bot lane, Jarvan, Renekton, and Galio. So again, another season 9 composition, my goodness.
Woo! Welcome back to season 9,
it's
boys.
like we see the Galio and the Renekton, the Sejuani, and I'm like, the cannon as well.
Let's go! We're going all in.
Only thing that's missing is if they're hovering cannon, they're like, no, we'll play Chase. That is season 9.
We could go Queen.
They go Quinn. That's also pretty season 9-ish. That being said, both teams have locked in their compositions. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Why don't you take me through this, Spoots?
I mean, like you said, the season 9 composition, right? We're not going to see all that much action. I think the thing about season 9 was that we weren't really seeing bot lane priority. And I don't think either of these bot lanes rather, is going to give us much bot lane priority. That being said, because of the stark differences in Jarvan and Sejuani now in this season, I do believe that Jarvan is going to have quite the advantage going in. Is probably going to be able to secure more objectives like we saw in the previous game than the Sejuani.
I do like that the Ardent composition though. Like you mentioned, both bot lanes don't have priority. That's true. But the mid lane and top lane jungle synergy is crazy. Like if Jarvan comes in to gank for Renekton or Galio, there's so much guaranteed CC. It makes it very difficult if you're laning against them. You have to be very careful with the spacing, right? That being said, looking at the lineup, I was about to touch on the idea of how Ardent Esports as a team, the players themselves, have a lot of veteran experience. I think both the solo laners have been playing together for all the past seasons of FSL, right? And then now they brought in a couple of new faces as well. I think Gia as the support was previously on Liab, which was the Season 2 FSL Philippine winners, right? So they kind of, integrated past enemies, past foes, past competitors into their own team now. And word on the street is Ardent Esports is actually really good. Like, they've been having a fantastic qualifiers. They've been stomping everyone in record time. So as we go into this game, the composition itself looks kind of nostalgic. We have to see how they execute because their opponents are not, really any slouches themselves.
Unfortunately for the other side, though, you did touch on the jungle solo lane synergy for the side of Ardent, but on the side of Mob, that's a Sejuani with 2 ranged solo laners, so we're not going to see that much synergy coming in for ganks on the side of Mob. Unfortunate.
Like, in the past, when you see Sejuani in the jungle, you're like, oh, well, they're obviously going to play like Renekton top Camille mid or something like that.
Yeah, then you run Oriana cannons, like, what?
Like, you don't have its anti-synergy with the permafrost, so I get that, it doesn't really make sense. Whereas, because you have Braum now, you actually are apply Winter's Bite very quickly with all of, Renekton does it really well, and so does Ophelia. So you have options like the Chakrams with Winter's Bite. Braum lands Q, your Chakrams go through. You're like, you are definitely stunned. Like, there is no way around it, right? Or if you use the Q with the Scythe as well, like you proc so many auto attacks in such a short span of time, that becomes very difficult to trade against.
But this is different, right? It's like you said, Season 9 compositions. Where do you think both these junglers are gonna go? Cause like, if you ask me, right, what junglers really want to do is go towards bot side, get priority. But again, both these lanes don't really get priority that well, don't receive ganks that well.
I think importantly right now, when you have Renekton on your team, right, I usually see Renekton paired with something like Elise, which is one-dimensional, but it excels in what it does, which is diving at level 3. So if I was Jarvan, being on the blue side, you start red, move into Gromp, then blue, and you strictly tell the Renekton player, right, just stack the wave as large as possible. Like zone him off, stack a massive wave, and when you hit level 3, I will come and collapse because I'll have pathed up by then. We will dive, we will kill the Renekton, we will kill the cannon, we will sit in lane when he teleports and then kill him again. The moment the cannon is out of the game, you snowball, you power snowball from there.
Well, these are the kind of plays that we want to see from a veteran lineup like Ardent, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely a possibility for this to come through. Whether or not it does come through, whether or not the execution is, clean enough, that's another different story we have to see.
Another option is you get the Galio ahead, and then you just have perma mid prio against the Orianna, which is still quite difficult. Like, don't get me wrong, Orianna, very strong wave clear, but if you can delay her item spikes by, forcing her to consistently recall and farm scared, that's when you have power in the Galio pick. That's when you can impact mid. You can impact top and bot lane from mid.
Right. I do believe that in this patch we did see Galio. No, it wasn't this patch. I think it was a few patches ago. But we did see Galio buffs at one point. So I believe his Q still does decent damage.
Yeah, you can see on our screen now in the loading screen. Nothing really too odd in terms of keystones. Everyone have more or less what we expect them to, except the only difference right now is that the Orianna, however, does have the Summoner Eerie, so no Phase Rush or Spellbook or anything like that in this case.
Supportive Orianna, as it were.
Alright, we're in game. Bless our OB for realigning everything, because the players themselves tend to get a bit jumbled up when they're in the lobby. Oh, we're still on screen. Look. Woo!
We're in the game now.
We are part of the game.
Screen in the previous
this
game.
is like, Tron.
Game.
Are you too young to know what Tron is?
I know what Tron is. Oh my god. Alright.
Every time I cast with like you and Jenny, I'm like, I have to make these age jokes because one of you is, I'm just gonna say this, one of you is younger and one of you is older than me. I'm not gonna say who or what, but like, yeah.
I'm the older one. Okay, boomer.
Oh,
alright, you guys can't see this, but
there's like cheese. Yeah, there's cheese on our
towards
screen.
the bot side. 5-stack coming in from Arden. I don't think they actually spotted out the Kaiser though.
We're gonna cast like whatever's happening behind us. You guys are just gonna have to take our word for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can see the Nautilus popping down. There's a 5-stack in that bush.
Oh, buddy!
Bye-bye.
Buddy, getting caught. Not even landing. Oh man, that blows.
First blood, yo.
He took Dredge line level 1. Couldn't get in range to drag himself out. And now he's gonna go back to lane with Dredge line level 1.
F in chat, boys.
F in chat. Yeah.
Now you can see the game. There we go.
You probably heard the audio. Nautilus extended into the Tri-Rush, put a ward down, and got the shock of his life. It's like, oh no, there's 5 here. Also, I'm loving that the PH qualifiers has a lot of My Hero Academia names. So the Nautilus, the name, like, if I'm not wrong, it's one of the characters in My Hero Academia. It's one of like the female characters in the upperclassmen. And then there was Endeavor as well, which is like the #1 pro hero now. And clearly, I'm talking to the wrong person because he doesn't watch My Hero Academia. Everyone go on Twitter, flame spoots.
Oh man, I'm not a weeb. This is bad, man.
Mid lane. Actually taking the taunt level 1 because they had to find the CC on the Nautilus, but this makes it difficult for Janelle to sort of wave clear. No Winds of War at level 1, of course.
I mean, it's fine. He has first blood gold, so just chilling in lane until, get level 2, you get Winds of War.
I would have preferred her to pick up a Dark Seal as opposed to Boots and Control Ward. Like, I feel like Dark Seal is fine. It's better in terms of just sustaining in lane. But in this case, you get extra mobility, you get extra vision control. Maybe you can make things happen for your jungler now.
That's true. I mean, well, we do see right now, well, we did see more proactive plays. We were talking about how the Jarvan would go top
Yeah.
to dive the cannon, but I guess we saw the accelerated by them picking up the very fortunate Nautilus kill.
Right now, mid lane, actually this wave is stacking, so if Janelle respects it, it will kind of push towards her. And she will be able to get a bit more of an advantage here as the wave pushes in, but nope, she's going to clear it out. Meanwhile, looking at top lane, I wonder how big the wave is. Actually not that big, it's just one stack, so no option. This is the point where, like, level 3, right, you stack 2.5 waves, you can force the gank.
He is trying to go for a bit of a counter jungle. Not actually sure trying to jump in. Oh, that's a hook.
Hook in the bot lane, actually putting up the wall so Unbreakable and stand behind me, and then there you go. Using the scythe, very quickly proccing the Winter's Bite procs and stunning her up. Frustratingly hard to deal with because there is no clean reply for that.
Yeah, pretty decent damage on the Nautilus coming down from the side of Ardent. Jarvan, you're actually going to get spotted out by that ward, so they do have vision and information on where the jungler is. We're going to see a trade of Scuffle Crabs, top for bot, as both junglers pretty happy with the trade.
He actually swept the ward in the river out, so right now the cannon has no information on where the Jarvan is. Sure, you have an inkling considering, oh, Jarvan took top Scuttle Crab, therefore should be on the top half. But you have to respect this right now. If you are the cannon, you can't overextend. You have to kind of be very careful about how you position in the lane. If you walk up to take an unnecessary trade, you will get ganked.
Yeah, at this point though, I don't think you go for the dive. The minions aren't there, and the fact that cannon is level 4, he has pretty decent damage at this point. I don't think that is the best decision you can make on the side of Ardent.
Still though, the cannon wave is coming in. If they can actually force this, there might be a window. But yeah, I think that's not an option. You just kind of back off here.
Alright, well, this is going to be... I don't think we're going to see too much from this lane. It's a range versus melee. If they play it well, we are not going to see any action at all coming from that side. So,
actually finishing off the scythe. So now Cha has the Gurton gun. Remember that this one is the CC gun. So if you manage to land an auto attack, you can press Q and it will root someone down, of course.
Oh,
swapping to the flamethrower as well. A lot of damage actually. Wow, look at that. Following through, rooting them. Perfect damage coming through in the CC. So Char actually getting hooked in right now. Here comes the gank from Sejuani though. She has the Chilling Smite as well as the Flash. Can they make this play happen? Tagging them up with the W. A bit of an anticlimactic pause.
Jarvan's coming.
But here comes Jarvan, here comes the teleport. They're looking to turn the fight around. Doesn't have, actually just barely enough mana to get in and the, oh my goodness, the taunt as well.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
That was
I thought there was not enough mana from the Aphelios to land a root. And I thought there wasn't going to be enough range for the Idol of Duran coming in as well. So managing to barely sneak it in.
Yeah, you can see very clean play coming in from the side of Arden, like we expected. The moment there wasn't any hesitation, right? The moment the teleport came down, instantly the team turned, managed to pick up the kill, and this is a play that we've seen a lot of times. You manage to find a play at the bot side earlier on, you just translate it into a free dragon.
And of course, with no Rift Herald up yet, this should be objective taken away, a hard-earned one for sure. But right now backing off, should see the makings of a Essence Reaver being picked up for Char right now. It's going to be a sword instantly.
And you would think at this point that the Galio right now with the 2-0 and 0 is in a pretty comfortable position against this Orianna.
Hasn't bought yet though, so this is
The moment he goes back to buy, it's going to be pretty strong.
I feel like there's a window here where you hit level 6, you go back and buy after pushing the wave out, and then you try to find Hero's Entrance fight on the side lanes.
Definitely a possibility. He's actually going to path up to threaten the Sejuani. I don't think going for this is very wise. Sure, you have the wave pushed up, but once the Orianna equalizes that lane, just going to back off right now.
There is a control ward there, so it will be cleared out. Meanwhile, Sejuani Penguin is going to move over to her own rip buff, which should be respawning soon. Well, technically it's Penguin, not Penguin.
Penguin, yes. Right. We did see this. We did see the teleports expanded on the side of Suzy Zor here on the Renekton in order to pick up decent chunk of CS that was gonna die to turret unless you did that. So that is gonna be teleport advantage over the cannon, which by the way has reached level 6. So that is quite a flanking threat that we have to keep an eye on.
Have to see whether it's communicated across to the bot lane, because look at the pickup right now. There are no wards available for them to TP into, and when you play as, or rather you play with a cannon, you want a ward behind the enemy to flank TP into. So very tricky that they don't have the vision set up, they don't have the resources or the tools available to flank TP cannon fight.
Yeah, at this point, with all these waves pushing up on the side of Arden, it's going to be very difficult to actually get that ward in the back line as well. So probably an advantage that is not going to be capitalized on all that well from the side of Mob.
They just need to find a window to force it. It's still tricky, of course, no doubt, but there is a window for them to use it.
Chanel right now just going to continue pushing in the Orianna, who is actually running quite low on mana, so might have to be forced to back. Might even have to force the TP. Oh, actually going in again.
Yep, getting the knockup with the Justice Punch, but like you said, you know, because no mana, knows that she can't really respond in kind. Problem is the Orianna is starting to build a bit of a CS lead by nature of being range versus melee, and more or less what we expected in this matchup. Now the swap coming through, actually, Aphelios and Braum moving to the top half. They know that the play now is for the Rift, so they need to secure this. They have 4 members here. The only member that isn't is the Renekton, who has swapped over earlier. Once again, this is a sign of good fundamentals. They know, okay, the bot objective is down. There's no way we're going to lose turrets either way, so what do? We transit to the top half, know that we have the manpower to take down this Rift Herald uncontested because there is no dragon to trade. We've taken that already. We get this Rift Herald, we can probably 3 or 4 man top lane or mid and open up the map.
Super strong game plans. Renekton actually holding down fort pretty well in the bot side as well, so if Ray isn't careful here, actually might get dove by the Braum.
We'll see the Braum.
Yeah, so he just concedes the turret.
The second dangerous part is if you choose to defend, Galio can just come in with like Hero's Entrance, right? So, of course you concede this, you give over the gold, and the question is who is going to get the last hit on this structure? I feel like if you're Jarvan now, you just back off and give all the solo gold over to Aphelios.
Not doing that though, picking up all the gold she can for herself. Super duper clean execution though. And Ray right now just forced to back away. Nothing she can really do.
Like
super
a
unfortunate.
wave and a half here. All they have to do actually is just like literally AFK here. Let the wave take the turret itself and deny the EXP.
Not gonna do that though. Manages to
It's the Dredge line in the bot lane. Actually, a lot of damage already. Here comes the
might
possible dive from the Sejuani. Glacial Prison is available. Flash is up for Suzy Sor if she wants to pop Dominus to get out, but she's kind of still sticking around though. Eventually we'll finish the recall.
Yeah, now that they've taken the objectives that you can take on the top side, they're actually just going to rotate back and try to take the bot lane turret as well as the dragon that's going to be spawning in about a minute.
And force this because Hero's Entrance is up, so they can use this if they want to force the fight. Shockwave is going to pull the Jarvan back in, but they're going to turn tail and fight both the Sejuani as well as the Orianna front and back. 1-on-1. Dragonlance should be able to get them the kill, but here comes the teleport from the cannon who has flash.
Backup coming in from the side of Arden, gonna ensure that the teleport is not gonna result in anything more than just that.
This is an old school Season 9 combo. Remember, Cataclysm into Hero's Entrance, finding the fight that you need, and forcing members away. Even though they didn't get the kills, they still managed to burn the flash on the Orianna.
100%. And the fact that they managed to do that, as well as expend Cannon's teleport, means that they have the perfect setup once again to go for the dragon, which is now spawned on the map.
Push out bot lane, get prio, and then move in after to get vision.
Definitely at the moment you can see that they are actually collapsing around the objective. There isn't actually a ward inside the pit, so Mob actually doesn't know that they're doing it. They might know that they're doing it, sure, but they don't know how far down it's gone. They're actually not going to contest at all.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way you contest this because we've seen in the past, when you try to desperately steal these objectives, you end up feeding a kill over, and most of the time it's not even 50-50. It's like a 30-70 that you get it, right?
And with all the clean plays coming in from Arden, I think a lot of it has been... well, I say that. Mars here actually
kind of
makes it out alive.
Ring around the rosy. There's a ward there that spots the Sejuani. There's another ward there that spots the Nautilus. So enough information to know. And there's a control ward there, so we will see the Kai'Sa, but we'll be able to get out as well. So actually more than enough vision for it to get in and get out safe.
Very nice play coming from Arden. Even though it was just for a Gromp. They're going in again though.
Depth charge on top of their Aphelios. They're looking for the Shockwave, a good counter flash, and meanwhile the teleport coming in, actually landing multiple knockups here, and here comes the damage. Here comes the reinforcements. It's the Galio coming in. They've managed to find a kill on the Sejuani, but they trade the Jarvan across, and now who is the next focus? It could be the Nautilus going down. Cha actually managing to land auto attack, will get the kill there. And at the end of it, it is 3 members picked up by Arden who respond perfectly in that fight.
Yep, perfect response from Ardent, like you said, coming in and perfectly just cleaning up a bunch of kills on the bot lane. What is this top?
Suzy So now having to flash away, actually using the dominance a bit too late there, getting caught out by the damage. Meanwhile, Ray taking a lot of minion aggro, falling quite low. Actually a teleport earlier, I called it as Renekton, it was actually the Galio that arrived. Of course, the Renekton's teleport was available, so it was a 50-50 there.
Alright, at the end of the day, that's a 3k gold advantage for the side of Ardent, so they're looking pretty comfortable right now, 12 minutes into the game. Interested to see what the game plan will be from here. Probably more dragons though.
We'll find an Lawless here first, so I don't think they want to trade this. In fact, we'll just flag and drag out. Now, items being completed is important because you can see that Rojeb is actually moving towards the Stormrazor on Kai'Sa. Quite a ways away, of course. Doesn't even have the components, the full components yet, much less the recipe cost.
Yeah, Cha here already has Essence Reaver, so
yeah,
pretty far ahead is this Aphelios.
2-0 and 3, we saw the power of the Moonlight Vigil Infernum earlier, actually chunking the back line. We've talked about how it's been nerfed, but the utility and the damage value proposition is still there, you know?
That's right, especially when you get a hit. Aphelios is still gonna do a chunk of damage.
If they stack up, you can round them or corral them together with Cataclysm. There's still value in that, don't get me wrong.
Alright, we are gonna see a bit of map movements coming in from Arden, but they're going in for the Orianna once again.
Awesome taunt, Winter's Bite not connecting though, will manage to land a stun with the Ruthless Predator and the knock-up with the Glacial Fissure. That's all she wrote, a flash from Janelle to get out safe, but at the end of it, overall they still find a kill and they translate that into turret plates.
Yeah, when you're this far ahead, expending so many flashes for the Orianna might not be the best thing in the world, but that does leave you with a 4v5, 4v4 now that the Galio has actually backed away. But turret plates are gone, so nothing for you to really siege.
They're still pinging into the jungle. They see Penguin kind of sitting on the side. They want to get the vision down first and foremost, and then see how they can play it into controlling the top quadrant.
Yeah, Rift Herald is going to be spawning fairly soon as well, and the fact that they do have their bot lane ready to rotate up towards that top side, again, just speaks volumes to how cohesive this team is once again.
Right, so finally pick up the Stormrazor, and here comes the Cannon into the play in the bot lane. Slicing Maelstrom is available, but Suzy So actually buying a lot of space. And remember, now that Cannon and Kai'Sa is here, Rift Herald should be up for the taking. You should be effectively walking in, putting vision down with no fear because you have the manpower. But it's just that the ladies of Arden aren't really in position just yet.
I feel like we've seen this Renekton get collapsed on a lot now, but still deathless, so it's super slippery on this Crocodile. The Slice and Dice doing wonders and disengaging.
There's a ward that will be cleared out, the control ward from Arden. Gives them complete control over here. Just as I say that, the control ward from Mob is here as well. Now remember, 4 members here, they're waiting for the play to happen. Even though there is a blast cone over there, I highly do not recommend going over the wall, Penguin. In fact, just concede this and that's the right play, because when you get desperate for the steals and when they've pulled the Rift Herald all the way out, it's almost a suicide attempt at stealing the Rift Herald.
Look at this, they do have a bit of an inside track going into the mid lane. This turret should not be long for this world. This is going to be opening up the map even further for the side of Arden. Keep your eye on Penguin on the flank, might be going in. He does.
They're actually looking to force this fight. Penguin goes in alone. Meanwhile, Janelle's off the back alone as the Galio. Here comes the Infernum. Look at that pop! Nigeria now is the target, having to back off. Necton arriving in the fight. Remember, there was a teleport advantage, so coming in and actually helping impact her team's success here, whereas Ray having to walk up individually, looking for the Slicing Maelstrom. Still actually flashes forward, but the hero's entrance knocks them all up. Can they turn this fight around though, as Cha is still kiting? The lifesteal is too good. One more auto attack will be able to finish off, but not in range to do so. Penguin is a little sad right now. As they clean up their fight, they find the ace and they juggle the aggro perfectly.
Yep, juggling the aggro perfectly and enables them to basically clean up the entire fight. The idea of the flank coming in from the cannon was basically quintessential cannon play, right?
Yep.
Unfortunately, it was just not strong enough.
Too little,
just got popped by the entirety of the Arden squad, and there's just another dragon going on to the side of it, going on to their side.
Third dragon of the game now, and the next one is going to be Oceans all the way, and man, is Ocean Drake busted.
Ocean Dragon, best soul.
Yeah, I personally think it's the best soul to get, especially if you want to siege, just because every time you do damage, you heal, right? How is that like fair?
I mean, yeah. I can't rebut this. I cannot rebut
It
this.
is not. That is the answer. It is
Yeah.
not fair. Resetting now. Looking at the items coming in, we see earlier the proto build was completed by the Galio. Now moving towards the Zhonya's Hourglass as well. So this is going to be a frontline Galio that's going to be soaking a lot of damage. Of course, we saw in the previous fight how she just literally jumped in,
Yeah.
put up the taunt, and was like, "Come at me, guys. See what you can do because I am more than tanky enough to soak the damage."
Mars has been in this bush like 3 times now. It's looking pretty spicy. It does spot out as a Sejuani though, so it does make the wiser decision to just back away and not try for any shenanigan dives.
They're still looking for the collapse. They have the CC of the Gravitum gun.
Back.
Marcy coming through. We'll find the Sejuani here. Actually, a 4-man collapse. Remember that Janelle is here as well. Hero's entrance isn't available, but they might be able to pick up the kills before anything happens. Here comes the stopwatch with the slicing maelstrom, looking for the shockwave. Barely enough damage to do anything. The collapse was a huge success there. Penguin and Ray Ray go down.
Yeah, and these are the bot lane dives that you like to see coming in from cohesive teams like Ardent, like we have been talking about this entire game. But the fact is still true. They've been playing as a unit. They've been doing it very well. And the gold, 6k now in difference, just speaks volumes further to that.
Collapsing onto the mid. They have the inside track, but no minions to speak of, so it becomes very tricky. Like I said earlier, Char still has the ultimate, has the Gravitum gun, so that's on-demand CC if you need it. Then swaps over to Crescendum and we'll pop out the little turret to help siege.
Yep, more turrets coming in for the side of Ardent. 4-0 right now. They're looking pretty comfortable just walking around this map.
She has 40 stacks of 40 ammo. 14 left on the Gravitum. Yeah.
Okay, you don't want to be in this choke point if you're mob. Orianna.
They're like baiting her in. They're like, okay, we have a ward here. You can check this if you want. But we will kill you if you overextend.
Very cheeky.
Yep. Yeah, the reason why I say it's important to keep an eye on the Gravitum gun is because it's a great clean way to start a fight as well.
Yep.
You throw the Moonlight Visual, you pop Q, that's when you land a stun. But she's going to expend all the ammo and there won't be that clean of a way to start the fights anymore, apart from a Jarvan opening up.
Alright, and you saw the baiting of the Orianna there, the pushing back of the entire mob squad, just really enabling Ardent to pick up the top turret as well. Super clean pickup of another huge objective without even so much of a fight.
Right now, 8-0 and 3 is the Galio, 4-0 and 8 is the Aphelios. Both Janelle Cha as well as Suzy So are having great games. Like we were talking about earlier, the solo laners of this team kind of having the experience of multiple FSLs under their belt, and it's starting to show. The calm, collected, systematic play is showing in this game.
So right now, Baron is starting up. You see the few pings coming down from it. Jarvan jumping over the wall. I don't think he's going to start it, but definitely a real possibility when you're on the side of Ardent and you have so much damage already packed into your kits.
They need to control the top quadrant of vision right now because it's completely unwarded by both teams, which makes it very difficult to blind start the Baron. You need to control the vision first, and I feel like make a pick. Because there's too much disruption on the side of Mob for you to safely take the Baron. Between Depth Charge, Shockwave, and Glacial Prison, I'm hesitant to even start the objective.
And that's true. They've done super good. They've done super clean vision clears in the past though around the dragon. I think that's the real objective that they've been focusing so far.
Yep.
You would think that, you know, if they decide they want to go for Baron, they're going to do the same sort of methodical clearing of vision, same sort of vision placement. And yeah, if they do decide to go for the objective, I think it's going to be super clean as well.
Objectives coming up in a couple of seconds. It's going to be Baron available and Ocean Soul up for contest right now. If you are Mob and you don't steal this one away, well, you're going to give the Ocean Soul over to Ardent Esports. 30 seconds is the timer. Remember, there is a pit behind, excuse me, rather, a control wall behind the pit. Surprised they haven't cleared it yet. Maybe they are leaving it up because they want to bait people in. They are still committed to this. It's down to 10,000 health. Sejuani is now arriving, Nautilus putting a ward across the wall. Orianna is already here. And like we said, Shockwave, Glacial Prison, and Depth Charge are all key tools they can use to disrupt this attempt.
Teleport
Flash is available, teleport coming in. Rather, teleport is available, hasn't really been used there. It's down to 2,000. Can they do anything? Here comes the cannon. They're holding it, they're pausing. It's down to 1,003. Can they get this though in time? The shockwave coming through. They managed to steal it away. Here's the problem. Because the slicing maelstrom is in the fight. Can they kite this one out though? The damage might be enough here as Char is just moving around and life-stealing off Penguin. Here comes the root as well. All eyes on the Aphelios, the damage coming in. Here comes the hero's entrance to buy space. They managed to keep Char alive once more, and with that, the Aphelios is just popping off. Najiri, you're the last member alive, and even though your team has stolen the Baron, the fight still belongs to Arden.
No health bars across the board. They committed way too long to that Baron, and for a second it looked super sketchy for the side of Arden. Mob looked like they were able to pick up that fight, but at the end of the day, the arrival of the Renekton and the ability for the Aphelios to just deal damage untouched just allowed them to continue snowballing with the damage they already have, and they managed to pick up a victory even though they do again lose the Baron.
The lifesteal was absolutely nasty there. Like the amount of health she got back just from autoing with the scythe and giving herself the heal. You could feel like it was always in range of dying, but just dancing on the edge of it.
Well, good play from Sejuani stealing that Baron though. I mean, definitely delayed the game plan that Arden might have had for at least a few more minutes. They are going to pick up the Ocean Soul here without much contest. So they are still in a pretty strong state.
There is no way that they can contest this, like you said, because Orianna's on the top side. The one lucky break that they have for themselves is that Najiri has the Baron buff on her. So this kind of buys them, 2.5 minutes left of Baron power play time where they can kind of, reset the waves and make use of Baron buff.
Okay, resetting the wave. I'm interested to see what the game plan is from Mob. I mean, at this point, you're so far behind. You've managed to pick up Baron. I'm not sure what you can really still do. I mean, hunker down, I guess. Hopefully, you catch somebody out. You're trying to make picks, basically, at this point.
Yeah, I feel like there's also the option of playing the 5-man in mid lane. Just use your inside track and move in as a unit, because Aphelios is so strong, 6-0 and 10. Already to the point where if you have the right setup for Aphelios, this ADC is going to pop off.
Yeah, I think it's already popped off.
It's already popped off, but it just gets systematically worse right now. You can see Char does so much damage. Doesn't even matter, popping the backline with the chakrams, and right now Najiri is going to die because of the mistakes of her AD carry. Sure, Rojev gets out, but they will find the Nautilus, find a pick like you mentioned, and walk it in mid lane. Here comes the Cataclysm, catching 3 members actually with the hero's entrance as well. The knock up. Here comes Char with the damage on the backline. A great taunt by the Galio keeps them all in place for Char to just right-click them to death. They don't have the wave, so they can't finish off with this push, so they can move it to the top side, move to take the top inhibitor at least.
Yeah, Arden just walking it into the base, just forcing all these different plays. I mean, basically they're saying, hey, okay, you can have the Baron, but we're going to take your base.
Things could have been a lot worse if there was a Moonlight Vigil from Aphelios that went on the Chakrams, which really doesn't do all too much. I feel like if it was a Gravitum or Infernum Moonlight Vigil in that choke, that game might have been over.
Yeah. Okay, as it stands though, 2 inhibitors down. Nexus Tower still standing for the side of Mob. You have to think there's not much they can do at this point.
Oh yeah.
I mean, stay in base, try to clear waves, try to delay the end of the game as long as you possibly can. Hopefully Arden makes a mistake for you guys to come back. I don't see any other way for them to win this game, honestly.
The scaling is still, like we mentioned, not really in their favor because the damage profile of Canon Orianna is AP, and of course Kai'Sa, will move towards the AP build. She's only at 2 items right now, which is very dicey. Where if she does go for the Nash's 3rd item, then it's majority AP damage, right? So you don't scale as well. Side lanes, as it stands, Renekton is comfortable just going one-on-one against the cannon. I feel like with the Gather in the other side lane, there are very little outs for you. It's pretty much like you've all in the game of poker and you're not able to draw any more outs right now.
Yeah. Not much they can do right now. You can see they are actually split across the map. Meanwhile, Arden has concentrated most of his forces around the bot side. You can see they're already setting up a bit of a siege. Jarvan making his way to the bottom tier 2 as well. Not exactly sure if Mob is going to be able to answer this effectively. I think if they come down towards the bottom lane, they just get engaged on and killed once again.
Yeah. Like, the Arden composition right now, because they're this far ahead, they can actually just brute force fights. Like, not even kidding, brute force.
Yeah.
Galio can flash in taunt, Protobelt, do the whole shebang, and just pop Zhonya's and wait for the rest of the team to come.
Yeah. I mean, turret, even diving on the turret, right? Doesn't even matter at this point. You're just so tanky. You can just go in, do whatever you say. Like you said, brute force.
Waiting to dot the I's and cross the T's right now. There's a bit of a pause, a technical issue as it were. Hopefully it comes, or at least is resolved soon. But we were talking earlier during picks and bans about how, well, Aphelios is an overrated pick. It's not as strong anymore. But now that you get a hit, you see like the value and the utility of this champion. And I feel like that's why in the LCS and LEC, these regions still understand that Aphelios is, even though you fall behind, you still have Graviton. You still have on-demand CC. You can still wave clear and scale. And you do scale better than most of the current meta ADCs.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna disagree. I mean, it's 7-0 and 11. If I say anything else, I'm gonna look like an idiot. Well, I think it does come down to the veterancy of these players, right? Nothing against Mob, but you know they don't have the sort of experience that Arden did bring to the table.
Like
so
when they took Dragon, they immediately rotated top to take Rift. I was like, yep, that is
super clean.
That's a veteran move, right?
Yeah.
You understand that, okay, bot lane might be even, but if we get the right timings on the waves and we just walk, we don't lose anything.
Experience is experience. Being able to play against more experienced teams like Mob is doing right now, definitely gonna make it more fruitful in their upcoming training sessions, you would think.
Yeah, but what's interesting also is that when you look at Arden in this game, right, and we know that they are one of the favorites to contend for champions and representatives of the Philippines qualifiers. I wonder if there's anyone that can stand up to task against them, because all the teams that we've seen so far, yes, their fundamentals are good, but when it comes to execution, we haven't seen execution like Arden level execution, right? What they did today was extremely clean, like in this game at least. Is there anyone you think that could contend against this?
I mean, you would think their opponent up against, for some reason, I can't remember their name except for the Uwu. Yeah, I mean, most likely they win this game, they go up against the Uwu team, and I think that is the greatest competition that they're probably gonna see this tournament.
I feel like you might be on the right track, even though that is a team of younger players. Overall, though, Sanzu, when they come in with a younger team, they still look pretty talented in terms of execution and macro play. The veterancy isn't there, sure.
Yeah.
But as a unit, they still look clean.
Yeah. Still gonna be veterans versus I'll say rookies, sort of.
Yeah, rookies is not a wrong way to put it. I feel like if a team hasn't been playing together for very long, it's fine to call them rookies.
It's fair.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's the team chemistry that factors into how experienced they are. I think like you could be a solo queue player like who's been playing League for the past 10 years, right? But if you're not playing on a team, you are still considered a competitive rookie because you don't know what it's like to work with people on a competitive level. That's why I think, right?
Yeah. Whew, all right. We're still in a pause, so what would you like to talk about? I mean, okay, what's
if you ask me, I'm just gonna go straight back to like Chinese New Year. Oh
damn.
Oh, this coronavirus is very serious now.
16 cases, I believe.
Here we are risking our lives, casting. It's us against the coronavirus, and we're winning. Don't speak too soon. Like we walk past.
Oh no.
We walk out the studio later. It's like everyone's coughing. Oh no! What have we done?
Right. Not sure what's going on over there, but yeah. What's your opinion on Jarvan? Because I think we've seen him basically undefeated this entire day. You know my my opinion. He's basically like the best jungling champion this patch. So
Jarvan, I think, is pretty good, but I think Lee Sin does a pretty good job as well. But they both provide different things. I think Jarvan provides easy to execute teamfight comps. Lee Sin provides early snowballing and peel with the Dragon's Rage, of course, right? So they both do different things, but I think they excel at what they do, right? Lee Sin probably has the best level 1 to level 3 jungle path cleared in the current pool of junglers. Just because his single target damage with Sonic Wave Resonating Strike as well as the Safeguard keeps him very healthy, right?
You know, I actually agree with you, in fact, I think in the previous game where we saw Elise, I think Lee Sin might have been better fit there because honestly, Elise right now, sure she's strong but not in the jungle.
The thing is, when we watch FSL, it's like, how many people can play Lee Sin? I have never seen a single Lee Sin player in FSL, as far as I can remember, right? I'm gonna confirm this later when I look at my notes and see the pick and ban rate for Lee Sin is like 0%. But for the most part, the junglers in FSL tend to be like the Elise, Jarvan, the Gragas, and Sejuani.
Alright, if you haven't noticed though, we are back into game. The siege for the bot lane tower has begun. This is going to be their last inhibitor tower, their last defense, as it were.
I'm telling you, they can just brute force this.
Yeah.
The moment someone steps up, they can literally brute force it. Right now,
They're going in.
they're going in for the brute force. There you go, Hero's entrance. The shockwave only catches the Renekton. You have to think this is an absolute disaster now as Char comes in. With the auto attacks left completely untouched. Swaps over to the Infernum. Nope, wants the Crescendo more. Goes for the double, looking for the triple. Where is the Quadra? Give the Quadra over, come on. Nope, Penguin, scumbag jungler, is just gonna sit in base.
Yeah, that's a triple kill to round out the day for Ardent. Round out the game rather, managing to pick up the Nexus here. Might even try to dive the Sejuani. Probably not the wisest choice, but they do secure the win, 23 kills to 4.
Right, and with that, they will proceed into the upper bracket finals, where they will be playing Sanzu for a chance to head into the actual grand final.
Yeah.
Of course, that will be coming up relatively soon in a while. Of course, we're going to reset everything and get the players into the lobby, but for now, we're going for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright guys, welcome to the ostensibly the marquee match for today, the finals, or at least the finals of the upper bracket. The last game for today, we will see the winners of the previous match, Arden Esports, going up against Sanzu, which is a name that kind of lingers in your mind due to the Wu part.
Wu.
Of course,
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the Wu. In fact, I absolutely detest it. So saying the name gives me a bit of chills in my body.
Alright.
Once again, I am Hungry Cast, and alongside me is Spoots, and
Hello.
let's just jump into the picks and bans and look at this right now. There's Delusion first picked already on the Sanzu side. Meanwhile, Ophelios, Galio, as well as Morgana have been banned out. For the Arden Esports side, Darius, Zach, as well as Jarvan will be removed, but they will get the Misfortune Brawl.
Yeah, just a lot of target bans coming out from both sides actually. Arden with the Misfortune Brom, quite the strong bottom lane. On the other side, we do get Lucian, Leona, they're also very strong.
Yeah.
But they do need to get a hit earlier on.
Now, because they have the Braum, it actually removes a lot of the Ornn power pick available to Sanzu right now. So they're looking for the Casio, which is probably a decent pickup here. We saw Missy Hobbs play Casio, I think 2 games before this.
Yeah.
So she did do pretty well. And now we have the Ahri for the mid lane here on the side of Arden. This matchup, I tend to favor the Casio a bit more just because all you have to do is scale. You just don't get caught and you will scale up. Whereas Ahri has to find the picks and make the plays happen before things can actually work out in her favor.
Yep, no melee mid matchup, no you would think no glacial augment now coming in for the Ahri.
Electrocute.
Woo!
Mordekaiser ban out already, and right now for Sanzu, they're looking for the next ban. I feel like you want to remove the jungle pool right now. You kind of want to thin out the jungle pool because Jarvan has been removed and so has Zac, right? So think about what you could say. You could remove the Elise. Instead, they will go for the Gnar in the top lane. So maybe trying to give themselves a better top lane matchup here. For another jungle ban? Okay.
I promise.
Might default to a Nocturne at this point.
Ooh, I don't know, man. If they're looking at tier 1 junglers, there's still Elise and Gragas. And looking at a composition, Elise might be... Elise is going to pigeon you into picking an AD top laner. Gragas has anti-synergy with Misfortune and Braum. So, I don't know. They're kind of like, pick your poison, right? So instead, they will pick the Ornn for themselves. Nice.
Not sure if you go for the Elise here though. I mean, if you go for the Elise, that's a lot of,
Same thing, right? You have a problem. You have AP mid and AP jungle, then your top laner has to be either tank or AD.
yeah, and you have to go for the early. You have to get a hit early, effectively, on both
Echo.
champions. The
Not bad though.
yeah,
Echo in the jungle.
Ooh.
Rammus. I feel like they're trolling us at this point.
Rammus is
Holy,
strong.
okay.
He's always strong.
I don't know, man. I feel like if you pick Rammus, you want people to hate you.
Yeah.
Like, every time I play solo queue and there's a Rammus on the opposite team, I hate my life instantly.
Yeah, that's the point of picking Rammus. It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's the obligatory okay
okay.
joke done for the day. We can continue on. Who's gonna be the top laner to go against all?
What if it's a-
Mordekaiser is banned.
What if it's a Rammus top lane? Is that a possibility?
That is not really. I don't think so.
Okay,
I
so
haven't
it should,
seen it. So yeah.
it's a Shen top lane right now.
Mhm.
Interesting way of delivering Shen into fights, I guess, if you want to consider it that way.
Ooh, yeah.
They're still looking for their jungler, and like you said, Nocturne might just be the pick here. I'm not fully sold because we talked about the problem of EXP gains, and Nocturne as a jungler takes too long to come online at onto level 6 in the current iteration of jungle camp. So it's one of the hit or miss picks, I feel.
Mispicks indeed. You definitely have to get a hit. Even sort of leech XP from
Yeah.
the lanes if you want to get a level 6
Oh yeah.
in order to have an impact on your map. We had a discussion earlier.
Mhm.
Just a bit of a rehash for those who weren't with us.
Look
Yeah.
at the compositions. Who do you have your money on? Because both teams actually bringing very aggressive bot lanes. The only differential here I feel is that the junglers are geared towards different styles. Nocturne looking for that level 6 to make a high impact global play, semi-global play. Rammus, meanwhile, is powerballing into every lane at every time, every possible available time to try and make the ganks happen.
Yeah, I have to say that my personal money is gonna be on Sun Tzu.
Mhm.
I think their composition is just has a little bit more damage, just a little bit more ability to go in.
Right.
Pre-6 as well. I mean, you don't have the limitations of the Nocturne not having ultimate, so
Mhm.
Sun Tzu definitely gonna be able to make something happen on the map earlier on in the game, and I think it's gonna be up to them to really snowball and see how the game really plays out post 6.
There are a lot of decent lanes with low mobility actually that the Rammus can gank pretty well. So early on we're talking about like how Ahri, you could still charm Rammus, but it's just gonna bring him closer to you, right? As
That's
far as
true.
I understand, charm doesn't knock him out of
Yeah.
Powerball. In the bot lane, Misfortune and Braum, sure, Braum can block the Powerball incoming, but you can still taunt Misfortune if you're in range, right? So I think with the access to the lanes and the lack of mobility on both Misfortune and Ari, Rammus should consider starting on the top side, path towards mid and bot, and try to make things happen with the very reliable CC that his laners provide as well.
For sure, I think we want to talk a little bit about the top lane because I think we focus on the bot side a little bit. Shen Ornn, I think Shen actually wins this matchup.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Ornn certainly does have the damage. Is
Right.
definitely going to be able to, definitely has a window rather to beat Shen in that lane. I think
Right.
Shen, if he's able to outlast the Ornn rather,
the lore.
the Ornn, it will be able to deal out more consistent damage. Going to have much more global impact across the map. So I think this lane definitely goes over to Shen if he's able to hold it down.
Right. The idea is if you go even or lose gracefully, then it's fine,
Yeah.
right? But if you get like counter snowballed and Ornn just pops off, then not so much impact anymore.
We haven't seen a popped off Ornn so far, but once Ornn pops off, that is quite a sight to behold, I think.
I think people, like, at least from the qualifiers that we've seen over the weeks, when people get Ornn, they understand that, okay, this is a very stable rock of a champion. You can't go wrong with Ornn, right? As long as you don't misplay badly, you can't go wrong. But then they fail to fully understand how to snowball the lead on Ornn. Like, sure, your damage numbers are good, and your passive helps, boost your teammates through upgrading the items. But how do you snowball that into a global advantage? The only team so far that's displayed the ability to translate top lane Ornn's power into the rest of the map is Liab. And even then, the execution was kind of sorely lacking in a bit. They understood, okay, Ornn can get a solo kill here, still have EXP differential, let's TP him to the bot lane and make something happen. Because Call of the Forge God is super good at starting fights. But then the rest of the team not on the same page, right? So if Arden can do this, it at least gives me hope, or a bit more of a higher expectation of Philippines as a general, understanding how to make use of Ornn.
Yeah, and the thing we talked about in both teams, right, is that they're both pretty good at executing what they want to do. So it really will come down to who's going to be able to edge out whom when it comes down to this execution. And honestly, you have to give it to the veteran talent that's on Arden.
Okay, yeah,
to do so.
Not to say we were talking about this earlier, but Arden, multiple members on the lineup have been playing together for all seasons of FSL qualifiers.
Yeah.
Of course, the veteran shot calling is there, the experience and understanding. If we're behind, how do we play to get back into the game? If we're ahead, how do we snowball or lead? And I think it was very evident the previous game about the way they controlled the map and played around the objectives. This time against a team that is, I think, arguably equal in terms of individual skill. Let's just put it that way, right?
Okay.
There's less of a skill differential in just the laners alone. I feel like this time is a true test of their ability. Because the previous game, I'll be honest, bot lane itself was really, really difficult.
Sure, that's a Guardian on Shen, I believe. No aftershock,
no grasp.
No grasp, yeah. Not going to have as much sustain as he might like in the top lane against, grasp Ornn. So definitely playing a bit more supportive is the Shen.
Like
On
you said,
to the Rift now.
Ari playing into a range matchup. We'll go electrocute, of course. No shenanigans of the Glacial Augment. Meanwhile, for this Cassio, actually quite a smart adaptation. You normally see Cassiopeia players go for the Conqueror, but this time going for the Phase Rush because you need the movement speed to dodge away from the charm. Whereas the rest of the Keystones look pretty standard to me.
Yeah. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
No Predator Rammus today. No,
not.
Is that a chat move or is
that the chat?
Is it a legit build or is it a chat build?
I believe it's a legit chat build.
Okay.
We do see the aftershock coming from Rammus, obviously playing a little bit more defensive. Yeah, I think it's viable. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I said Rammus is pretty viable, right? But I don't believe. Or rather, I'm not very experienced with the pick myself. I don't play Rammus. I've just seen him able to pop off. Like, you get a few kills, you get a few assists on this champion. He just rolls all across the map, gets kills everywhere, and honestly, the sheer speed he brings just ensures that the enemy team doesn't really see you coming.
It's similar to Nunu in a way, that like by the time you see him arrive and he's ganking you, it's too late, right? You need to spot him on the approach, not as he is approaching you.
So it does really come down to ward placement. You don't put the ward at the entrance of the river. You put it, sort of at the camp, so you know that he's on your side of the map. You just play back a little bit, not even giving the opportunity to go in.
100%. I feel like that's how you're gonna want to play against Akia this game. And looking at that, it's not just avoiding and dodging the Rammus. It's also trying to find advantages of your own if you're the Nocturne. We mentioned one of the ways you can do that is to sort of leech EXP from other laners if you can gank successfully. Otherwise, time taken to get to level 6 will be quite delayed.
Yeah, I believe even just leeching one wave from your enemy, from one of your other laners is actually just super beneficial to your clear and super beneficial to your XP gains. I mean, I believe one time I saw you just leech 6 minions without your side laner coming, without your solo laner coming, and you're just about 2 levels ahead.
That's insane. All you have to do is just get the EXP, right? And like, sure, with Hunter's Machete, Hunter's Talisman, there's the reduction, the penalty, if you will, to stop funneling. But the moment you upgrade it, the penalty is gone. Doesn't even matter anymore. So you could still CS, it's fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Bit of a technical issue right now, early on, so hopefully we can figure that out soon.
Feels paused, man.
Feels paused, man. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times throughout the entire day. It's just very unfortunate, but allows us to discuss strategy a little bit more in depth, I think.
I feel like if you are looking at the Sanzu composition on the blue side, there is a bit of a timer though, because it's gonna hit a point in the late game where neither Cassio nor Lucian can realistically take down the Ornn.
Yeah,
I feel like that's the ticking time bomb. The Ornn is gonna be this massive front line at the end, and you just can't do anything because he's so tanky and he has so many resistances, and you're just like autoing a brick wall.
That's true.
And then it just buys space for Misfortune to actually move forward and advance aggressively. Last time in the past, Misfortune was you would build her like an outbot. You build Black Cleaver into just full on AD and try your best to shred, right? But nowadays, Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge makes it so much more deadly when it comes to team fighting.
Alright, we're getting an update with the pause. It's you know, a well-known Riot bug at this point. I think you might have seen it as well. The player runes were not in fact saved when we got into the game. So we're gonna remake the game with the same pick and bans shortly after this.
Yeah, I think we should be hoping to jump out, and maybe when we come back, we'll probably take a short break.
Yep.
And when we come back, we will probably have the game set up and all ready for you guys. Apologies, of course. Like you said, it's a well-known bug. It does happen, but we can't chrono break. We don't have the tournament realm, so we can't do that. But for now, guys, we will be going for a very short break. When we come back, all this will be reset. We'll be ready to go into game.
Yep.
Alright, we are back. Fortunately. Oh!
Let's go!
We jinxed it!
Let's
we
go!
jinxed it!
Why did you say this? How can you do this to us?
I was like, we
Ah,
are back
man.
and boom, instant pause.
Oh man,
I am so
hopefully it's
sorry.
nothing
Yeah.
major.
Yeah.
Hopefully
I'm so sorry.
all the
I'm so
rules
sorry.
are back in order. Quick update.
Yeah.
It was in fact the Shen
Yes.
taking Grasp of the Undying now instead of the Guardian.
Yeah, we were
as he
like, well,
previously
there is
did.
a way to efficiently use your ultimate.
Yeah.
No. It's Grasp of the Undying. It's for laning. Hopefully this will resolve soon.
Yeah, indeed. So we're gonna see a Grasp trade
Yeah.
at the top side. It's gonna be very interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah. So sustain fest in the top side. We will be resuming play here. I believe Shen is back. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just stop saying that. Let's just stop talking about that.
Do not allude to the game at all. It's
Okay.
very
The game
sensitive,
has
yeah.
been paused.
Yeah.
The game has been paused.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Jinx it the other way around.
Jinx it the other way around.
Yeah.
Everything is gonna go horrifically wrong.
Oh no.
But we went too much this time. We actually did jinx it. Alright. It's okay.
Yeah, nothing's
Alright,
happening.
alright.
Nothing's happening. Okay.
Yeah, so we were talking about how it's the grasp instead of
Yeah.
the guardian, which makes more sense. Of course, you need a laning sustain. Right now, though, we see a 3-man stack here. The Ornn is going to be on the top side, the Ahri in the mid lane, and might just get spotted walking forward. Zakia, I think, was barely clipped on the edge. Will throw out the dust trail and scare away the Rammus here in the jungle.
This is very unconventional jungle matchup.
Oh, yes,
you
you
think?
are right.
Oh,
you
know?
are right.
Yeah, right.
Top tier analysis.
Top tier analysis. Oh man, I'll be here all week. No, but I mean, Rammus being picked into Nocturne, I think is actually.
Well, it's actually the other way around. It's the Nocturne into
the Nocturne into
yeah,
Rammus.
Nocturne into Rammus.
I honestly think Rammus would have a better time into the Nocturne, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I feel like most people always pick Rammus when they see it's usually a solo queue game. Okay, let me set the seat. It's a solo queue game.
Okay.
You are playing AD and your top laner is like, you know, I'll be really good here. Talon, and he insta-lock Talon. He's like, okay, cool. Maybe that's a cheese pick. And then your jungler's next, like, you know, I'll be really good here. Master Yi, and then he insta-locks Master Yi. Like, oh no! And then the mid laner is like, you know, guys, I'm gonna one up all of you. I'm gonna pick Zed, and that's when you know your opponent's instantly gonna lock in Rammus jungle. But it's not the case. We actually have a mix of AP and AD.
Yeah. Not sure where that was going.
It's basically
Wild
saying
ride.
everyone builds AD, and like everyone picks an AD assassin of some sort.
Yeah.
Then the counter pick is Rammus, right? But in this case, there's actually a decent damage spread in the form of Ornn as well as Ahri to make the Rammus feel a bit less efficient, less effective.
Yeah, very interested to see how he does. Honestly, like just because we don't see the champion a
Yeah.
lot, so I'll focus in on what the Rammus does and how he's able to make any plays.
Yua coming in. Actually, didn't even have to pop a pot charge at all. Still keeping pretty popped up. Meanwhile, moving forward aggressively, Sunaka looking for the Shield of Daybreak stun, but not able to find the range.
Oh man. Alright, well, in this bottom lane, you really have to, expect Leona and Lucian to really be looking for sort of early engages. They didn't manage to hit level 2 first, so that was a bit of a window that they were not able to they were not able to use, rather.
Did see the double up clip the Leona, so in this lane that's how you pretty much want to play it out, right? All you do is try to poke them down the Q on the misfortune, the double up of course, and then if you can clip them enough times, oh hold on, Taunt in the top side, procs the Grasp of the Undying as well and gets the shield down, so good trade there. Well done, Endeavor.
Yeah, Shen does a lot of damage, especially with Grasp on the Undying. It's just, in the early levels you're not expecting it to come, and it can catch you out by surprise.
Okay, so Cassio got... Okay, they both managed to get their own specific cannon minions, but with the face rush being propped there, this is kind of why we see the pickup of that keystone. Very quick is Misty hops when she does activate it. And of course you can dodge away from the charm as well as the Orb of Deception.
Not seeing a lot of we're not seeing a lot of action in the early game as compared to our previous few matches. I say that.
Might see something happen here. Zakia is going to spot the Nocturne here. In terms of wave prio, it belongs in favor of Missy Hops, who is going to instantly roam out of the lane. And this forces Marcy back a little bit. She can't contest this, so she will have to walk down to the bot Scoutcraft.
Yeah, but they now have vision of where the Rammus is. Threat of a gank coming from nowhere is significantly diminished. A ward coming down for the Ornn is also going to spot out any sort of maneuvers Rammus tries to make. So he's just going to back away, continue farming.
So they're not going to actually contest the bot Scuttle Crab. Instead, we'll give it over. Just as I say that, Sunako is going to walk into the river. We'll spot out this objective being taken, and Marcy should be able to claim it for herself.
There's a very aggressive pathing coming out from Sunako. Might have gotten collapsed on there. Fortunate that she didn't. Back to defensive, laning for all the lanes here.
4 minutes in, it's still pretty even in terms of gold. It's only a small lead being picked up right now, but overall, like we mentioned, you know, it's back and forth. Doesn't really matter. The window to go aggressive in the bot lane actually is there right now for level 3. Sunako can go in. And knowing that the Nocturne as well as your own jungler has path away, it's a small window, like I said, to try and find the all-in.
Yeah, this is sort of like the best window for you to go in, right? Well, not now since your opposing laner actually just got level 4, but you're still pretty high. You've not still high on health. You haven't got poked down by the double up as you can see is happening here. So you basically want to go in on the MF ROM when you're healthy, because once these double ups keep getting procced on you, you're not going to have a very good time laning.
Oh man, Sunako is just wearing the world's heaviest shoes right now. Getting hit by all the skill shots.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate when you're playing an engaged champion like Leona or Aldo.
Then when you're low in health, you just can't really find a window to all in anymore. Right now, Marcy is going to try and solo this Cloud Dragon, and interesting use of the spell shield to get additional attack speed, because of course auto attacks from Drakes are considered as spells, so you can get free proc off and still heal up, or rather get additional attack speed.
Yeah, props to Ardent understanding that they have to push up the bottom lane in order to secure the dragon. Interestingly enough, in the previous few games we actually saw a lot of action in the bot lane to secure that priority, but this time, nope. We're just going to step back, we're going to push out the lane methodically. You can see that, you know, both teams don't really want to start anything so far.
There's a Rammus here sitting in the tri-bush. Control ward will isolate the vision there. But overall, it's just a routine visit to the bot lane to make sure nothing too tricky or suspicious happens. Marcy's still only level 4, and like we said, you know, at this current iteration of the jungle camps, you take way too long to hit level 6, so we won't see her come online anytime soon, at least another 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, depending on how well she paths.
Yep, Rammus actually being spotted out in that bottom side ward, so is now going to path towards top side to ensure that, you know, she is not counter jungled or anything of the sort by the Nocturne.
Managing to land a miasma there, a good fancy feat coming in for Missy Hobbs. Irony being that, of course,
Yes,
I was waiting for you to like, oh yes, yes.
yes.
400 IQ joke, very good.
Very good, sir.
Zakia will be taking the top Scuttle Crab. A good micro on the direction pathing, stopping the Scuttle Crab from running alright. But we see the Nocturne actually making moves towards the top side. There are wards, or pings rather, that spot her out.
Yep, spotted out the Rift Scuttle rather being taken by the Rammus like you said. Good backup from both solo laners to ensure that there is no contest basically for that minor objective.
Right now, Janelle is having a pretty tough time in mid lane because she didn't base in with enough gold to get the... Oh, hold on. Actually, a lot of damage. She... Ooh, that one really hurt.
Ah, well, phase rush increases your
the movement speed, and so you're charmed under turret much quicker. That's a fuse bad.
Unfortunate.
But like I was saying, Janelle didn't base with enough gold to get the mana book, so of course she's gonna be lower mana in the mid lane, as Call to Forge God was used by Susie to get a bit more damage down. But remember that Stand United is still available for Endeavor if she wants to join in the play.
Yep, indeed. I think she's pretty happy right now. Just healing up a little bit while the Ornn should not have any sources of healing coming back, so pretty happy just staying here and poking, taunting up actually.
Oh, actually now inside this dodge zone, it does a lot of damage onto Susie, so we'll be able to clear the wave out as well. Tiamat picked up, means that wave clear for the Shen is pretty good. Now Janelle will have to back off to get the...
This Brom's going rogue. Why is he here?
Roaming Broms are the best.
Alright, I mean, sure, you get some vision around the Rift Herald, but your AD carry is nowhere near here. If the Leona Lucian combo decide to go in on her, there's not much else you can do. But at this point, I don't believe
Are they?
Sanzu have vision on the
Interesting.
Braum. They don't know he's
Yeah.
here, so actually might not be the worst play.
So sneaking over with the blast cone now, ensuring that they have top prio. Interesting here because of course the teleport from Ornn was expanded to come back to lane quicker. So it seemed as though like the Ornn was just cautious not to miss any CS, but because they managed to jump over the wall, they sneak this Rift Herald away and can now use it to further push for more objectives.
Yeah, this is the second objective that Arden has been able to sneak away from.
Kind of smart, right?
So, yeah, I mean, just comes down to vision, I guess. You have to put down more wards if you're on the side of Sanzu in order to make sure none of these objectives continue to fall into the hands of Ardent without, any sort of contest.
Chana, if I was the Misfortune, I instantly proc my out just with, there you go, this is the play, yep.
So
You have to clean the wave out.
5-hit prediction coming in there.
The reason why you do that is because if the wave is stacked too big and both Hell and Sunako have their ultimates, they can dive you, right? With a big stacked wave. Speaking of dive,
nice
here
flash.
comes the power ball, flashing in, landing the Town of Misfortune and the Stand United as well. This is extremely dead AD carry, and with the Shen joining in, I think both bot laners are done for. Now they can collapse on bot tier 1. They find 2 quick kills on the bot lane. And Rift Herald, I don't know, man. Not really used in the best place, or rather not really any opportunity to use it at all.
Yeah, could have been a better setup in the bot side. I don't think they saw the Rammus because of the control wall in the river, so definitely have to be a bit more careful, and props to Sanzu for, pulling the trigger. Instantly 5-man teleporting bot lane to secure 2 quick kills. With Herald being placed down mid lane, so they're actually going to get a few plates. Teleport expended for the side of Endeavor.
So coming in,
Whoa.
getting charmed up, actually a lot of damage, and I was
Hello.
just sort of thinking about whether that was the right play. I don't know. I think it's a hard no from me.
That's a hard throw from me too, boss. I mean, interesting with an emphasis on the int, I guess. I'm not sure what that was. I mean, you teleport in.
It's
sure,
a long
you
day for us
kill-
and for the players as well, I think.
Kill the Herald instead of jumping in 1v2 and completely whiffing your taunt.
That was a... Oh, buddy, Zakia, I don't think you want to be there. Feared up, charmed up as well, and now the Spirit Rush being used for additional damage. Pretty good W though. Will stop her from using the Spirit Rush anymore. Petrifying Gaze was pretty decent as well, and now they're coming in. A bit unfortunate the Zenith Blade did not connect, but this allows both Cha as well as Gia to get out. Decent charm on the exit though. But the micro duo between Missy Hobbs as well as Marcy was won by the Snake Lady, of course.
It's a bit of a fiesta fight that was. I mean, you saw basically abilities flying left, right, center, completely whiffing most of the time. I mean,
remember this Braum is only level 5, so there is no Glacial Fissure. Can't really come in to make anything happen just yet. They do have the MF out, which they will use right now, but here comes the Zenith Blade to disrupt it, and now I'm thinking you might have unfortunately given some kills over to your opponents here. Flashing for it as well. The Lucian might just be popping off here, finding 2 kills, looking for the 3rd right now. Give it over, buddy. That's a triple kill for the Lucian, and well, Scumbag support did steal it, so no.
yeah, I mean, that was a good jump in from DeLeon to cancel away the bullet time from the Misfortune. I'm not sure if the re-engage was actually the best call. I mean, obviously it wasn't the best call since they did give over 3 kills to Sanzu. I mean, not the cleanest play that we are used to seeing from Ardent. Definitely some mistakes coming through.
All the Forge Guard being used, Endeavor kiting away. Will get knocked up, and with the Brittle as well as the Bellows Breath, is going to be a solo kill. Endeavor, second big mistake this time. I think Suzy saw on this Ornn is a force to be reckoned with now, and we're talking about how the composition of Sanzu is on a timer. You have to be very careful about the Ornn because it's going to hit a point where you just basically can't deal with the Ornn. I think the item gap is Renduin's Omen and Adaptive Help. That's the part where you, from then on, you just don't do damage to it.
Alright, we're still able to play around the Ornn, of course. It's not definitely a hard timer, I guess, to put it that way. At this point, wondering whether or not the Shen is going to be able to, equalize this lane actually, since, Ornn is actually picking up a lot of defensive stats at this point, a lot of health as well as a lot of armor, so gonna get harder and harder for this Shen to really make an impact in this lane. And if she continues falling behind, you have to think maybe Guardian was the best keystone to go for.
Oh man! Oh, the next level flame.
Oh man.
You're pretty much saying this guy is not even a solo laner anymore. Get
No,
Guardian so you can be the second support.
I'm saying that if you're not able to deal with the Ornn,
Okay.
you try to get some map. You try to get some map pressure elsewhere on the map using your ultimate. Therefore, using Guardian gives you much more efficiency because rest of the Undying is better in
5-hit
solo.
logic. We'll go with that. Okay.
Yes.
Alright, now you can see this wave is unfortunately frozen here. Arden are quite overextended past the river, which is why both Marcy as well as Janelle made moves towards the bottom side. They want to cover their bot laners in case anything happens here.
Yeah, you can see that Misfortune right now with the double up looking quite menacing.
Yeah.
Does a lot of damage, chunked out the illusion for just 30%. Be quite accurate with these abilities actually.
Should also note that on the top side, Suzy Sora's teleport is coming up soon, whereas Endeavor does have Stand United but no TP. So whoever casts their global spell first is gonna lose. Of course, here comes the all-in. Paranoia coming in. No chance whatsoever for Missy Hobbs. That was an unfair fight, you have to feel. Arden now firing on all cylinders here in the mid lane, taking mid tier 1.
Yeah, there's just clean execution coming from Arden. Not really much we can do to blame the Cassiopeia. Perhaps walking up a little too far, but at the end of the day, you're not going to see that Nocturne coming if he just puts down the ultimate and runs at you.
Yeah. Right now, Zika is in the bottom half. They're looking to cover this play. A bit of a ring around the rosy here.
Oh boy, time to get out.
There's literally 4 members here. I feel like you run. You just don't stick around, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, we do see the Shen actually backing, resetting, perhaps waiting for this fight to start so he can use the ultimate.
That's such a big wave as well. I'm not sure why they... Maybe they were afraid of the response from the Shen being off the screen in Fog of War. So just in case anything, if Shen pops in, it might make that dive a lot more tricky.
It's unfortunate timing. This is bad tempo play coming in from the side of Ardent. I mean, backing right now, you can't even back right now if you're this Braum and Ari, because the moment you back, that turret goes down. So unless you're willing to make that trade, you have to stay. And you don't really want to stay when you're this... Well, when you haven't backed this long.
Yeah, it's gone. There's no way to defend this. They will lose bot tier 1. So far, it's one turret for one turret, but the attention has been focused towards the top side. Rift Herald is the call, but here comes the powerballing Rammus into the fight. Can he land the taunt is the question. Actually, a decent amount of damage already onto Marcy, and immediately she goes down. Now the next person that is being focused is Suzy Soul, who will have to dash away, but it's gonna be the Rift Herald leashed in favor of Sun, and they will take it without any issues here.
Yep, one Rift Herald apiece. First one was snuck away, second one was not so fortunate for the side of Ardent. Sanzu rather manages to pick up a kill as well as the big objective. Now the question is, once again, how are they going to use it on the map?
Rotating back over to the bot half after taking the bot tier 1. That's a thumbs down play for me, but of course with Inferno Dragon coming up, they need to get the bot lane prio first. I can understand why, but I feel like mid lane prio is where the attention should be, right? Especially because you don't have mid tier 1. So shove the wave up consistently, maybe put the AD and support there, and then have Cassio play bot lane.
They have to be around this area. They have to clear out the vision. I mean, the map before this was completely dark, and now they have some wards down. They can actually begin, you know, threatening the dragon.
Do they force this one here, though, is the question? Because they have the tools. Although Cassio is in a weird position, they can force this fight. I feel like now that Shen is recalling, you do have Stand United, you have tools to get into this, so you just press the issue, try and attempt the Inferno Drink and see what happens. Teleport coming in though, this is going to be the Ornn joining the fight.
I don't think they see it.
Yeah, they might not see. Here comes Call of the Forge God, they're jumping on the backline. Look at the damage coming in from the Misfortune, immediately shredding everyone in the backline. Even though the Inferno Dragon was stolen away, the Misfortune just did so much damage there. I think Arden right now are just popping off here. Running away is Zakia, managing to powerball out with a sliver of health, but you know what? That's fine. You give the Inferno Dragon over, we clean up the fight, and now we can pop the mid lane push.
Yeah, 3-4-1 plus Infernal Drake. Not exactly sure if that's worth or not. We'll just have to see. But right now, tempo does belong to the side of Arden. They are going to have the inside track onto this mid lane turret, and with 3 strong and a ton of minions, you would have to think that it's going to go down.
Yeah, it's definitely going down right now. Endeavor coming in. Sure, you can taunt to buy some time under this mid tier 2, so but that's gonna be a death sentence if you stick around.
Okay then, that is 2 turrets in the mid lane for the side of Ardent, opening up the map quite considerably. Meanwhile, on the side of Sanzu, they have yet to get a single mid lane turret, so that is something that they definitely have to begin focusing on.
Oh, I love this immediate pickup of the Knight's Vow from the Leona on
to tag up rather with the Lucian, so actually reduces the damage that Lucian takes. Now they will pop the Rift out in the mid lane. Will be able to claim mid tier 1 as well. Now they're looking for a second charge.
They're gonna get it.
Yeah, they will get it. But the ensuing fight is the problem right now.
Yeah.
I think there is every opportunity for Arden to force this with Call of the Forge God, but they will be more disciplined and back off.
Yeah, good hit engage coming in from Senzu as well, not taking any sort of fights there. Just happy with the turret chunks and the one turret that he did get in the mid lane. Question is now, what are they gonna do with the advantage? Well, not advantage, but return on investments, let's put it. They have to continue putting up their pushing up the ward line, because as it stands, Arden does have... Well, no, actually, I think the wards are actually quite
Even?
equalized.
Yeah. Blue buff going the way of the Cassiopeia, but you were talking about ward line being even, but there's actually a lot of deep vision on the top side. So you can see the focus right now for Arden at least is playing towards the top half of the map. They've committed Suzy Sor to the bottom half, right? She's switching between collecting bot waves and mid waves. Teleport coming in though. They want to make this play happen. Powerballing in. They actually with the Solar Flare as well as the Zenith Blade. So I don't know if anything else can really happen here. Arden all retreating and scattering like the wind. So that was a lot committed for a rather weak return on investment, you have to think. Charm landing on Endeavor. No magic resistance for this Shen means that there's going to be a lot of damage down on top of him.
Yeah, not exactly sure what he was trying to do there. Perhaps place down some deeper wards, but they're actually going to force this.
They will force this. Call of the Forge God hits 3 and the Paranoid on the back line. This is decent positioning. There comes your bullet time, and even though she's taunted up, they managed to clean up the back line. Char falling very low, sure. All fine and dandy, but they managed to get all the damage that's required. Hell though, popping off right now, but the Bell's Breath finishes off the Lucian. It doesn't take a genius to know that this is going to be a really poor fight for the Rammus.
But we did see how tanky Rammus was, right? They were nearly able to turn that fight around with the combined efforts of the Lucian and the Rammus. And it's just, you know, sort of unfortunate that, again, the Ornn was actually the tankiest member in that fight and did come out the victor of the day.
I'm telling you, buddy, timer is ticking. Suzy Sor now 3-0 and 6. It's going to hit a point where you don't do anything to the Ornn anymore. And we saw evidence of that, slivers of that in the previous fight. Even though you have a Rammus last man standing, there's nothing that the Lucian can do. There's nothing the Cassio can do because it's such a force of nature in the front line.
Alright, resetting the fight. It's actually, gold is actually pretty even right now. It's like only about 100 apart. It literally doesn't matter. What is more important at this point in time is again clearing out this vision like you see on your screen Senzu is doing right now. Arden does continue to have a little bit of a vision advantage around the big purple worm, but you would have to think that's going to be equalized sooner rather than later as Senzu will continue to try.
They should be committing the Shin to the bot half because Stay United is up. I think your best bet right now is to commit to the backline with the Shin, Rammus, and try to pick up Char before she can channel Bullet Time. The reason Arden has been sweeping these fights is because Bullet Time has been used in very strategic positions and channeled for at least more than half the duration. If you can cancel early or even kill MF before that, you stand a very good chance of winning and trying your best to push on off with just the numbers advantage.
Counterpoint though, we saw the Nocturne ult coming down a couple times, just really disorienting the side of Senzu. I think in the previous fight, in that choke point, I think Rammus was actually looking for the MF for a few seconds before managing to find.
Oh, buddy.
They're going it again though.
Double knockup, Call of the Forge God and the Paranoid as well. Can he land a knockup? Jeez, look at the damage. The Cassio almost practically soloed out, and now the Rammus is going down as well. In fact, the Cassio did die one-on-one to the Ornn, and that's the damage that's so scary. The Brittle applying further CC. Massive pings on top of the Baron. This is going to be the objective that's going to be taken now. Now remember, Misfortune kind of meh at taking Baron. It's going to take quite a while to claim this objective, and therein lies the problem. If you can't finish it in less than 30 seconds, I think there's an opportunity for Senzu to come in here.
I don't think Senzu contesting this Baron is the best idea then. Well, they actually might not even try.
There's no way they can take
going
this,
pretty slow, so yeah, you might have a point there.
Ornn isn't even the one that's tanking this one up. They're already falling very low. Here comes Lucian for the breakout play, but that was an interesting one instead.
Interesting indeed. But they do manage to peel off the Baron. I'm not sure if that's worth.
Tried to pop off, got popped instead. I don't know, buddy.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't seem worth to me.
And now Arden, with the numbers advantage, is just going to path towards the Infernal Drake. You can see the wards. They already have a lot of vision set up for it, so...
Ari's just walking the mid clear with one Orb of Deception. The minion wave will be gone right now, and they're going to have to path over to the Infernal Drake to cover the deficit.
Yeah, Arden, they do have a few lower health bars. They might not be in the best position to fight.
Landing the charm already signals
go.
that it's go time, and here comes Call of the Forge God on top of the Shin. Look at Zakia though, she's sitting on the back line, and here comes the bullet time. Actually in a rather poor position, so they might just find a bit of a window here. It might be too little too late, as Zakia will eventually get kited away from, and now they find 2 kills, they find the Rammus, they find the Leona, and they will find the Inferno Dragon as well.
Yeah, they do not have a jungler here, but on the other side, they will...
Psych, you thought, man. You thought.
Interesting plays all over the map, to be honest, but that is going to be Dragon equalized for both teams. Nothing too huge coming out of these fights. Gold rests at about 1k.
1k is the differential, like you mentioned, and to my point earlier, it's so difficult for Arden to take the Baron because MF is horrible at single target damage.
Yeah.
She excels in teamfights, she excels in 2 members, like dueling. Because of her passive, the way it works is you have to swap between targets consistently to get the reset on the passive. Which is why it takes them forever to do Baron. Even with Infinity Edge, it's going to take them forever to do Baron. Ahri, no way. No way you're doing Baron quickly, and the only person that can feasibly tank the Baron damage is Ornn, who has to sit outside to zone them away. So you can see why Baron is quite a poor objective for them. They can threaten it, they can't do it.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, Arden's actually going to pick up the bottom lane turret here as well. Ooh, we saw a potential engage from the Leona, not actually connecting there. They're going to meet up again though.
Good try, good try. Points for the attempt.
A for effort.
Pings coming through. We see a Spirit Visage already for Suzy-Sor, and no Adaptive Helm just yet is a bit of a question mark for me. It's the most high value item you can buy against Cassiopeia.
For sure, 100% agree. We're just going to revert back to, you know, a bit of vision trades. We do see, you know, Arden having a clear advantage through control wards on the bottom side, so they should be able to secure any dragon that comes up. Meanwhile, Senzu, they're trying their best to try to get some foothold of vision around the Baron pit. They want to ensure that that big purple worm is not threatened by Arden, but so far Arden's doing a pretty good job at clearing out this vision.
Whatever wards they don't have to clear, just leave there. But for the most part, like you mentioned, great job in vision control, isolating and removing all the potential hotspots for wards.
Yeah, Senzu, they've been trying for a while now, but ever since Arden was able to take tier 1 and tier 2 turret from the mid lane, they've just been continuously pushing and pushing their vision line further and further up. And if Senzu, they forget or they slack a little bit in their vision control game, honestly, you're just going to get choked out from your own jungle at that point.
You can see the vision trap being set up right now. They need the Ornn though. Like I feel like the Ornn is the linchpin in these fights. Yeah, the War in the River, absolutely fantastic. Prevents any Baron baits, as it were. But I feel like, you know, back to my earlier point, the Ornn is the linchpin in these fights. You need the Ornn around to have a successful fight. And because of that, your 4-man vision traps aren't as successful because there is no Ornn around to help you, you know, expedite things to force fights with Call of the Forge God.
Definitely, we did see in previous fights, the main factor in the engage was, in fact, you know, the Ornn with the Ornn horn just coming into the fight and basically running you down. So without that crucial factor in these upcoming team fights, you have to think it's going to be pretty difficult for Arden to look for anything.
It's a catch-22. Ornn is your best side laner, but you also need Ornn to start the fights, right? So sure, you can just play side lanes with Ornn 24/7, but then you are not making full use of the other 4.
And with this, I don't want to call it indecisiveness. I want to say slower play coming from the side of Arden. You're just allowing Senzu a little bit more leeway in continuing to push up these wards. This vision war is actually one of the more intense ones I've seen in recent memory, I think.
Yeah. Both teams, I'd say, evenly matched in terms of discipline and understanding what the win conditions are, what the lose conditions are. So they are playing a bit more hesitant.
There's like, what, 5 wards in the Baron pit?
Yeah. No,
2 of them
2
just
zombie
expired.
wards. 2 zombie wards expired. 2 normal wards expired, 1 zombie and 1 control ward.
Nice. That is what I like to see. No, I mean, but 5 wards not very efficient. Let's put it that way. But the other objective, the other main objective, I think it's Infernal Drake,
the next
is
Inferno.
gonna be spawning in the next minute. There's not much vision here for either team, so Gonna have to be very, very
Oh,
careful. Both
This is
Arden.
good actually. This is a really good spot.
Okay.
There's completely no vision if they walk around to check. They can actually force this. Being very hesitant. If you hit the charm here, it's done. Hitting the charm on the Leona, they can force the fight right now. They're going back in. Glacial Fissure knocks up Sunako and she's instantly dead. Now Call of the Forge God to split up the front line and the back line. They knock up both the Rammus as well as the Shen. The culling though being used. Paranoia on the back. Lucian now is in a whole lot of trouble. Everyone jumping forward to the assistance of Marcy. Who are they going to target next? It's going to be Zakia that falls. Both junglers dead. Now they're chasing forward for a little bit more. Here comes MF with the flash, finding the double, and Missy hops. There is no way out. You have to think that even though she might be able to kite out, the stun here connecting means that she's certainly dead.
That was a good setup coming in from the side of Arden. Good flank as well from the Ornn, enabling them to really just continue to route Senzu throughout the entirety of that fight. Misfortune able to continue dishing out tons of damage from the backline, basically untouched. They managed to secure another dragon and reset.
Remember we were saying the catch-22 issue was Ornn is your stronger side laner, but you need Ornn to restart the fight. What happened there was the 4 men moved down to the bot lane, or at least the jungle area in the bot half, looked to start the fight, and because they did find an early pick, Ornn is like a screen away.
Yeah.
They're just like, bro, we need you to out to reinforce this fight, and you know, in that situation, it worked out fine. Perfectly fine.
And now we do see Arden beginning to pull away with a sizable lead, about 3k right now. Nothing too huge, but the ball's in their court basically. It's
Yeah,
all
for sure.
them to continue pushing.
They have like the immediate prio in both mid lane as well as Baron because all the wards are theirs. The reset timing is still not very clean. You can see Gia just went back to buy, and now she has both the Mikhail's as well as the Zeke's convergence, which is great, of course.
Alright, back to warding the Baron, I guess, is the name of
They
the
need to
game.
sweep this. They definitely need to sweep this, and Marcy does not have the sweeper. That's the tough part. They have to group up and sweep this right now.
This is super good ward.
Yeah.
And I honestly
Hello?
think that's the only reason
Why
why
isn't
Senzu is not
Gia
pushing
warding? Yeah, no, like if they aren't checking you and you have everything warded up, you like as a team you should be like, there's definitely some wards around that we're missing. Like, how are they not checking us when we have complete vision control of this area? Is either one, they've given up hope that we're taking Baron, or B, they have wards.
Instead, they're not going to check the walls, they're actually just going to push up the second tier tower in the top lane. Not going to be able to pick it up. Good wave clear coming in from Senzu, ensuring that. Then we're back to the vision dance. And they're
This is silly.
still not picking it up.
They're not clearing the proper wards. This is absolutely silly.
Okay. It just
They
stands
keep,
on
yeah, no,
top
'cause
of
they
it.
keep trying to set this vision trap up, but they don't have proper sweepers to make use of it. They have so many blue trinkets. I don't know for what even, because you have full control of the game. If you have tempo, you don't need blue trinkets.
They're going to come back in the VOD review and like, ah, there it was. Super,
Yes.
super unfortunate. I mean, you have so many control words in your inventory. Why don't you
Like,
put
you look at the
some down?
inventory of Senzu, this is the right, like, you're losing, you can't control vision, get blue trinkets because you can't check.
Yeah.
If you are ahead, you just want sweepers to deny vision so you can force them to check into you. Make them play with incomplete information. It's not... finally they will
They
see
got
it.
him.
Yeah, with the Scryers.
Woo! We did it. That was frustrating.
Yep. Like, if you don't have double sweepers when you're winning, you are in tick, basically. Or if you don't have, like, the Umbral Glaive that sweeps wards for you, it's going to be super hard to set vision traps.
Alright. Now they do back off to allow for the Ornn to push up a little bit. And Senzu, they actually just come in and clear a bit more vision, so it is a bit more equalized around the top side river. Still very intense though, could go either way.
Suzy Saw is almost actually max items, so...
Nice. Is the timer here yet?
I feel like definitely, but in terms of itemization,
No adaptive helm.
yeah, no adaptive helm and no random moment, because of course with Essence Reaver and the crit build that Lucian is going for, Randuin's reduces a lot of the damage from crits. So I feel like itemization could be better from Suzy Saw, but definitely the timer is almost up. It's gonna hit that point where like you're autoing Ornn and Ornn doesn't take any damage.
We have actually seen, you know, his impact in these fights already being basically instrumental, right? You can't take fights without the Ornn, like we were talking about earlier. So this 1-4 is, you know, not the most optimal build, I think.
They need to play the 1-4, but like towards the mid lane or the
Yeah.
bot lane to force a rotation and reforce the fight with Call of the Forge God. Because right now, no threat whatsoever. There's no one that can feasibly start a fight and get out from like a far distance, right? Now they're switching it up. Ornn is moving to the mid lane. They are gonna play this one out, NA Ram style.
Arden has basically been trying for the past, say, 10 minutes
Yeah.
to play the Baron threatening game. And it's just not been working out because, honestly, they're not clearing out the wards that they have to be clearing out. And so far, Suzies are not being able
problem
to do
is
much except for take one turret.
Their comp isn't, it's not manufactured to threaten Baron. There's no
Yeah,
way
true,
for them
true.
to physically turn without Ornn around, right? You can use Paranoia, you can use Spirit Rush, but it's not sticky enough, as it were. And if you do jump on the lineup of Sun Tzu and you have sort of committed Paranoia as well as Spirit Rush, there is the presence of the Cassiopeia out, which makes it so difficult for you to fully commit to turning.
Alright, but that is going to be a next dragon. This one
No
is
way
going to
this
be the
works again.
Infernal
No
Soul.
way this works again. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? They're sitting in this brush again, no way it works. There's no way that Sun Tzu is going to walk up and check this.
Oh, well, they're not in the bush anymore. They're actually starting up the dragon.
Powerball being used, actually Righteous Glory used as well. Here comes the Shen into the back line. They already managed to focus down Cha. A lot of damage, managing to QSS away and flashing out. Now Paranoid into the back line. They're managing to take a lot of damage. Mars will fall first. Now Cha is still cutting away from the right side. You can see all attention on the MF, who is still alive, and not to mention dishing out damage. Now Ornn is the monster in the front line, looking to isolate the Cassiopeia with the exhaust as well, and this is extremely dead Cassiopeia.
Unfortunately for the side of Sanzul, the peak timing for Rammus's tankiness has gone past in the past
They were
5
this
minutes.
close
So
to killing the Misfortune.
Yeah.
But she had QSS, she had Flash, and she had Heal.
yeah, that was a good flash to cancel the bullet time.
Yep.
But alas, Arden did have way too much damage, and they're gonna return to
I'll
the
be
Baron.
honest, this is still very hard to take.
Yeah.
They don't have anyone that's like tanky enough to do this, and they're standing on
Very
like, the
risky.
puddles of MR and armor reducing damage skills.
They'll take it eventually. I don't think it's gonna be too much of an
They
issue.
need to swap over. Ari has to tank this.
Yeah. Alright, they get it.
It helps that they had the Infernal Dragon Soul.
Yeah, yeah.
So every so often, their autos were doing extra damage.
Every 3 seconds, I believe. At this point, looking pretty happy if you're Arden. You have Infernal Soul, and you do have Baron. So you would think there won't be too many more obstacles for them to overcome to begin ending out this game. I would think that a perfect setup right now is playing a pseudo 1-4, right?
Yeah.
You have the Ornn hiding in the jungle. Meanwhile, you threaten a turret maybe, and then you go in.
You have to play.
Turn.
You have to play the two closest lanes, like for example mid top or mid bot. You can't play top bot with Ornn because, like we mentioned earlier, you need Call Forge bot force. So right now, play mid top might be your best bet. Alternatively, you can just group F5 and just walk
Yeah.
in. I feel like you're far ahead enough to do that.
Yeah, with level 18 on Ornn, you're absolutely right. Far enough to do basically anything you want, really, if you're this champion. I think he's basically tanky enough to go in and tank for a few seconds, even 1v5, so...
Okay, this is good. You just wait in mid. Don't wait in jungle. Wait in mid lane. You have to 1-4 this.
Happy hands.
It's fine. The
they're
rotation
gonna
coming
see
through. It's okay if MF goes top because it's not like Ornn was gonna get it anyway. But it's fine. It's gonna push in.
Right. They're actually not using this Baron all that well. I mean, they allowed this wave to push up a little too far. Could have actually had pressure on the mid lane turret by now as well. But as it stands, it just allows Sanzu to go top and clear out the wave, alleviate any pressure that they could have had in both lanes.
Managing to spell shield the piercing light, but here comes the push once more. Ari should be standing just outside the base gate actually to make a pick happen right now. You can see multiple members of Sun are looking to guard that particular control ward. If you have the Ari just sitting there looking to fish for a charm, you very quickly find a pick there. Eventually hitting the charm on top of the Shen, who will have to toss away.
I think they can dive this.
All you have to do is just do that, rinse and repeat. Just fish for charms, the moment it connects, all in. I'm not sure why they're so hesitant. I feel like they aren't very confident with or at least they're very cautious about how Sun Tzu is going to play this one out. And then Nocturne walks mid, and Ornn isn't around, and you guys want to siege. It's very, very indecisive.
This is a very frustrating game of League of Legends to witness, I think, for both us.
This does tell us something though.
Yeah.
Overall, in terms of execution, when it comes to closing out games, when the skill level is about equal, and we're talking when you say skill level, we mean like things don't go completely like horizontal, big discrepancy early in the game. even till now, because of the Baron power play, the gold is more or less there. Oh, hold on. Fight starting out. Call the Fortune coming in. They will be able to knock out the Leona, and here comes the Paranoid as well into the backline. I think this is going to be a whitewash. It's Rammus alone in the backline trying to hold up the attention of 4. And once the Braum respawns and comes back in, my goodness, it's just going to be a whitewash.
Check out the amount of damage they're able to put down. I mean, you could have done this 3 minutes ago. You could have ended this game quite a while ago if not for the vision dance. But frustrations aside, still quite a decisive win as that final team fight coming in for the side of Ardent. They do manage to pick up the last few turrets, last Nexus, and yeah.
The thing is, looking at this game in review, when we talk about the discipline of closing out games with Baron buff, the things that they were doing, right, like Marcy and Janelle rotating between mid and top unnecessarily, a better team would have been able to capitalize on the rotations and say, okay, we can make a pick here.
Yes.
We can force a fight here, and even though they are ahead, if we can find a kill, that stifles and puts a pause on the Baron power play. So of course, the big lead was good and all that, being able to find these fights and position properly. I think their team fighting was really good. It's just that when it comes to executing with Baron and closing out the game, a bit more sloppy than I would have liked.
100% agree. I believe, yeah, just a very frustrating game to watch. I think could have been much better from both teams.
But right now, at least they have the VOD to go back and review it.
Yeah.
Like us being critical, I feel like we're trying our best to give input about how we best clean out the game. And of course, we do have an almost omniscient level of information, which is why it's very easy for us to say. But looking at the earlier sort of teams that have played today, there were some that exhibited the use of Baron very cleanly, and then they understood how to just push down the lanes with Baron, right? So with that, I think we have come to the end of day 1.
Yep.
Right now, proceeding into the grand finals is going to be Ardent Esports, and they're one step closer to representing Philippines as the FSL Elite Philippines representatives. Of course, tomorrow we will be looking at the lower bracket and the conclusion of how everyone plays into the upper bracket. Hopefully, all the teams, the underdogs that got knocked out today will have a second chance at redemption, and those that we expect to do well, teams like Liab and Amplify that did drop into the lower bracket will have a chance for redemption as well. Before we go off though, we would like to shout out our sponsors, Dreamcore, Super Solid, Aftershock, Yahoo, as well as TechTite, the latter. TechTite for sponsoring the venue today and tomorrow for our players to go down and compete. Thank you so much for making things happen. And any last words, Boots?
GGWP.
GGWP.
See you guys tomorrow.
It's still Chinese here, so 恭喜发财. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I've been HungryCast. It's been Spoots. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.